After a triple header in Europe, it's time to head to Singapore. For the first time since 2019, we're racing at the Marina Bay Street Circuit. So in a week's time, we move over from Singapore to the Japanese Grand Prix as well. Then a 2-week break before a back-to-back with USA at the circuit in the Americas and Mexico City as well. Then a further 2-week break before the season rounds out with a doubleheader, the Brazilian Grand Prix at Sao Paulo, and then United Arab Emirates with Abu Dhabi to close out the 2022 season. Max Verstappen leads the Drivers' Championship and it's his first chance to wrap up the 2022 season here this weekend. He leads by 116 points to Charles Leclerc in second and Sergio Perez rounds out the top three. George Russell in fourth then as well with Carlos Sainz fifth. They are the only drivers in contention to possibly win the title, but they will need an absolute miracle. It looks unlikely. For the first time in over a decade, Lewis Hamilton is out of a championship running position. Not since 2011 has that happened this soon. Lando Norris is P7 as well. He's holding off Esteban Ocon. Fernando Alonso, Valtteri Bottas and Pierre Gasly wrap up the first half of the drivers' page. Kevin Magnussen is level on points as well in 12th position on the second half of the table. Sebastian Vettel is 2 points back. He's leading with Daniel Ricciardo. Mick Schumacher moves up to 15th place as well, a point clear of Yuki Tsunoda. Zhou Guanyu 17th with Lance Stroll 18th. Then comes the three Williams drivers. Alexander Albon has 4 points. Nick de Vries putting in an amazing achievement last time out, getting 2 points. Nicholas Latifi, now dropped from Williams at the end of the year, is still pointless. Can he get a point for the end of the season? And Nico Hülkenberg 22nd after only running 2 races at the start of the year when Sebastian Vettel had COVID. And in the Constructors' Championship, Red Bull lead the way on 545 points. Then it's Scuderia Ferrari in second place as well. They are rapidly being caught by Mercedes. Alpine then are in a battle with McLaren, although look like they've got that just about sorted. Alfa Romeo have pulled away from Haas, who are now only a point clear of AlphaTauri. Aston Martin are trying to join that fight, and Williams now have 6 points on the board. It's the 2022 Singapore Grand Prix, live from Marina Bay. Hello everybody and welcome to the Formula One Singapore Grand Prix. The night has fallen and the action is about to resume. For the first time since 2019, we are racing here on the streets of Formula One's first ever night race. Let's take a look back at what happened in qualifying yesterday, and on the other side, build-up begins for Lights Out here at Singapore. Two minutes to go in qualifying as you see the 2-minute warning, and now very handily these are the drivers currently in the elimination zone. Vettel 16th, Bottas 17th, Tsunoda 18th, Albon 19th and Latifi in 20th position as well, but that's just changed. I believe there's a little bit of a mistake there from Albon, Megan, coming down to turn 7.
There is a bit of a mistake. How did they... Look at how their head's shaking about just for forcing.
It's just massively rocking around, isn't it?
They must have to take away the protein after.
Proportion was going to be a big problem here in Singapore. They've resurfaced part of the track to try and savour it, but it's not working out. And I'll tell you what, Cynthia, as well, Albon's having a messy lap. It's got traffic everywhere you look.
Yeah, it's a street circuit. It's difficult to get out of the way. They're trying their best. I think that was one of the Haas drivers who tried to get away on the bridge, which is quite an interesting place to try and leave a car past. Albon going 2 tenths, nearly 3 tenths quicker than Daniel Ricciardo.
I'll tell you what, Josh, as well, there's a massive run of cars trying to get out of this Q1 system. They might all just do it, but I think everybody's out of the track because they know the last few seconds of this qualifying are going to be the most important.
Yeah, they are 40 seconds remaining. Gasly, Vettel have got a personal best Sector 1. Gasly, Tsunoda and Albon a personal best Sector 1 and 2, but Verstappen's on a purple Sector 1, a 29.978.
Albon crosses the line, goes into 16th position as well. The driver at risk is Danny Ricciardo. Lewis Hamilton has just gone fastest of all as well. A 1:53.161 as well. Alonso's P8 now as well across the board. Here we go, 10 seconds left of the qualifying session for Q1, and this is how they look. Sonoda crosses the line, goes into P8 as well. 3, 2, 1, checker flag comes out now. So Sonoda's completed his lap time. Gasly's next across the line. Gasly goes into P11. That puts Ocon in the danger zone. Vettel and Ricciardo looking good. Ricciardo is up by 0.2 of a second. Vettel too might just get out of it as well. Who's next across the line? Esteban Ocon will be the next one to cross. There's a yellow flag in sectors 2 and 3. Who's gone off where? As Ocon doesn't improve. Ocon is out.
Stroll.
Turn 14 is Stroll. Vettel goes 11th, gets himself out of the drop zone. Double yellow now out in sector 12 as well. As Leclerc goes P2. Has that spoiled anybody else's lap time?
Is Alonso down too?
Stroll's gone in the runoff area. We've got a green flag now, so we are back
Is
to
Alonso
normal.
down?
No, Alonso's down somewhere in the board. He's in ninth position, so he's fine. Here comes Danny Ricciardo up the last corner to the line. He's 18th at the moment. Ricciardo goes 16th. He doesn't make it. Ricciardo, a 1:56.226. He's out of qualifying. Schumacher got caught up in the yellow flag zone, I believe, so I don't think he's going to have much time. Here he is in the first sector, looked okay, and he's just crossing sector 2. Is he any quicker than Bottas as well, the driver he needs to beat as he hurls down towards turn 14? Answer to that question is we don't know just yet. Yes, by 0.098 as well. But Albon, I believe, is also out of qualifying. He's been only setting green sector times as well, actually yellows, 31.2 in the current first sector. So Albon is out, Latifi is out, Ocon's out, Ricciardo's out. The question is, will Bottas or Schumacher be out as well? And these two are running it ragged now at the last corner.
What I was talking about was not where he was down in the order. I was wondering whether he'd gone off because he wasn't moving.
No, I think he was just backing off on the lap time, really going so slow. Here comes Schumacher to the line then. It's taken an extra minute to complete this qualifying session, but Magnussen goes 7th, and both Haas cars will be in qualifying too, as Schumacher goes 14th, meaning that in the drop zone, it's Valtteri Bottas, Danny Ricciardo, Esteban Ocon, Alexander Albon, and Nicholas Latifi. Wow, what a session that was. 2 minutes to go in qualifying number 2 here. And as things currently stand, in the drop zone, it's Vettel, Schumacher, Magnussen, Zhou and Tsunoda. And everyone's out there on intermediate tyres. Ferrari just boxed Charles Leclerc. He asked for soft, dry tyres. They gave him green intermediate tyres, brand new set. Now, Stroll is down in the first sector, so is Vettel. But the 3 drivers have gone out there on soft tyres are Stroll, Zhou and Vettel. Hamilton is second fastest. Leclerc is currently the quickest. But Stroll's having a number of moments down at turn 13, Synth. As you said, that's one of the most difficult parts of the track.
Yeah, I think Sebastian Vettel's going to struggle through there as well. We can see his onboard on the bottom left through there. Yeah, definitely. And he's slid off. Yeah, that's not going to improve your time with that corner like that. So, yeah, the Aston Martin is still struggling a bit too much.
Yeah, Megs, he was just flying all over the track there, wasn't he?
He was, though also, I am trying to figure out the thought process of Ferrari.
Ted? Oh, no, Ted, go on.
I'm trying to figure out their thought process of why they always mess up the tyre strategies.
Oh, Josh, you know Ferrari more than anybody. Why do you think they mess up the tyre strategy? Yeah, why do you think they mess up the tyres?
Because they've gone up to they've had 3 weeks off. They've put their clown masks back in the loft. They've got a bit dusty. They got them out on Thursday. They dusted them off, and then they decided to hold off, and Zoe says, I have no grip.
And he's on slicks. So that's interesting, Paul.
Yeah, so I think what's happened is they've got them out of the loft, they've dusted them off, and they've put them back on as 3 seconds until the checkers.
So here we go. Yeah, here we go. Tsunoda will be the first one to cross the line. Verstappen and Perez are coming to the pit lane. It's session over for them. Checkered flag. Tsunoda goes 6th fastest. He jumps out of the elimination zone so high you'd forget his size. He's only small, and that was a big leap. Up to P6. Fantastic. Now Magnussen's at the last corner. Crosses the line. Goes 8th. It's the last lap faster. Everyone's going to go faster. Red Bull could be a bit of trouble here. if everyone improves, and they are. And
Come on,
Alonso is purple in Sector 2, and he's the driver in the cusp zone. And guess what? Our driver trackers are back. Our timings are back for Q3. Brilliant. So here comes Schumacher out of the last corner. Can he find any more time as well? Norris goes P7. Schumacher's drifting in as well. Has he got any more time across the line? Schumacher, no! Schumacher's only 13th, the 154.370. And look at this from Pierre Gasly. He's 12th at the moment with some good sector times. Gasly goes into 6th. Alonso is out of qualifying as things stand across the line.
Yes.
Alonso goes 5th. 153.127. Stroll could get through, and Russell's out of qualifying as things stand. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Russell's out of qualifying by
He's going
6
too slow.
thousandths. Cross the line goes Stroll. He stays 12th. Vettel, I think
Has a better chance than Russell.
Vettel's backed out the lap time. Russell's going too slow. Russell's backed out of it. Vettel's backed out of it. Zhou's backed out of it. And George Russell's taken the flag. So Russell is out of qualifying by 6 thousandths of a second. Stroll 12th. Schumacher 13th. Vettel 14th. Zhou 15th. They're eliminated. Mercedes get it wrong. And it's George Russell who pays the price. And he's out of qualifying number 2. Wow.
Why did he not try?
Green light, and away we go. At the end of the pit lane, we are underway for qualifying number 3 here at Singapore. And I'll tell you one thing, guys, as well. It looks to be a major runaround. Nobody knows what tyres they're going on. Ted's got news.
Some slick tyres. So, given that Leclerc was the one in Q2, the first one to have a mind to go to slick tyres, then the fitting of Inter seems a bit strange, but that's maybe why he's decided to hold station. So only the AlphaTauri of Gasly and Kevin Magnussen in the Haas are out there on intermediates at the moment. Everybody else, Fernando Alonso's just passed me, also on the dry slick tyres. And here comes the Ferrari. And I can't see any green on the sidewall. Yeah, it's the soft tyres, the slick tyres for Leclerc.
Cheers, Ted. So it looks like, Megs, they've gone straight away for what we thought they might, and they've gone straight for Inter tyres and dry tyres as well.
Good.
Cynthia, what's your prediction going into Q3?
Oh, I want to say it again. I'm just going to do it. I think this time we will actually have a crash. But I think at the start, not the final laps.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think we'll have a
This is the
delay.
first lap for them on the slicks. So
Yeah, it seems more likely that something will happen now rather than later. I'm just happy that we've got our timing screen back, our normal timing screen as well, because me and Megan have come to rely on our timing screen an awful lot.
I always have.
Yeah, and it's this one as well that's just perfect, isn't it? So well done to everybody at the T feed who have got that working for the last qualifying session of the day as well. And we'll keep our driver tracker with F1.com because we like our driver tracker because it's a lot better than the easy one. It's easier to follow, isn't it, than the other one. Josh, what do you think going into this next session then? What's your betting? Dry tyres or Inter's still the way to go?
First run into,
Verstappen.
second run soft.
Reminder, again, better the conditions at the end.
Okay, so this is going to be a better conditions at the end situation. Go on, Josh, say again.
Yeah, I think Inter's first run soft, second run.
That's the wiser call. I would have agreed with you. Several drivers have gone for softs now when they're not ready for them. Tsunoda and Magnussen might actually set better lap times. Let's see then into the giant unknown for qualifying here at Singapore. It's a crossover that they've never done in the modern cars as well. They haven't done it since 2017 as well. That was a whole different generation ago. What time is the crossover going to be to Inters to softs as well, especially with 18-inch wheels? Down Raffles Boulevard we go. Something was churning up there. Did you hear that as well?
It sounded like a
I think it's
kettle.
signs.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
It sounded like a
Sim's
kettle.
right.
One of
It's
those old
Sainz's
ones.
engine in the side of the screen. It's
Oh,
Sainz's
that's
PU.
worrying.
Yeah, good spot there, Sim. I didn't notice that.
If it
that's the car's
sounds
open.
like an old-time kettle on the hob.
It's there in the background.
Yeah. It sounds like an old-time kettle on a hob.
It really does. That's the turbo
Like-
whining away.
Like when the kettle whistles
Yeah.
when you're...
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's a really weird sound. Anyway, first sector times. Leclerc's not on a lap time just yet. So let's check. Verstappen 30.9. Perez 31.1, but Tsunoda on the intermediate tyres is faster at 30.297. We knew it might be the truth. We didn't expect it to be the truth this quickly. Tsunoda is quicker, and now Hamilton on the dry tyres has done a 30.119. So it's a complete guesswork as to who's got the right tyres to what part of the track. But Cynthia, I think you said as well, this last sector, it's not for dries yet. Still Inter's there.
Yeah, under the tunnel is very dry, of course. Oh, look at Max struggling there through the final sector. Is he backed out of it now? I think he's still going. This is going to be so tricky for the drivers.
Max is going to push as hard as he possibly can. Is this provisional pole position number 18 of his Formula 1 career on the weekend of his 25th birthday, when he could clinch the world title for a second time? He delivers a 1:56.940 as the provisional pole time. But Tsunoda, 1:55. 170. Tsunoda takes provisional pole by 1.7 seconds. Perez has backed out of it, so the third sector is still too wet.
That's 2 seconds nearly.
It's unbelievable. 1.770. Perez crosses the line. He goes fifth. But look at Lewis Hamilton. And Verstappen has gone faster in the first sector now than Hamilton. So the track's getting hotter. And the tyres are getting hotter the more laps they do.
Yeah, Tsunoda's on the Inters.
Yeah, so amazing as Leclerc goes second now. And Lewis Hamilton goes on 1:53.082. He is 2 seconds faster than Tsunoda. And more worryingly, he's 3.8 seconds faster than Verstappen on the same tyre. Now, Red Bull really are going to worry, but Lewis Hamilton in 2019 delivered the lap of the gods. And has he just done it again in mixed conditions?
I don't know, but I think Tsunoda's on his level right now.
Unbelievable.
Leclerc too.
Unbelievable, Josh. What do you think of this?
Wow. The stat could continue today.
Well, Russell's out of qualifying. He starts 11th on the grid. Magnus has just gone out on that lap now. So it is all down to Hamilton to take a pole position. Norris saying about recharging the energy. There's Felipe Massa. Well, they said world champion. Formula 1 driver in the World Championship from 2002 to 2017. Multiple victories in Formula 1. Won it. I don't think he ever actually won here in Singapore. He was due to, but never did. Verstappen goes second and 1:54.293. He's 1.2 seconds off of Hamilton. Now,
and Hamilton's going 1.2 seconds faster again than his own time.
What's happening with now? Verstappen's got clean air. Hamilton's behind Leclerc.
Lando Norris.
Norris goes second, 0.3 off the pace, 1:53.397. Perez goes third, ahead of Verstappen as well. But look at Fernando Alonso.
What do they have for
Fernando's sector times are amazing, and Alonso takes pole. 1:52.520. Fernando Alonso has provisional pole position, and Magnus now he collapses in the commentary box. It doesn't last long. Leclerc goes to Hamilton goes out. It's faster. There's a yellow flag out there somewhere on the track. Unbelievable action. Yellow sector 3. It's Verstappen. Is that Gasly? It's Gasly off the track. Here's Verstappen through the stadium sector now. I think Gasly's gone straight on again. Alonso, Hamilton fastest, Alonso's third, yeah. So it is Gasly. Is either no, Gasly's just gone straight on the soft tyres, having to reverse. But is that going to affect Verstappen? Whereas Verstappen is down by 0.061 in that sector. He's approaching that zone now. Gasly's still not moving.
Gone green.
Here we go. Gasly gets going. And Verstappen is struggling out there on those soft tyres. He was fastest sector 1, but sector 2 and sector 3, Synthel, he's having no grip whatsoever.
Yeah, it's incredible. The sector 3, I suppose, is from Lewis, is incredible. And he's really struggling so much Verstappen through his final sector.
Leclerc's done. Oh, and Verstappen nearly in the wall! Verstappen very nearly in the wall there! Coming on at turn 21, a massive snap of oversteer, and he takes second! 1:51.395, and he's still 0.3 down on Hamilton.
Slicks aren't his friend, though.
No, and he's struggling an awful lot out there as well, but Hamilton takes pole position 104 at the moment. We've got 3:48 to go, and they're not boxing as normal, Megan.
I think Leclerc's had a moment.
He's behind Hamilton. Leclerc's backed off the lap as well. Here comes Checo. Checo to the line. Can he check out to the front row of the grid, or is it going to be row 2? It's row 2. 151.747. Perez goes third fastest overall. Josh, this is an amazing qualifying, probably even the best of the year.
Am I dreaming? No, I am not. I am having to poke myself right now. Look.
Angela's crossing her fingers. We can't hear Josh at the moment. I think we're having an internet problem on our side as well. Or maybe it is, we can hear him now. Look, Marina Bay, previous pole sitters. Josh, you told us about these as well. Leclerc, Hamilton, Vettel, Rosberg, and Vettel going backwards. It's always been either a Mercedes or Ferrari, Josh, and it is Mercedes' turn this weekend, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Ferrari was in 2019 as Magnussen comes towards the final couple of corners down towards the line, goes 8th, a 154.775. Hamilton has won every single year he has raced in Formula 1, and he has not had a win this year. Could Singapore change that?
Hasn't had a win since Saudi Arabia 2021. His last pole position came there as well. 103 races, victories, 103 pole positions. It's a nice little stat to have, and this is Gasly since coming to the sector you were warning us about.
Yeah, he's going to go straight on here. Front left, going to look on the front right actually, maybe a bit too much on the white line. It's actually, I think it's sector 2 where Verstappen loses the most on Lewis.
We want to be one of the last cars crossing the line.
Okay, Lewis has just been told he wants to be the last car to cross the line. Understood, he says as well over the radio. So Leclerc is now on a lap time as well, looking quite quick. Leclerc's up by 0.284. So Leclerc is faster, and now he's turning right behind Lewis. Lewis Hamilton's right behind him.
Technically, that means that he can get a tow.
And it is crucial here down Raffles Boulevard. You do need a bigger tow than
Whoa,
normal.
Max.
Whoa, Max Verstappen sliding bigly.
Qualifying, this is
6 tenths faster.
Track is drying, so the last one across the line will set a better time. Fernando Alonso takes pole position! A 1:57.37! I don't believe it!
Oh my.
Alonso and Leclerc!
He never lasts.
Leclerc goes fastest! 1:49.412! So Leclerc goes quicker, but as Sinthal says, Max is fighting that Red Bull, and he's pushing in as hard as he can. And Hamilton too now starts his final lap of qualifying, and Verstappen is 7 tenths up, Sinthal. This is amazing.
Oh, so close to the wall there. It's incredible. This final sector, that's going to be the most difficult one.
Oh, he's locked out!
Oh,
He's locked
no.
out! He's made a mistake! Hopefully he hasn't lost too much time, but Verstappen might not have just taken it.
Yeah, Verstappen's got
Alonso, and look at Hamilton's first sector, 29.169 as well, so that's not over. Verstappen might just have pole, but it sounds like he's backing out of it. Has he backed out? I'm not too sure. It's not sounding too great.
What is it with these three today?
Leclerc, Alonso, Hamilton.
Yes.
1, 2, 3. And Verstappen's backed out of it. He's going to go for one more lap. If he crosses the line nicely as well, he might just get across the line before the checker flag comes out as well. In 14 seconds, he will. So Verstappen will go on to one more flying lap. He made a mistake. Sainz makes a mistake coming out of turn 21 as well. Before the last 2 corners of the lap, here comes Carlos Sainz now to the line. Can he go front row, making a Ferrari double? Yes, he can. Checker flag's out. Sainz goes top, second place. 150, 149.583. Now Perez, Alonso, and Leclerc on their last laps. Hamilton second sector faster. Here comes Perez across the line. He goes second. He's 22 thousandths off the pace.
By a lot.
149.434. Alonso's next as well. Alonso might just take pole position. Here he
Lando
is.
fourth.
Lando goes fourth. And Megan, you've got to call Alonso.
Right, Alonso comes across the line and it's...
Fifth at the moment.
He goes fourth, so he did his best.
149.966. Great job there. Hamilton. It is between Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen, who is down in the first sector. Verstappen's not going to do it. Hamilton might just take pole position in the line. Hamilton. Oh, he's third. 54 thousandths of a second off the pace of Leclerc. I don't believe it. The top 3 separated by 54 thousandths of Verstappen is up by 9 tenths of a second. Verstappen's finding time everywhere he looks. I don't know. Verstappen going for his second world title here in Singapore. as Magnussen goes 8th. Gasly and Tsunoda will take 9th and 10th for sure. But is pole going the way of Leclerc, or is it going the way of Max Verstappen? We're about to find out. Out of the last couple of corners, punching it. Verstappen, gonna be so sweet. Tsunoda 9th, Gasly will stay 10th. Gasly goes 7th. Tsunoda starts 10th. And Verstappen boxed it! Verstappen boxed it!
You had time!
Charles Leclerc takes pole position for the Singapore Grand Prix. And it's set. Let's hear from him.
Box, Max. Box. Why? Why?
Why did they box him?
Why?
They just ruined it.
He had time. He was a second up on Leclerc's time. 1:51.935.
Without the pit stop, he would have made
taken
it.
Yeah.
He would have got 48.
Yeah. So, look, Verstappen would have had pole there. I have no idea why Red Bull called him in. But Verstappen starts 8th. What?
Why box the driver you're trying to get the championship for?
I cannot believe what we've just witnessed.
Don't break the table.
It's Leclerc on pole position, Perez is 2nd, Hamilton 3rd, Sainz 4th, Alonso is 5th, 6th for Norris, Gasly 7th, Verstappen starts 8th, Magnussen 9th, and Tsunoda in 10th. But it had to be Leclerc or Perez
Broken the cycle.
being out of the race, but it's Verstappen starting 8th. Surely the title now goes to Japan.
It
Why?
has to.
Let's take a look around the Marina Bay Street Circuit, a 3.152-mile circuit, 61 laps ahead of us as well. It was Formula One's first ever night race and is still the most demanding on the calendar. Good exit out of turn 23 and launch down towards turn number 1. It's a flat braking zone as well. The first 3 corners really do surprise you and always gives us a great start to the race. 1 and 2, hard braking zone towards turn number 3, a 3rd gear, 2nd down. Now move up, 4th gear, 5th gear, 6th gear, 7th gear as you rattle through down now. Raffles Boulevard, open up the DRS, 8th gear maximum as you hurtle down towards turn 7 at Memorial Corner. Great opportunity for an overtake as well. A perfect chance to mess up and go straight into the barrier. Now the track tightens up in towards turn 8, 9 and 10 as you come past Stamford as well. Into this run down past the Raffles Hotel and down now towards the Singapore Sling. Into the corner, quick flick to the left, back on the power before the new modified complex as well as we go over the Anderson Bridge. Into a very tight hairpin down at turn 13 and looking for some. We've seen overtakes there aplenty. Downhill then with the 3rd DRS zone as well towards turn number 14. Slap on the brakes from 7th gear. Down to 2nd gear, control the exit as well. The car can easily rotate around you on here as well. Back then into 17 and 18 now through the Esplanade. Back where Nelson Piquet crashed deliberately back in 2008. Underneath the grandstand as well, it's a vibration that is felt lap after lap. 19 and 20 coming up then as well through these very tight chicane. You get so close to the exit wall here. Drivers often flirt with danger. Flip it through turn 22 and 23. 2 left-handers to finish the lap and across the line. And that is a lap at the Marina Bay Street Circuit. Hello everybody and welcome to Formula One and welcome to what is an absolute deluge. I seem to be cursed. Somebody seems to have cursed me because I wake up early in the morning as well, commentate on Moto 3, that's fine. Moto 2, rain, gets red flagged. MotoGP gets delayed an hour due to rain. We come over to Formula 1, all's going fine up until around about half an hour ago when the heavens opened. Josh plays alongside me once again. Josh, the weather is just abysmal and quite rightly so. The start that was supposed to be in 45 minutes time has been aborted, and also the entire start procedure has been delayed indefinitely. We're expecting an update at 12:32 local time as well. Sorry, UK time. That is 8:32 local in Singapore. So it's just a waiting game, and we're having to wait and see. But hello, everybody on USRN2 who has tuned in to our coverage here today of the Singapore Grand Prix. I hope you're in for a long one, because we might even be going to the lengths of Talladega as well later on. The heavens have opened as well. I'm Joshua Birch, and joining me is Josh Plays once again. The start procedure has been delayed. We've just been telling the folks on YouTube about it as well. The rain opened around about half an hour ago, and the track is completely lost, and there's heavier clouds coming as well. Josh, what do you make of it? Everything delayed, and we're in a waiting game now.
Yeah, we really are. And Belgium 2021 vibes right now.
The good thing is we've got lights, so we can go as long as we like, technically. So that's a good thing. Yeah, we've got nowhere to be. Have you got anywhere to be? I'm fine for the rest of the day.
I've not got anywhere to be.
Yeah,
I got tons of drink because I knew it was going to be a long one.
I have not got one single drink in the commentary box, but that is handy because I can have people bring me drinks, so it's okay. Megan is joining us shortly as well, and look, this is something rare for Megan. There's a second microphone.
What?
A second handheld microphone ready for Megan as well. Usually when she walks in, she just puts a headset on and starts commentating, but no, because of the delay, Megan has her own mic. This is the mic that we bought. Are you feeling
okay today, Joss?
I'm completely out of it, but yeah, Megan has her own handheld microphone waiting. That's how serious this situation is, and the fact that we're going to be here. Now, crucially, it is a 2-hour race inside a 3-hour window. We've got no thing about darkness because it's a night race, so we can actually go as long as possible, but it is still that crucial that it is a 2-hour race. Once the green light goes on and the lights go out, it is a 2-hour race inside a 3-hour window. That's the cutoff time. But the start has all been delayed, so we are just sat here waiting around to see what's going to happen. So the longer we go, the longer it'll be until we get a procedure. We could see, Josh, our first ever Formula One race that ends on a Monday. Never ever in Formula One history. We've raced on Fridays, we've raced on Saturdays, we've raced on Sundays. We've never, ever, ever had a race finish on a Monday local time. Because I know Australia always have it. But in terms of local time, we've never had a race on a Monday. That could be something.
Wow. Yes, that could be something. And it's highly possible, let's just say.
It is indeed. Should we get an update then from Ted Kravitz? He's got all the latest for
Thank
us.
You very much, Simon. Yes, welcome to a very still extremely rainy pit wall. So just getting some information from the guys down here at McLaren. And the thinking from the FIA is threefold. First of all, there's lightning about, and that doesn't help anybody. You need to make sure everybody is safe and secure. Secondly, that even though they think this rain is going to dry out and stop actually in about 10 minutes time, and the radar is still suggesting that it looks like it's going to stop until 1923. Thank you very much. You see about 1923, something like that. So maybe that's extended. This rain shower has now been extended until 3 minutes after the cars would have gone out. That's clearly not going to happen. The cars would not be able to go out, go to the grid. It would be endangering everybody who would then want to go out onto the grid. So because around now, you'd normally have all these mechanics would be going out with their little sort of easy up shelters going out onto the grid. And if there is thunder and lightning around, which there clearly is, then the FIA don't want to do that. And finally, remember Monaco, Simon? Yeah, the FIA want to avoid that happening again. So really when the other start to a wet race we had in Monaco, it was all a little bit chaotic. There was issues with teams getting cars and drivers to the tyres, wet tyres, dry tyres, intermediate tyres, and the FIA here are just saying, right, let's calm everything down, let's delay the start point, and then we can have a bit more order once we get onto the grid, and hopefully it stops raining.
Yeah, thank you very much as well, Ted Kravitz then as well. And Josh, I think that's a good point. They've delayed the start point of this race as well, just to try and give us an opportunity to actually have a race at some point today. Good afternoon to Peter Schumann. Good afternoon, Peter. Nice to have you as well, and up in the YouTube chat as well. We're expecting an update in around about 12 minutes' time, but the weather is due to stop in 3 minutes' time, and it is still bucketing it down. We can see on the TV pictures. I don't know if you've got a TV in front of you, but the rain is so heavy right now that the track is going to be completely flooded. Only 5.3 metre elevation change here, so there's that to contend in. But I don't see this race getting underway for at least another hour, maybe hour and a half as well, until we get going again. So I think the universe just hates me at the moment because we're having to fill more time, just like with MotoGP this morning.
Yeah, well, good job. I found a Marina Bay circuit on BeamNG, isn't it?
Oh, did you? Oh, fantastic.
Yes,
well,
but,
that helps YouTube viewers. Those of you on USRN will have to imagine what we're talking about.
Yes, Sky F1 have escaped to the media pen, it looks like. But for some reason, it's clear skies where I am, really sunny, but I'm absolutely freezing.
Are you cold?
Yes.
I did wonder why you wore a jacket. Okay, let's go from Ted in the pit lane down at Mercedes, because George Russell, of course, now starting from the back of the grid.
Thank you very much, Simon. Yes, just echo that. I think I learnt more about Lewis Hamilton in that 5 minutes of interviews than I've learnt more from talking to him on a racing level for several years. So great stuff, and great to see Lewis Hamilton happy once again in his life, even though he's not winning races. Right, let's turn our attention to the technical side of his car. So let's see what's going on here in the Mercedes garage. So they're converting the car to as much of a wet setup as they can do. That doesn't really mean much. There's not all that much they can change on these cars mechanically. They're still in parc ferme, but what they can do is make sure that the brakes are hot and make sure that there's good heat coming from the brakes into the tyres to keep, whether it's the wet weather tyres, which will clearly, very probably be starting the race with, or the intermediate tyres, make sure there's heat in them. And that's why we're seeing this bit of silver speed tape. Just go over a certain section of the brake duct. And what that does, normal dry conditions, that brake duct would be getting exactly the right amount of air through that brake duct, through to cool the brake disc, through to cool the calipers, and then into the tyres. Because everything is going to be cooled down a bit in the rain, then you can just close a bit of that off and make sure that there's even more heat going to where it is. So, painstaking work with a little bit of speed tape and a scalpel, and then just make sure that's going ahead. So the rest of the cars, if we look downstream on car number 44, Lewis Hamilton's car, doesn't change. Nothing really they can do. Stick some wet tyres on, stick some intermediate tyres on, and go racing. And Hamilton, well, if he was happy in that interview, will he be happy in these conditions? Yes, he will, because even though he starts with a good position, P3 on the grid, just behind Charles Leclerc and Sergio Perez, these are the conditions he likes. Yes, clearly, these are the conditions Max Verstappen likes, George Russell likes, Lando Norris likes, but Hamilton will have no fears about what today will bring in these conditions. Let's have a look at George Russell's car as well. And actually, some more work has been doing on his car. That's because he does start in the pit lane, not to the back of the grid. Because they've changed so many parts of this car, they've taken the opportunity to introduce Power Unit 4 on Russell's car. He was going to start 11th, but, you know, it's going to be difficult from whatever position he was going to be, even if it was 11th, which is not a bad starting place on the grid. And given George's prowess in these conditions as well, you might consider he might have been able to move further forward in these conditions, but Mercedes have taken the opportunity to put a new power unit in. That means they can change things like rear suspension. There we go. There we get a nice view of the rear brakes and how much work is going on there. Some detailed view. Oh, maybe we could be... No, we can still get that view. That's good. Just good to be able to change as much as they can. And I think this hands Russell an opportunity. Now that they're starting for pit lane, they do have that freedom to change some bits on the car to make it for a bit more of a wet setup. And that means that we could see Russell, we know how good he is in the wet, Simon, come from the pit lane to even the podium. I mean, anyone could be on the podium. I'd love to tell you, Simon, that it's easing up, and there's a good reason why I'm not wearing you're holding the umbrella. Unfortunately, I'm cheating. I'm standing under the underhang of the pit building, and if I go back into the pit lane with no umbrella, I start to instantly regret that decision. I'm in the pit lane, Tom. If you start to go in the pit, there we are. You got me. You wouldn't expect me to be out here because I'm getting wet extremely quickly. So I think the FIA are right. All the mechanics are very thankful that the FIA are delaying the start. And as I say, I instantly regret this decision to give you a physical demonstration of exactly how wet it still is.
Ted Wavitz there as well, coming through as well, or Wet Kravitz as well, or Ted. He's just soaked, isn't he? Poor Ted as well.
Let's not go there. It's still 25 minutes past midday, not midnight. And
whose foolish
I am
idea? Whose foolish idea was it to start the pre-show at 11:45 when usually we started at 12? Ready? Hi. My fault. I didn't expect the weather. But this is what people were asking us to do as well. They were sick of having the pre-show going until 5 minutes before the start. They wanted more coverage. And we're happy to bring it to you. And to be fair, I'd rather much be doing this right now as well. We're going to get 7 minutes until we get an update, probably start delayed once again in the procedure as well, to come forward. Yeah, let's talk about... Sorry, do you continue what you were saying? It's not like we haven't got any time to rush into things.
Yeah, I was... just want to make sure that you're all right after yesterday's Grid Live free show.
Yes.
Nicholas Latifi, F1 World Champion. What's that?
Ultimate brain fade moment, I believe, as well. I mean, that's just the thing of being up since 3 a.m. commentating on MotoGP as well, and that's sort of the basis of having literally no sleep. And it's been the same today as well. I've had 4 hours sleep, which I know sounds, that's okay, but no, because I've had a lot of less sleep across the nights, so I'm running on fumes. MotoGP was an hour longer than it needed to be because of the rain delays and all that lot, and also that stitch in my chest that played up yesterday started playing up at the end of MotoGP, so I'm sort of battling through that as well. And this is the longest race of the year as well. David Croft is up in the commentary box. Crofty, what have you got for us, please?
There's room for a few more up here, Simon. You might as well come and enjoy the drive.
Yes, please. Yes, please. I'll go.
Welcome to the commentary box. Interesting that Ted was down at Lewis Hamilton's car a few moments ago. It's the first race in 176 races that Lewis Hamilton starts without being in contention for a world championship. Since the start of the turbo hybrid era in 2014, he's always been in contention for the world championship, even in the years that he lost out. He lost out, of course, in the final round in 2016 and 2021. So this is the first time he's gone into a race knowing he can't win a world championship this year. It's the night, of course, that Max Verstappen could win the world championship, but could the rain thwart his plans to try and celebrate tonight? Well, it could if the race gets cut short. Now, have a look at the screens here. These are our weather screens in the commentary box. If we could just get off Charles Leclerc's crash helmet for a moment. And in these screens, we have all the messages from the stewards and the data that tells us air temperature, track temperature, whether it's wet or dry. And crucially, in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a clock. It's a 2-hour clock, and that is the race clock. So when the race gets underway, that starts counting down. 3 times in the past here, we've had the 61 laps cut short because we would have exceeded that 2-hour race clock. But there's another clock that the FIA work to too, and that's that 3-hour clock from the scheduled start of a race to when a race must be completed. And even with the delay tonight, that 3-hour clock will start ticking down at 8 p.m. in Singapore time. So in 32 minutes, that 3-hour clock will start. And we have to get the race in within that 3 hours. Now, if the rain sticks around, and I'm told it's going to ease off in about 10 minutes' time, that then could give us problems in terms of completing the race and the full 61 laps or the full distance. And if you remember back to Spa, where we had scenes like that, but it was an awful lot colder, the FIA weren't very happy with what happened and the outcome of awarding half points for a race that had, 2 laps behind the safety car, and that was it. So, Article 6.5 of the Sporting Regulations now comes into play, where no points will be awarded if the leaders completed less than 2 laps. No points will be awarded unless a minimum of 2 laps have been completed by the leader without a safety car or a virtual safety car intervention. Now, if the leaders completed more than 2 laps but less than 25% of the scheduled distance, column 1 comes into play, and that's 6 points for the win and 1 point down to 1 point for 5th. And 25% here is the end of lap 16. Points column 2 takes you from 25% to half race distance. You get 13 points for winning, down to 1 point for 9th place. And half race distance is end of lap 31. Points column 3 goes from half race distance to 3/4 race distance. That's 19 points for the winner, down to 1 point in 10th, and you can start to have a fastest lap with that one as well once we've gone beyond 50%. And if we get to lap 45, well, that will be full points awarded, and that's what Max Verstappen needs tonight, full points to be awarded, because without those full points, he can't stand a chance of winning a championship. Obviously, it also depends on what George Russell and Carlos Sainz and Sergio Perez and Charles Leclerc do, but I just thought I'd try and keep you amused, occupied, updated while we have this rain delay. And look at it out there. It's great for ducks, isn't it, Simon?
It really is great for ducks as well. It's great for everybody. Now, I've relocated up in the commentary box as well to sitting down. And I know Josh has done the same thing as well, because there's literally 0 point in us both standing up for God knows how long. So while we just get the camera angles sorted up here in the box as well, there's lots of lightning, Josh, as well. If we open up as well the radio channel behind us, there's just tons and tons of lightning.
Trust me, when it thunders in Singapore, it thunders.
Do you
because it's
go on.
right by the equator.
Do you reckon that this race is actually going to start at all? Like a physical start might not even happen? As you can hear, blinded by the light in the background. That's just taking the mick as well further behind. Blinded by the lightning as well. And we're just looking at the moment of the weather radar, and it looks absolutely horrific out here as well. So start procedure has been suspended. We already knew that as an official announcement as well. Let's go down to Simon Lazenby as well with some more information.
Bearing in mind his starting position, Max.
Yes, absolutely. This can throw chaos at it. But the biggest thing is, I think, is getting this race done. It looks like if it is going to clear, you'll have enough time to do the 2 hours, because you would suspect if it is going to stop, they will shorten the grid procedure, get going. I think that's the most important thing for the fans, is to get the race underway as quick as possible. Yes, it's ideal to have a longer grid presentation, but at some point you've got to get this race moving as quick as possible.
But I've got to talk to Will.i.am on the grid.
What would we do without that? What would we do without you talking to Will.i.am?
Martin.
But as Paul said, I think that it'd be smart, wouldn't they, if they foreshortened everything, and it's all about the race.
Is that easy enough to do, the foreshortening of everything? I mean, does it kind of throw a few procedures out of sync, out of line?
No, because the last 15 minutes is very defined, isn't it, in terms of when they have to start the procedure, getting the wheels and tyres on and clearing the bulk of the people off the grid from the teams and all that. So once they get into that, the rest of it is for media and what have you, but I don't imagine they're going to want us on there.
Could they decide, because the race time, the allocated slot of 3 hours, just decide to send them out the garage straight into the
Further
restart
update in 15 minutes.
and miss the grid presentation on the basis of that? Purely because the race is already ticking down for the allocation of it. It's circumstances we've not had a complete delay, is it?
I tell you what they could do, they might put the safety car at the end of the pit lane. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and then just send them out and just go
out until they decide they're either going to have a rolling start or a standing start.
That's a good idea.
I don't know if
That
that's
doesn't look like
mandated.
standing start conditions, obviously, at the moment, does it? Would you really think that that's...
No, but no. If you were behind the safety car, you would say rolling
start.
start at the moment. But as a safety point of view, but whether they've got the freedom, Paul, to suddenly apply common sense in that respect, whether the regulations give them that latitude to go, okay, right, the race is ticking down, let's just trundle out, and then normally as you get going behind the safety car, that's the moment the 2 hours starts ticking down, isn't it?
Well, you're looking at it, you're looking 15 minutes for a decision, then you've got 10 minutes or say before you can even get a car trundling. So you're kind of looking half an hour into the 3 hour window of the race. So with 2.5 hours left for the race finish, it'd be wise just to get it moving as quick as you can, if you can do that.
I don't know why these lot are on about this situation as well, Josh, with the situation of the 3 hour window, because we had the hour given back at the Belgian Grand Prix. We literally had the situation of we ran out of time. What was it? Belgium was 4.5 hours or something or other. So the FIA kept a full hour back just in case.
Yeah. So
I don't see a problem of just delaying this race. We're not working against the sun because it's a night race. The marshals are here until tomorrow morning as well. So everyone's working to European time, marshals included. It's only 12:34 European time now, or 1:34. I say just wait. Just wait it out, and then we actually get some form of a Grand Prix on today.
Yeah, and as I said in chat, Crofty, if the rock is wet, it's raining. If it's dry, it's not. You don't need a screen saying it's wet or dry. LOL.
Yeah,
and
you don't.
The flag LED boards showing it's raining. We know.
I know. It's like the common sense as well is a little bit bizarre as well. Hello on USON to Christian as well, who is listening in. Hi, Christian. Hopefully you're all okay as well. General Kenobi. It's that type of day. Now, Motorsport Broadcasting's tweeted as well. We do know now, we've just been told, there is a further 15-minute delay to proceedings as well. So, Motorsport Broadcasting has said, question, normally a 40-minute gap between the pit lane opening and the race starting. Is that still the case when the pit lane opening is delayed? Is there a regulation which covers this? Answer, no. As well. And looking at the current F1 World Feed pictures, though, might put a bet on that we won't get a race this evening way beyond undrivable. It is torrential rain.
Has just DM'd me.
Oh, what's he saying?
Saying, I think the track is a little wet.
Just a little bit wet. Yeah, just a little bit. Not enough to stop the proceedings. So we could be in for another Belgium, but at least Belgium actually started. We got a couple of laps behind the safety car before they decided to throw the red flag. It was a similar situation as well that we had with Monaco earlier on this year when the rain came out. We got a couple of laps behind the safety car as well until it was needed to stop. There we go. I'll just fix the microphone because people are saying it doesn't sound that great. It sounded too echoey. So I forgot I've got to twist a dial because it's not on the right source because that source is being taken up by the track feed that we'll hear shortly. But no, I completely agree as well. It is shocking out there at the moment. Absolutely shocking. As you can hear Sky Bet in the background as well. Do you reckon we'll actually get a race today, Josh? Because looking at that, I mean, we've got floodlights. If we can't go racing on a night track, then the FIA is a complete shambles and the regulations need changing. If NASCAR can wait 5 hours for a 10-lap race, I'm sure we can wait just a couple of hours with a night track until it dries out to get a 61-lap Grand Prix, which is crucial to the World Championship.
Yeah, the FIA, don't get me started on them. Every single race they do something and it's absolutely F1 Twitter. More precisely, FIA Twitter.
Oh, what's
goes
going
insane.
on? Well, that's reminded me, actually, we were going to get TweetDeck up and add it to the side of the stream as well, because there's no point looking at a empty driver tracker for a couple of hours. So we've got the new Sky F1 screen. We might as well use it a bit much as well. I think we're going to have an interview with Ted Kravitz shortly as well on a further update as well when we come back from the advertisement break for them. Do get in touch with us on the YouTube channel. We want to know your best motorsport stories possible as well. And we need something to talk about at the moment. The rain is deluging down harder now than ever before as well. Let's head back to Simon.
Shelter, those rain worshippers have stayed out. And he's regretting it, is that chap. But there we go. Maybe he'll drive for a little bit later. Let's go to Ted, who could update us on what's going to go on with these start procedures we were discussing. Ted.
Hello, welcome, Simon. We were just going to anyway, Andreas Seidel. Sorry, this is just a COVID influence of interviews down here in the pit lane. Andreas, what's your understanding about whether we actually need to have a grid presentation at all? It is in the regulations, but could we just go, as we seem to starting to ease up here, could we just go straight to the grid and start the race?
Actually, we didn't look into that yet. From our point of view, from what we understand, it should get a lot easier with the rain shortly, so we expect that the normal procedure goes ahead as planned and that we have a wet race out then, and then we see how it goes.
Because the 3-hour time starts from the start of the race?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
All right, so whenever that will be. And how are you preparing your cars any differently? All I can see is just the polishing of some mirrors here on Daniel's car, but how are you changing anything, and how are you looking at procedures, and what kind of opportunities might it present for Daniel and Lando?
Yeah, no changes to the cars anymore. It's not a surprise that the weather is like it is right now. In the end, 2 different races probably for us today. On Lando's side, we were quite happy with starting in P6 here. So objective is to stay around this area during the race in a potentially very complicated race with these conditions here. And on Daniel's side, obviously, it's clear that with the difficulties to overtake here, we are waiting for opportunities. There's a high chance for opportunities today with these conditions, so it's important to stay in the game, and then hopefully we can score good points with both cars.
Okay, so just finally, what do you expect is the next procedure that we're going to go through? As I say, it has pretty much starting to ease up down here. How much notice do you need to get to the grid, and then everything will just continue as is?
Oh, we don't need a lot of notice. Everyone is on standby, ready to go. I think on the screens it said that they give us a warning of 10 minutes on an updated schedule, so that's more than enough to get ready to go to the grid.
Okay, well listen, I can feel some nerves. If I was on the pit wall, I would feel a little bit nervous. So yeah, off he goes. Doesn't stay for a thank you very much to Andreas Seidel. And yeah, while I can tell you, Simon, that all the engineers who have to make, actually don't need the umbrella anymore, it really has stopped raining down here completely. While all the engineers are figuring out what they're going to do next, for the mechanics and certainly some drivers like Sebastian Vettel, it's just time for a little bit of time-wasting fun. We've had the Alpine mechanics rowing on one of the grid trolleys across the pit lane, and we've had some amusing incidents at Sebastian Vettel's Aston Martin garage, where they've been on the pit wall here, Tom, where they can. There we go. All the boys are just waiting for their call to action to actually get out there and do something. But yeah, a little wave to everybody at home. Glamorous Formula One back here in Singapore? Nope, nothing like it. It's like a rainy day in Wrexham.
Trust me, when there's a rain delay, the F1 pit lane goes absolutely mad.
So this is the tail end of the big rain we're being told at now, as well as I just need to plug my phone into charge, Josh. So talk us through it on the weather radar. Does that mean that we could get a race in shortly?
I think we should. We could. We've got an update in 4 more minutes. I don't know where Ted's going. It's completely stopped raining.
Yeah, because it is properly raining. We're just seeing it now on our screen, so Ted might be just having a bit of fatigue out there in the pit lane at the moment as well. Let's come back up to the redesigned 2-screen that I've done in that little break as well to introduce TweetDeck to the function and keep me and Josh on the screen.
Hello.
Yeah, what do you think of that? Yeah, hello. What do you think of that?
Yeah, and I believe it says in the regs that they must play the national anthem and have like a 15-minute build-up.
Right, okay. Well, we're just looking at the safety car. That is coming out on the track now
How
as well.
slow the safety car's going.
Pit lane open and whole start procedure delayed. We have just been told as the Bertman. Oh, look at that through turn 2, Josh. Wow, big kick of water on the track, and it's still raining heavy out there. Literally, that spray alone, that water kicked up from the Mercedes safety car there. That's enough to not start the race for a while yet. The rain needs to stop. Then they need to get a procedure in where they can just literally remove all of the water from the track, get those sprayers out there. I would love
the Aston Martin safety car here at a night race under the floodlights going through all of this rain. Some of the photos that are coming out, and thank you very much LED boards for letting me know it's raining.
Yeah, it's still really bad out here at the moment then, as the safety car just heads down Raffles Boulevard, down towards turn 7.
They've listened to me, they're not showing it anymore.
They've stopped it, yeah. Safety car is actually deployed, is the reference we've got on some of the screens up here in the comms box. And it's okay through turn 7. And then they're still showing the boards again, like Josh at turn 8. And look how bad it is at turn 8. That's where it was really bad in free practicing qualifying as well down in turn 8. It was really bad at that part of the track, and it's getting a lot worse now as well. Literally waves from the safety car, and it's struggling to get its traction down. So the chance of this race starting is going to be unbelievably slim, I reckon. What do you think?
Yeah. Ooh.
Is this the safety car coming through Singapore sling?
Safety car's shifting.
It's struggling as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
I need a drink as well. Josh thought about it. I didn't. So I'm asking, can I have a drink as well? Get in touch with us.
Put that there. Go over here. 2. No, well, 1.5.
1.5, not too bad then. Just keeping up to date as well. Use the hashtag JB Motorsports on Twitter, and Josh will keep an eye out for everything as well.
Oh yeah, I actually used that hashtag a couple of days ago.
I thought so. I thought I saw it. As
because someone forgot to do the Twitter for FP1, so I jumped in.
Sorry, I've forgot everything. So safety cars just going round. Looks okay up until you get exit turn 8, and there is a lot of standing water out there on the circuit.
There is.
It looks okay, just about coming through into the turn 18-19. Let's head over to Sky. They're in the paddock with Paul.
It seems to sit on top of it a lot more. And if evidence of yesterday from FP3 to qualifying, it was all the slow speed corners. Turn 3, particularly turn 8, turn 15, the water seems to sit, and it sits in the walls. But I think the most important thing here is, if we are going to go through the full grid procedure, get the cars to the grid as quick as possible. Tell them to take care, so we're ready to go when the conditions are right. And I think be brave and be bold when that is right, because there will be a point when it happens quite quickly. You know, we're standing outside, we couldn't have done that half an hour ago, so it's going to be ready very soon.
I don't think anybody knows the answer to your question, Sai, because nobody's really been around the track in these conditions in all of the years we've been here. It's been remarkably dry, shall we say. So, you know, in terms of how quickly it will drain, as I said, it's the standing water that matters, not that the track is drying, as it were, because, you know, that's not the issue. It's can the grooves in the extreme wet clear the amount of water required to stop the cars from aquaplaning.
Another 10-minute delay to a decision on this one. I suppose what we don't want is for it to keep on going like this. You know, they've got to ensure that it's safe. It's all, we say the same thing all the time, Naomi. We've got to ensure that it's safe, but get on with it.
Well, exactly. I mean, you've got to remember there's a sold-out crowd here in Singapore. They've been subjected to the rain already in their plastic, you know, raincoats, and you know, we want them to have a full show here. We want them to just get everything that they came for. We want the guys to go racing. You know, it's just a matter of time. Obviously, we can see the track doesn't look as treacherous as we probably would have imagined. Yesterday, the front straight actually dried out quite quickly, so I have high hopes that will happen quite soon.
And it's unusual here because normally we're fighting daylight, aren't we, in these when it's really wet, and because it just doesn't matter here. We could presumably start this race at 2 o'clock in the morning if we had to.
Well, noise complaints. There might be a few noise complaints on that front. A bit of noise pollution. Everybody's still waiting patiently. Let's go back to what we're talking about with regards to Daniel Ricciardo, but his teammate Lando Norris, who starts from 6th. And yesterday, with his teammate going out in 17th and not getting through Q1 again, we talked about it, Naomi, being a really gritty performance out there, clinging on, knowing that it was a drying track, just holding on to make sure that when he got the opportunity, he could strike, and he did.
He did. Look, I think the conditions were quite tricky for everyone. It was all about timing, when you were on the track, what tyres you had on, what part of the window the tyres were in, and I think for Lando it all came together, which it didn't happen for his teammate. He actually didn't even make it through after Q3. So Daniel, you know, I mean Lando, sorry, rather, loves these types of conditions. He's one of the few drivers on the grid, including Lewis and Max, that really thrive in these sort of treacherous, tricky conditions. So I think that was why we saw him do well yesterday as well.
I think 5 of the last 6 races, he's finished in 7th position. He's in 7th position in the championship too. So we're talking about the best of the rest here. He's making a name for himself at that, isn't he?
Absolutely. Don't disregard him today because he turns on in these conditions. Look at Spa last year in qualifying. Look at Sochi when it was mixed conditions, the pole position. Look at Imola, the results he's had there in these tricky conditions. And the conditions saved him yesterday, and it shows the car's working. It's just not so good when it dries up around a track like this. But he's a guy oozing with confidence when it gets into these types of Grand Prix, and he'll not be scared to take a risk, I don't think, and he'll certainly want to try and put one on Alonso, and that's his big battle, is to try and beat them in the Constructors' Championship.
Okay, well, it's totally stopped here in the paddock. Let's go back to Ted again. When we were contrasting and comparing yesterday, obviously it was very soggy in the pit lane itself. When we looked onto the start-finish line, it looked dry there. That wasn't one of the problem areas, but how's it looking from your position, Ted?
Ted, time to you.
Well, stay with us, everybody, because we're going to get going soon. And when we do, this is going to be fireworks. So it's difficult to tell Simon slightly because the track surface itself, as we can see, we're right at the end of the pit lane. There's this white line we can't go past, so we won't go past it. The track surface itself is a much lighter colour tarmac than the dark of the pit lane, so it looks like it's drier. I can tell you, it's exactly as wet as the black tarmac that we can see here. And it's this little river, this kind of thing. This is the issue, I think, for the FIA, for the drivers. they want to make sure that when they hit these little rivers, and there are loads of these little sort of ponds and puddles splashing their way around the track, that they don't lose control of the car. So it looks like we are going to have a full grid procedure, and then we're going to get going. So there are, of course, drainage around, but what we have on the roads, these are normally, is what you don't have on tracks is the kind of natural camber, a crown, if you like, in the top of the racetrack that would allow it then to drain either side. So these drains just on the pit exit here are doing their job, but then of course what you've got as well is that the circuit's perimeter, the surrounding, are these concrete blocks, and in order for these concrete blocks to be lifted up by big forklift trucks, they have holes in the bottom, and then when there's standing water on the other side, water drains from those holes back onto the track. So we do have a change. Oh, other side of the line, Tom. So we do have a change now, so this is significant, I think. So before we had the panel boards on the side of the just by the 100 meters board for the first corner showing rain, and effectively nothing was happening. So now race directors, the race control, has told the marshals just to put out the yellow flags. That's now changed to yellow flags because we have marshals on track. So just down towards turn 1, we now have marshals pushing away the water that has drained from those access holes down into right across turn 1. And that's to protect. So there's yellow flags for the safety car or the medical car, or any course cars are out there, just to protect those 2 or 3 or 4 marshals actually pushing the water away. So yeah, hasn't rained for 5 minutes now. Now we're getting into the procedure where everybody's out with their brooms and their squeegees, actually trying to dry the circuit out. And then we can finally get to the grid and get the Singapore Grand Prix in progress.
Thank you very much, Ted. There's will.i.am looking on as well. And Josh has been sitting patiently for this lovely meme. It says, Max fans watching the end of Q3. So this is what it feels like to be a Ferrari fan.
Simple for reposting this on his Instagram.
Let's have a word with Christian Horner. He's down there with Sky.
Right, okay, tell us what the insider knowledge is on when we might get going here.
Well, as you can see, it's obviously stopped raining, and we're hoping that we're now going to have a period that it's the worst is now behind us. So it's just a matter of the standing water, and they're doing a great job of shifting it. So, but you saw with the safety car, you need a boat, not a car around here at the moment. So,
sorry to use swear words like common sense, but do you think we can expedite the start procedure, or do you think it'll all kick in as normal?
You'd assume it'll kick into as normal at the point that they say the circuit's safe. So that's what I'm.
The full start, the full.
I would assume so, unless you've heard anything different.
No, because the 3-hour clock is ticking. Apparently,
yes.
We've had that confirmed.
Yes.
So we're already.
I mean, we're limited on daylight hours here, aren't we? I mean,
but we're already homing in to a defined 11 p.m. So to get as much racing as we can, presumably, we ought to be able to expedite the.
Yeah,
procedure.
and this race always, or with safety cars, whatever, tends to go to the 2-hour, time limit. So that is a factor. So, obviously, the sooner they can shift this water, I think hopefully we'll be out there reasonably quickly.
Well, whenever we do go racing, Max Verstappen is not starting where he would be this weekend. He's starting down in 8th.
Yeah.
We normally would consider these conditions to be sort of equalizers, but Max thrives in these types of conditions. So do you think it's going to be harder for him to overtake today, or do you think this is going to be what he needs to get through quicker?
Well, it's a very different race for him now today. So compared to a dry race starting there, it was obviously it is a track that's, as a street circuit, it's harder to overtake at. But now it's a completely different ball game again, with the braking distances obviously extended in the wet, and it's going to be slippy as hell out there. So safety cars, I'm sure, are going to be a factor, and all the drivers are going to have to be on their toes as are the teams tonight.
How did you digest what happened yesterday with him missing out on that last lap with the fuel? He looked pretty fired up. Is he going to be ready for it?
Yeah, understandably. I mean, he obviously blew a valve, but it's completely understandable. And I think we were pushing too much to the optimum. The track ramped up. We got an extra lap in, so we were perfectly positioned to get that lap as the clock was, to be the last car effectively over the line. But the fuel was just too marginal, and rather than take the risk of not being able to produce a sample and starting from the pit lane, we took the tough decision to abort the lap.
When did you realise that you didn't have enough fuel at the start of the lap or the end of the lap?
About 2 corners before the pit lane.
Okay.
So
you were on the edge.
It was right on the edge, and it was a question of, look, we just can't afford to take this risk.
So how does that play out? Max has hit the rev limiter. We've heard him on the radio.
Yeah.
Do you all stay away from each other for half an hour, or is it straight into the back room and sort it all out?
Look, first of all, the relevant people went and had a chat with him. He's got to get off his chest, and Max, you hear sometimes, he'll vent, he'll let off steam very quickly. That comes down to a reset, and you just got to let him, go through his process, and he's turned up today and fully ready for action.
What was your process? Different from his? I mean, in terms of managing everybody else in there and those that made the mistakes potentially?
You're always learning in this business, and it was our mistake yesterday. We're hands up for that, and there's lessons to learn from that. So that's the thing in this business. You're never that far away from a screw up, and that happened to us yesterday. Learned from it. It bit us, but time to bounce back today.
We should talk about Checo.
Yeah,
I know,
everybody's forgotten about Checo.
And stuck it on the front row.
I know, and very, very nearly took pole position. So, he had a couple of wobbles, as Charles did, I think, on his fast lap. But, I mean, a hell of a lap, from him with 200ths, off Charles. And, he was disappointed at the end that he hadn't got that pole. But, again, it's turning into a very different race for him today.
We saw, earlier on in the season, sort of Sergio had a bit of a peak around Baku, Monaco. He seemed really comfortable with the car, but since then we saw quite a drop-off. So what has been that issue, and how has he found it back this weekend?
I think that he's had a few rough races. I mean, he's had some great races. I mean, look at those last laps in Silverstone. Actually, his pace in Monza, after he'd had that. The puncture on the first lap, it was actually very, very strong. He just hasn't found the form on a Saturday. And
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we've got some breaking news. The race is going to start in 1 hour and 10 minutes time. It will start at 9:10 local time. So that is insane. That's 2:05 UK time. So that is official confirmation from the steward. Start procedure will start at 8:05. Pit lane will open at 8:25, closes at 8:35, and the formation lap will be at 9:05. That is 2:05. So that is 1 hour and 10 minutes from now, which means our broadcast will be 2 hours and 20 minutes before the green light eventually goes on. So that is official confirmation that the start procedure will start at 8:05 local time, pit lane will open at 8:25, close at 8:35, and the formation lap will start at 9:05. So that is in 1 hour and 1 hour and 9 minutes time, something like that. No, 1 hour 7 minutes time until. So that's a lot more to fill. So say again, Josh. Go on.
Some more news from the stewards, which I absolutely love, by the way.
Go on.
Risk of rain for the F1 race is 20%.
So I'm trying to work out. That is an hour delay to the race completely, but we've been in a whole delay procedure for a long time. But it won't feel like an hour and 10 minutes because we'll have shortly all the action to get going as well with the on-track action. Anyway, let's go round Singapore with Anthony Davidson and Paul Durrest, with Anthony Davidson and Natalie Pinkham.
17. Sebastian
They're at the start line.
Kimi Räikkönen and Max Verstappen. What a moment.
Verstappen gets an excellent start. Sebastian Vettel will need to cover him off. Kimi Räikkönen on the inside, and he's cracked.
If you do get squeezed to the barrier on the left-hand side, you've got to back out of it, because that's pretty much what happened to Kimi. Getting run out of road, and 3 into 1 at the first corner clearly didn't go.
There is such a sense of anticipation with the locals, because they haven't had a race here for 3 years.
It's just got that sparkle to this place. So this is the exit of the first complex, turn 1, 2 and into 3. The pit lane exit is a real tricky one here because it feeds you straight on to the racing line into turn 3. And we've had a few close moments. And on the exit where we are, we've got the red and white curb and concrete wall. You imagine when you're in qualifying, really trying to find the perfect lap, and you come up against this wall, and it's just every millimetre really is lap time. Right.
Here we go.
My turn. Okay then, Nat. So here we are on the exit of turn 5. We're in the DRS zone. You're doing a good job minimising that drag. And this is how effective DRS can be come race day.
Open DRS!
This is the life.
Yes! Yes!
Go on, Seb.
Oh, yes! He's pushing!
You found a second win. Oh, that's... I thought that was you.
So here we are at turn 7 now, which is one of the better overtaking spots on the track.
It's a 90-degree left-hand corner at the end of that long straight that you've heroically pedalled us down.
Thank you.
What you tend to see cars diving down the inside under the braking, forcing a car to let them by on the exit by squeezing them just that little bit towards that exit curb.
Got my makeup out?
Oh, yeah, you do your makeup.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. How's mine looking?
A bit sweaty.
Yeah. Funny that.
There's never had a race here without a safety car.
Yeah, and we've only had one start to a race here that's been wet. And what happened? 2017?
We haven't had a full race in the wet.
I'm surprised it hasn't happened since coming here, and honestly, that will ramp up the challenge for all of the drivers. And we're into turn 15, 16. This corner, you have to be braking and turning left, and then as you get to the right-hand corner, you're still on the brakes, and you're trying to then feed the car from left to right. It's very easy to lose control when you're doing that.
So here we are, turn 17, the infamous turn 17, famous, of course, in 2008 for Crashgate.
Oh, big crash! That's Nelson Piquet.
Whoa! I'm out of control. Honestly, I can't stop it. It's completely genuine. We're going in.
Safety car! So here we are, and at turns 22 and the last one 23, and unlike the previous 21, these are quick.
After a whole lap of slow speed corners, thinking about your braking and the way the car feels through those slow speed sections, you finally get to just breathe a bit more, carry a bit more speed, and I feel like that's where the drivers really enjoy this track, for building that speed through to the start-finish line.
Let's do it.
Come on, ahead! Oh, what's that?
Mechanical failure! So after 23 corners of that, well, just over 3-mile track, we've done it!
What a brutal lap. I was sweating all over. That's just one lap on this thing, let alone 61 in the Grand Prix. They're in for a tough ride this weekend.
A tougher ride than normal, as well, as we're in the red flag procedure, and it looks like it's dry in the pit lane, which is good news. Josh is with me as well. Logan, I'm so sorry to say that it looks like it will start during your commute to work as well. I'm so sorry to hear that as well. In Australia now, when does it start? The race will start in 1 hour and 8 minutes time. So at 10 past the following hour, the parade lap will be at 2:05 UK time. So basically, just stick with us and you'll know. Basically, you've got around about 58 minutes until you have to care about it as well. The pit lane will open at 25 minutes past the hour. So the start procedure will start at 1:05, so that's in 5 minutes' time. That will have a start parade as well. Pit lane will open at 1:25, which is in 20 minutes' time, and the formation lap is in 1 hour and 2 minutes' time. So yeah, you've got really, when the world feed comes on, that'll be at the top of the hour. So 58 minutes until you have to start caring about it. That's around about right, isn't it, Josh? As now we get all the action as the cars start to get going again, and we're nearly up for the race. This is going to be good, and I've been gifted a Kit Kat bar as well, so thank you for that to keep me going. But
the blue Kit Kat, that's new.
It's a Tesco twin wafer snappy fingers, but of course I suppose that's what you have to say as well, because you can't say Kit Kat on air these days as well, but we all know it's a Kit Kat. Like when James May said as well, I have to squash up a biscuit as well with a orange content of jelly, but of course we all know it is a Jaffa cake as well, which is fun news.
Also with the LED boards showing the raindrops. Sometimes my genius is almost frightening.
Yeah. What? Why? I missed that little bit. You've cut out on my side. What did you say?
Please tell me no.
You cut out in my ears. I couldn't hear you.
With the LED rain boards showing it's raining, Sometimes my genius is almost frightening.
I see. I did hear that bit. I was just wondering what was your genius around. Grid Network says, morning, what a race day so far. Yeah, delayed to MotoGP, now a delay to Formula 1 as well while they sort the track out. You literally don't know where to look next as well. It's one of those situations and one of those days where you could just literally sit back and not care about anything. Richie says, stupid delay. Yeah, I mean, it stopped raining now. I don't see why we're having to go through another start procedure, which is about an hour. The start procedure will start at 1:05. That's an hour build-up. But that means... I don't know what the race is going to be like. It's going to be a 2-hour race, but are we inside the 3-hour window? Do we get a cut-off after it as well? Because we will only get a 1 hour and 55-minute race off the top of my head. What is the difference between regular mushy peas and fish and chip style mushy peas? Had to make a choice at the shop today buying canned mushy peas. Fish and chip mushy peas also, aren't they baked as well? And there's they use some of the oil as well for the chips to give them a bit more of a taste, flavour, don't they? That's certainly what mine do as well. They include a little bit of the oil to thicken it up as well. I'm getting a nod, which is good as well. But canned peas, they're always too watery. They use water instead of oil, don't they? The canned ones. So the canned ones are always making me a bit ugh. But the mushy peas from the chip shop are mwah, beautiful. They work beautifully as well. Will Buxton has just tweeted, and he's the commentator this weekend. Yeah, Will's the commentator this weekend on F1 TV, along with Jolyon Palmer. What's the point in having wet weather tyres if wet race starts are always delayed by the FIA until the track is so dry you don't need to use them? I'm with him on that. I mean, we should have started by now. Obviously, I don't think we could have started the torrential rain we had just before, but we could start the race now. I mean, the race out, it stopped raining, the track looks okay. We could start the race now with the weather out there today. So it's just an absolute ridiculous situation, as I'm now going to delight to say we've got some audio from the track in the pit lane, which means we can hear some of the cars, so we're not just talking to ourselves, and you can hear some audio in the background finally. As we look at Fernando Alonso's car, and to think we've got another hour until the race. I mean... Starting the pre-show so early now looks completely foolish as well, but at least I'm not holding a mic. And Josh, you may as well put your headset on. I don't know how as well, but Anthony Davidson is alongside now as well. Are we going to hear from him as well? We are. Over to Sky.
We've got a bit of time to talk here. It'd be a huge badge of honour for Esteban. We were actually having the conversation yesterday about whether we thought that perhaps he was one of the more underrated of those drivers, mid-20s, that all grew up racing together. And yet he's put in a very decent display. I know Fernando had some bad luck early on in the season against him.
Yeah, I mean, look, Esteban Ocon, he's a great driver, we all know that, but Fernando just brings that, on a regular occurrence, that bit of sparkle. He really does. We saw it yesterday. We've seen it all the way through this weekend, a track where you really need to hustle the car around. I know Esteban had his problems in qualifying technically, but I asked Esteban this a few races ago, I think it was Spa at the Sky Pad, and I said, are you ready to lead this team? Because that's who I feel, that's the job I feel Fernando's done up until this point. It feels like maybe his perception thing, I feel like Fernando's been the team leader, and will they miss that when he's gone? And Ocon claimed, yes, I am absolutely more than ready to lead this team. And so it'll be interesting to see if he can.
I can't imagine Pierre Gasly's going to accept that, can he? I mean, you've got two drivers kind of in the same position in their career. There's no number one there if he comes in. They're going to have to fight on an even keel.
And they both haven't had a plain sailing career either. They've been in, they've been out, they've been back in, they've changed teams. And it's now that time where Gasly wants to reassert himself, surely, outside of that blanket of the Red Bull Young Driver Programme. He needed to break free of that. I hope he does break free of that. And he can become his own man, and he can go on to claim that team as his own moving forward. That's what he'll be wanting.
It's going to be that critical timing as well, Esteban. He got the stability and a decent length of a contract just before Fernando started excelling. Gasly could very quickly take that momentum and take their attention somewhere else if he was the clear guy that was leading the team like Ant was talking about. But like you say, I mean, at the moment, the two of them going with absolutely equal and it's up to them to prove who's the best.
I think the challenge that they will have, sorry Simon to interrupt you there, but I think the challenge that Gasly will have coming into the team is obviously Esteban's got, you can see him there chatting to his mechanics. That's a human contact that he's had for a couple of years now.
A bit more human contact than in that the mechanic has his hand up his
It's going to be
jumper.
interesting to see how that plays out, really.
Ocon starting from 18th. We'll come back and have a chat about Fernando Alonso's chances today. We know what a master he is in the wet, having put it on the front row in Canada earlier in the season. Starting from 5th, he was only half a second off Charles Leclerc yesterday. But a lovely piece with Esteban and Ant earlier here in Singapore on Thursday, talking about just how they cope with the difficulties technically of this track.
Well, to help us explain a bit more in detail of where the drivers are looking, we've got Esteban Ocon here.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us.
Pleasure.
And yeah, we want to pick your brains as to where the drivers are looking with this beautiful visor cam shot we have here in Singapore. And under the lights, we can get to see your dash in all its glory. But we don't, obviously know, and the fans back at home don't know every detail about where you're looking and what you're looking at. So.
Yeah.
As we play this on, you can help train our eyes where to look.
No problem.
If you
There's a
don't
lot of
mind.
information. What is cool is obviously, yeah, we're in the dark, so we can see a lot of things. I've diminished basically the LED brightness because it's actually too bright. So this is
you
on
have
the
a
lower
setting in the car to
yes.
make your. This is the lowest setting it goes.
It's one of the lowest, yeah, exactly, because otherwise it's like a sun you're watching. So,
a bit like in your road car when it's dark
pretty
outside.
much, yeah.
You can do the same thing.
Exactly, like on your phone.
So. Talk us through, what are we looking at? So this has just flashed up as you've crossed the line.
Yeah.
It's blurred out. I mean, with it's so bright, the camera can't take it in. But
Yeah.
what is that?
That's going to be the last lap, basically. So it was probably a slow lap, as you see. So last lap time, 2:32. And that's basically the difference, how much slower I was, I reckon. So...
You've done it. You can use the arrows. You can point at all the other things.
I've seen, yeah. And that's basically the brake balance, the gears, the speed I'm going, number of torque changes, I think. So that's for the FIA. And I don't remember this one.
This is the... I was looking at this earlier. Is this your lap count by any chance? Do you have a...
maybe,
it
yeah.
counts up
Exactly,
your laps that you've done? So
yeah.
you're on a long
run. Yeah, of the run,
So
exactly.
it says in your lap 6 of a long run.
Well, of a short-ish run, because we do fast, slow, fast, but that still counts the whole run length.
So as we play it on then, we're going to see that top right disappear.
So that's the LED brightness that you saw when went to shift. And this is the live delta that you are going to see just here if you pause it. So I'm at 0, so actually I'm exactly at the same speed as I was in my fastest lap, because the lap in is always the fastest.
So we should expect that to change. It's just gone green and you're a little bit quicker now.
I just had a better exit than my quickest lap. And I lost time again. Very good. So yeah, now this is the DRS light. I probably pushed DRS.
Sorry, I'll just roll it back there. The DRS light is where?
That means the DRS is on here, and when I'm going to tap the brakes, if you go forward, boom, so the DRS has closed.
Okay, that makes sense.
So instead of watching the mirror, which I still do, because I'm a bit of an old school guy, so I still
You're watching the mirror to see the slot gap?
To see, yeah, if the DRS has well open, because I don't trust the lights. So
amazing.
So yeah. That's basically the DRS light. And yeah, I mean, you can see here in Singapore, my eyes are mostly on the side of the tires. There's not much switch changes because it's quite a busy lap around here, and the closer you get to the walls, the better you go. So I look at the wheel where I am to the wall each time.
And do you prioritise, therefore, parts of the circuit where you know you're going to get a bit more of a chance to look? Do you know, or is it just instinctive?
No, I mean, we especially say with the team, you know, they don't send us a lot of things to change on the steering wheel. It's quite important for us to just have you know, free hands, let's say, and focus on the driving more than doing all the switches, etc. So you know, I will be looking at the dashboard mostly in straight lines or in between corners just to see where I am, you know, on that one.
So a 10th down now at this point on the lap.
So I'm a 10th slower, yeah, exactly.
Which is what you'd expect on a long run, like you're going
exactly.
fast,
The
slow.
tire I've decked up. I mean, there's still the last sector to go. I've changed actually my brake balance here.
Can we
on
actually
that lap.
get to see you do that? I mean, it happens so quickly.
Yeah, so I've took my hand down and my modifier is basically on the bottom right. So
okay, yeah, and we get to see it there.
Yeah, I do have a
Brake
preset brake balance shift to basically brake for this corner, and I'm going to remove it after these two, I think, if I remember well. Yeah. exactly, just before that corner.
Back to break 3 for this final
this
sector
twisty
under the
section,
grandstand.
yeah. A little bit more rear with.
It really gives us an insight how busy it is, where you're looking, what you're having to change, and where you're thinking about having to change all of the switches. I mean, yeah, I've driven these cars before, and every car has a slightly different display, but it never stops moving forwards.
Yeah.
So I never drove Formula 1 with the DRS, for example, so to hear you saying you're physically checking in amongst all of this going on, if your slot gap is open or closed and you're not relying on this.
I mean, you can trust technology until one point, but I prefer to check the realities behind.
It's a good blend of everything, the trusting your surroundings, but also the dash as well. Esteban is absolutely fascinating. I'm sure the fans back at home can really appreciate your input, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
All sorts of action then out there on the circuit right now. I'm going to lean over to press button near 0 now, as well as I've taken a little bit of a back seat in the comms box and readjusted the microphone so I can lean back a little bit, because, I mean, I have been awake for a long time now as well, covering things across the weekend, so it is a bit knackered, but let's see how much we go forward. And Josh, this is ridiculous. I mean, we're 10 minutes away now as well from the pit lane opening for the cars to head out there. Then we'll really get into the procedure of, right, everything's going to go really quickly now. We're going to go into a quick start procedure in effect, because it's usually a 40-minute gap. There's only going to be a 30-minute gap between when the pit lane closes and the race begins. So we have got the time to talk about it as well. But it looks like we're going to have a standing start, which is great news. They're not going to start up behind the safety car. They've done a great job getting all the standing water out the way, so it looks like it'll be a standing start. But that's standing start on either intermediates or full wets. We're going to be in for a right old race. Say again, Josh.
2017.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be a crazy day. Absolutely crazy. Exactly. All I'm looking at is if when we start the commentary will be 2 o'clock, because the formation starts at 2:05 and the race should start a couple of minutes after that. Is that 2-hour clock going to start ticking down? That is the question as well. Down to Ted.
Simon, yes, thank you very much. I'm just down by the podium. There is the podium. Someone's going to be on top of that. In fact, 3 people are going to be on top of that a bit later on. It's just going to be an hour or so late. But while we discover and wait to see who it will be on top of the podium, let's talk about the strategic factors. Let's talk about the options that are going to affect who wins today's Singapore Grand Prix. Actually, if we just have a look down to the end at the last corner, you can see actually it's drying out very, very nicely. Yes, it's still wet on the sort of glistening painted outside with the adverts for the title sponsor, but then on the grid, on that last corner, and then in the pit lane here, the track is drying out very nicely. So I think this is looking, as Paul di Resta was saying a little bit earlier, as an intermediate start if the FIA allow the teams to have free tyre choice. Then we get to the factor that it's an extremely long pit lane from that point up there all the way down to that sort of Rolex side where it says Singapore down to the end of the pit lane. It's 60 kilometers per hour. Normally 80 kilometers per hour, but because it's so tight and twisty and enclosed here in Singapore, for safety's sake, they lower it to 60 kph. And that means it takes 27 seconds for the cars to come in, chunter down this stop, go for a pit stop, and then get out. 27 seconds. That's one of the largest pit losses on all of the circuits and all of the calendars. So what the teams are going to be looking to do, let's have a look at Lewis Hamilton just getting ready, is to minimize that, waiting for the opportunity if there's a time when the cars are slowed down on track. And that happens if there's a virtual safety car or a safety car. So everybody else slows down on track, and that means that your pit loss, the loss of time to make a pit stop, comes down to between 15 and 17 seconds instead of 27. So you can understand why that is something that the teams want to do. They want to try and make a pit stop in a safety car window. You're going to be hearing a lot about virtual safety car windows, a safety car window, something like that. That's what they're talking about. If there's a safety car window, an opportunity to make a cheap pit stop to nick some time out of the great race total time, then the teams will do it because it's much cheaper. And as for the tyres that they're doing, well, it's quite an interesting one. They've got plenty of wet tyres. The teams don't need to worry about that. But Hamilton, Russell, Perez, Verstappen, Leclerc and Sainz all only have one new set of intermediate tyres. They've got 3 sets of used intermediate tyres where the tread depth has been worn down a little bit, but they've all only got one. So there's not much difference there. Daniel Ricciardo has 2 new sets of intermediates, so that could give him a little bit of an advantage later on because the track's going to stay wet. Esteban Ocon was very frugal with his intermediate tyre use in qualifying. He's got 3 sets of brand new intermediate tyres, so that's good for him. Vettel also has 2, Latifi has 2, Albon has 2, and Zhou Guanyu has 2. Valtteri Bottas also has 3 new sets of intermediate tyres. So watch out for those names. It could hand them an opportunity as eventually we do get going and the strategy starts to play out. Fireworks are going to happen at the end of the race on that podium, and they're going to be fireworks throughout the 2 hours when finally we do get going.
Thanks very much, Ted, as well, down there in the pit lane as well. And the grid walk is coming up as well because the pit lane is going to open in around about 5 minutes' time as well. We've had a big delay to proceedings here as well for the Grand Prix, and I'm delighted to say that that's nearly over, which is what we needed to hear. Crofty's up in the comms box, though. What have you got for us, Crofty?
Well, they could, but the teams have a set procedure that they need to run through. So when the pit lane is open and the cars go out, yes, we have the anthems, yes, we have the whole ceremonies, but the teams have a pre-planned program that they all need to work to as well. So it's not just that we can go out, pit lane opens, and then 10 minutes later we can get the race going. That's not quite how it works. We also need to get this race run within a 3-hour time limit from the scheduled start of the race itself. And that itself has been causing a little bit of confusion. So stand by your beds, and literally here in Singapore, we could be heading from the racetrack straight to our beds tonight by the time we finish. Article 6.8 of the sporting regulations says the maximum race time of 3 hours, in which a 2-hour window needs to be operated as well, will commence at the scheduled race start time. So really, it should have started ticking down from 8 o'clock onwards. However, the whole start procedure was delayed, and the scheduled race time of 8 o'clock here in Singapore was then moved to 21:05, so by an hour and 5 minutes. So that 3-hour clock will start at 21:05 in 45 minutes time, so 2:05 in the UK. We have 3 hours to run the race in that period, so that'll be what, 5:05. That 3-hour clock will finish. That clock will keep ticking down whatever happens in the race. If we get any red flags, that clock will keep ticking down, but there is a it will keep ticking down, and then there is a 2-hour window that we need to get that race run in as well, because that's what the regulations say. So hopefully that's not too confusing. It has been a lot of confusion, I think, at race control, because this sort of thing, it's not unprecedented, but it doesn't happen very often. Because the scheduled race time was moved by an hour and 5 minutes, that 3-hour window also moves by an hour and 5 minutes. That's what race control and the race director, Eduardo Freitas, have now said. And fingers crossed, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Crofty. So there you have it then. The race start time has not actually started yet, so we've still got the 3-hour window coming up. Let's head back down to Simon. He's talking with safety car driver Bert Mailander.
Our driver is alongside us now. Pray tell, because we've not seen rain like that before the start of the race. 2017 we had a wet start, but have you seen it? How was it out there?
Well, in the moment it seems to be getting dry very quickly, but still we have a few pads of standing water out there. It's nearly the same like we had yesterday in FP3 when we started the practice, but we didn't open the pit lane. And I'm really sure we will have a race at 21:05, but still we have to wait. We still wait when the pit lane gets open. We're listening to the drivers, like you know, what's the recommendation of the drivers, and then we make the decision which kind of start we will have.
So it's the standing water that's the issue, and why you've delayed it that bit further to allow them to try and clear and let that drain away, is that right?
Well, yeah, it's a standard procedure from, let's say, from the pit lane opening time to the start, with all the procedure what we have in Formula One. So that's, for sure, I know we want to make it shorter, but I think it's quite difficult to change this procedure.
Well, you've been out there, you can tell us a little bit about what the conditions are like. We've seen that on the newer parts of the tarmac, it seems like the conditions are slightly different. How different are those conditions?
well, yeah, especially like turn 3, exit of 5 was very tricky to drive, but they keep the water away, so by the sweepers. So I think on that way we are really good. The grip by themselves, it's very grippy. So I'm really sure we will have a great race.
Yeah, we're all good, obviously. We're standing on it here. We're all good for a standing start. There's no problems here, are there?
I guess, but that's still up. So we haven't done this decision if we have a standing start or not. As we like a race driver, what you would recommend?
If we do not have a standing start, there's something wrong.
Yes. In that case, I would agree.
Well, as you're saying, though, I think, as Ted was pointing out, you've got the natural camber of the track here as well, so it's drained away quite quickly on the start-finish straight here. So appreciate it. Thank you very much, Bert. We'll let you get to it. You're into
Yeah, Bergman are going through because, Josh, in about 50 seconds' time, we've opened up the countdown clock now alongside us as well, because that is the countdown to the Singapore Grand Prix. Cars are getting ready at the exit of the pit lane as well. We're 40 seconds away. Well, we've had to wait for it, but it's time. Stand by for action, because it's time for the pit lane to open and see what the weather is like out on the track. Let's go to the exit of the pit lane, where the only man with the knowledge to know exactly what's going on out there is Ted Kravitz. Pit lane's open in 20 seconds. Down to Ted.
Because he's going to be leading it a lot.
Yeah, he is. I can imagine there's going to be a few opportunities for the safety car today. As we said, we've only ever had that one start back in 2017, and we all know what happened at the start there with the two Ferraris and the Red Bull coming together. Pit lane is open for business. Here's Ted.
Thank you very much, Simon. Here we go then. Come on, it's been a little bit of a wait, but Singapore, you never disappoint. And this afternoon, if you're watching us in Europe, this evening, late in the evening, if you're watching us Australia, and tonight in Singapore, we're going to have some sporting drama around this Marina Bay circuit. All of the drivers have been very keen to get going. They're all ready. They're all come down here quite early. There we have the Red Bull going round. I'm not seeing any intermediate tyres at all. Both AlphaTauris. Lando Norris on the intermediates. Okay, that's the first intermediate I've seen down here. Lando Norris on the intermediates. Everybody else has gone full wet. Even Lando's teammate, Daniel Ricciardo, has gone with a full wet tyre. Let's look at this practice start for Lando. Do you know what? That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I didn't see much wheel spin at all. Also, Charles Leclerc with the intermediate tyre. This looks like the race start tyre. No, okay, he doesn't want to try it. And we've got Valtteri Bottas again with the intermediate tyre. Just wants to go round the corner. Well, if you're going to go round here, David Croft, and you're going to be on the intermediate and go to the grid to feel the conditions, that's fine, but you better make sure you don't throw it off all into the barriers. How's Lando doing on his way around?
Doing okay, thank you very much, Ted Kravitz, and I'm also watching Max Verstappen out on the track. Now, it is drying, but there are corners, turn 8, turn 18, that are going to take a little while longer to dry. So we're watching Max Verstappen over the bumps and down the Raffles Boulevard to see what those rooster tails are like, and whether there is grip for the champion-elect out on the circuit. Over the Anderson Bridge we go now. This one, I think, one of the more damper parts of the track, and Max, as you can see, on the wet weather tyre. Now, he can win the championship this evening, but he needs to win the race. He's not won the race from 8th on the grid this season, but he has won from 7 other different grid positions, and if he can win from 8th tonight, he's only one behind Fernando Alonso for the most different positions for a Formula 1 driver's career that he's won a race from. But he needs to win the race tonight, outscore Leclerc by 22 points, outscore Perez by 13 points, outscore George Russell by 6 points, and outscore Carlos Sainz or finish 10 points or fewer behind him. If that happens, Max Verstappen is a 2-time world champion this evening. But this is going to be a very tricky race. There's going to be a lot of spray about, especially in the opening laps. Visibility is going to be at a premium. Charles Leclerc on pole this evening. Well, only 4 career wins out of his previous 17 pole positions. In fact, Max Verstappen's won more times when Charles Leclerc's on pole than Charles Leclerc has. And don't forget, we've had a safety car on the first lap here in Singapore in 3 of the last 4 years. So 3 of the last 4 years, a first lap safety car because of incidents. Don't count against that, or don't bet against that this evening. It is going to be treacherous right at the start. The track seemingly still very, very wet. And if you're on the Inter, Simon Lazenby, well, for some parts of the track, they might be the right tyre. For others, I'm not quite sure.
Well, thank you very much as well then to Crofty, who's given us the information we needed to know and needed desperately also to hear, is the fact that it looks like we might get this race started sooner than we might thought of, as well as, I don't know about you, but I'm struggling to even hear myself in my earphones as well at the moment, so hopefully I'm coming across okay. As well. This will be spicy. Many people say, Josh, as well. At least we finally got the green light on, and the racing is about to start.
Going back into a pit box.
I think Max Verstappen's had a moment out there somewhere as well, coming out of turn 21. Did he? Yeah, coming out the last corner, nearly put it into the wall as well. So Max Verstappen clearly struggling out there as well on the circuit as we wait to see exactly what's going to happen following this race. But do you expect we could see delays and red flags with 36 minutes to go until lights out?
Yeah, and it looks like everyone who was on the wets have gone back in and switched to the intermediates.
Yes, it does indeed as well seem to be that factor of proceedings. And something's definitely wrong with my mic at the moment, so I'm going to have to swap that. 35 minutes to go then until the start procedure gets underway. And the cars are circulating out on the track. Unfortunately, our lap tracker. Let's go to the sky pad there with Ant.
And that other wet start, Anthony.
Yeah, that's right, Simon. The only start that we've had here in Singapore was 2017. A few things to look at. First of all, Sergio Perez at the back there, number 11, making a good getaway, as does Fernando Alonso. He's on the same row of the grid where Max Verstappen will be starting today's race. So as we play it on, the two Ferraris get a better start than the Red Bull of Max Verstappen, and then he gets sandwiched between the two of them. Kimi Raikkonen on the inside, and 3 into 1 won't go. There's contact. And you see the spinning Ferrari collecting the Red Bull later on in the corner. Hamilton tries to go around the outside of Vettel. This is quite interesting. He doesn't make it, but you see the next lot here. This is Alonso. Has come up from a lowly position on the grid where Max will be today, down in 8th, and gets his way up to this point around the outside, but another sandwich situation for Max Verstappen again puts Alonso out the race. So it seems like a vulnerable place to be going around the outside, particularly in these conditions. Something else to look out for as well. Perez decides, he sees the melee in front, he decides to cut across the corner with a few of the others as well that join him. The stewards will definitely be looking at stuff like that. This is what it looked like from on board Max Verstappen. Kimi to the left-hand side, he gets sandwiched. You can't back out of it quick enough. And in the wet, you obviously there's a bigger discrepancy between speeds of cars off the line. It was absolute carnage and out the race immediately in the first corners. Not what anyone wants. This is what it looked like from Fernando Alonso. Where do you place your car today if you're Max Verstappen? Do you go around the outside? Works great up to this point, but you're vulnerable for people running out wide from the inside coming to get you after that. So anything can happen. You've got to have your wits about you.
You seriously do have to have your wits about you as well. As I've fixed the microphone problem, Max Verstappen, Josh, has gone out there on a set of intermediate tyres. He obviously knows something we've done. He's locked on. He's gone straight on. He's gone straight on. Verstappen's gone straight on. I don't believe he's kept going down in turn 7 on the intermediate tyres. He locked the front brake and he's gone straight on. Max Verstappen then having a major moment already in this Grand Prix. And it hasn't even started yet. Yes, what a moment. And he's continued on. No, he's continued on, which is breathable news. Let's go down Hamilton Radio.
So just information, Verstappen switched to Inter. He went straight on down the escape road, I think, turn 7, and also looks like the curbs, any painted lines, very slippy, especially turn 21.
So that's Lewis Hamilton, that's Peter Bonington telling him. I don't even think... But Verstappen just locked up on the normal part of the track and went straight on. So that's got absolutely nothing to do with that. As he's back into the pit lane now to do a practice start at the end of it. Lando Norris is circulating out there now as well. You can see him on our monitors and hear him. 32 minutes until the formation lap starts here for the Singapore Grand Prix. Lando's looking like he should just get away with it and should be okay. Fingers crossed it should be good. He's twitching coming out of the bridge. Oh, Lando's on Inters. Lando's gone out on intermediate tyres. That's an interesting factor. Didn't expect Lando to do that. Max had them. That's a good point. And do you want to start on the wets? Do you want to start on the inters? It's. I suppose it's good to have both tested to know exactly what you want to be at. But Martin's grid walk will be starting shortly as well. And he's speaking to will.i.am on the grid, which will be entertaining. And we'll hear from him as well. Martin's first grid walk in a while. I'm expecting red flags. I'm expecting delays. I did, but the thing, just quickly, we've had a 2-hour broadcast now coming up, and the 3-hour clock hasn't even started. So it's 3 hours when the formation lap starts to do a 2-hour race that always goes to 2 hours. We could be here for up to 5 hours commentating on this race. It's insane. Good job there's no touring cars, but I have got Talladega coming up later on tonight, but I'm not commentating. I'm being pit reporter for USRN at Talladega as well. Josh, I hate to tell you, it started raining again. Look at your monitor. It's raining again, and it's heavy raindrops as well. So we've got half an hour, and that second band of rain has come in, and it's raining. Oh, is that coming off a bridge actually? Is it coming off a bridge? Is F1 TV? Yeah, is F1 TV just joking with us? So it's raining off the bridge. Okay. I thought for just the briefest of seconds that it was a problem. It was raining again, but it was coming off the bridge. So false alarm, everybody. Matthew Tyrrell says, what do you think of the budget cap row between Red Bull and Aston Martin? I think if they have done it, it's a big one, and it could have massive ramifications. We find out on Wednesday when the certificates are issued exactly who breached and who didn't. And Josh, the pit lane is closed. So is everyone out on the track? And yep, confirmed, pit lane is closed. They are. I can't see anybody who is in the pit lane, according to the timing monitor they're all out there, which means that the media can now be allowed onto the grid. And Martin's grid walk will be taking operational shortly as well. There's a big speaker coming from AlphaTauri directly opposite, which is what you might be hearing in the background as well. I think Martin's still doing a good walk because he's talking to will.i.am. Let's talk then, Josh, about the race coming up here today. Who do you, as Zhou Guanyu is the last car, think to come onto the track? He's just come out of the hairpin now, heading down the back straightaway. So Zhou Guanyu will line up. I think he's out there on intermediate tyres. Let's take a look as he's into it. Yes. Yep, green inters then as well. Who's going to win this? Question mark, says Matthew. That was my question to you, Josh. Who's going to win the most unpredictable race of the year because of the rain? Yeah. Yeah, I've got Lewis. It's wet weather, great equaliser. Max is back in 8th, doesn't like the rain. Charles Leclerc usually crashes or finds something to do. Perez has only won once this year at Monaco. So if we are looking for a similar situation, Perez won in Monaco with a great strategy, so it could be him. Adam says Max is going to win today. Well, I wouldn't put it past him considering he's won the last 5 races in a row. But this could be the day somebody else stands on the top. And I'm really, really hoping it is Lewis Hamilton. He's won here loads of times before, and I think it's the best situation that he could actually win this race. Starts 3rd on the grid. And the gap between the top 3, Josh, yesterday was 0.054 of a second, so even better. Let's listen to some team radio from Sergio.
Seems to be quite wet this tire.
So Checo is saying not intermediates. Checo is wanting full wet weather tyres for the start, Josh. Any chance they can start this one behind the safety car if they're all saying wet? I mean, I think it looks okay enough out there for an inter start and maybe a standing start for sure. I don't see why we need to have any other. Yeah, that's down to turn 1. Well, if let's see, where's Sainz? Sainz is 4th, so unless he gets ahead of Hamilton, actually it could happen, thinking about it, they could crash into each other. We're just completely different drivers. Ed says, I agree, Josh, I think Lewis will win just like he did in 2017. I completely agree. Matthew says, I think we'll be seeing a Russell masterclass as well. Russell starts this race down in 20th and starts from the pit lane as well. Josh Plays is silent on stream. Oh, sorry, it's my fault. I need to unmute him, that's why. Thanks, Ed, as well. The button wasn't pressed there as well. But yeah, Josh, who do you think is going to be a race winner? Lewis Hamilton?
Yes.
Don't worry, he's only been silent for about 30 seconds since the radio from Hamilton. Okay. Time to go over then for the grid walk. It's time to hand down then to the one only Martin Brundle. It's time for another one of his legendary grid walk as well. Martin.
It's time for me to have a word with Josh.
Martin.
Now this is a track where they a city, of course, where they experience a lot of rain. I've never seen such rain channels on the side of the track like this to clear the water so quickly. And I think that's why we're seeing the track in relatively good condition. And then mechanics bringing the trolleys out. The wheels were getting stuck in the rain gullies, actually. They're used to clearing massive quantities of water around here. The Red Bull then is here with Sergio Perez.
On the grid, shall we? We're starting at the back of the grid here. We've got
coming
the
down
Williams
to
cars just
where
to
all
the
of his
side,
kit,
and behind
spare helmet. They'll be thinking about visors and making sure, I mean, obviously at night race they only wear clear visors, but fogging up of the visors, making sure they don't get any ingress of water in there, and all the things you have to think about for a wet race. As Sergio starts to clear out, whether we'll actually get a word with him, or whether, and he's still, that's interesting, there's a good reminder as he puts the cold suit on and he leaves the grid, that it's still actually very humid and very hot out here. So let's have a look. We've got the tyre. Will it be intermediates? Will it be wet? We can see a set of inters here for Sergio Perez. You're only allowed to heat the intermediates up to 60 degrees maximum blanket temperatures. They're right on the numbers there, as you can see. And so there's a set of inters ready, and that'll be a key decision. And you have to assume if they can, we know it won't be slicks from qualifying. If they can in any way, they'll go with the intermediates, which have got what they call a greater land to sea ratio, more rubber than grooves. And as long as they don't have to clear a lot of standing water, they're faster. You've got more tyre on the racetrack. But this track seems actually quite slippery where it is wet, and it stays like this for a long time. Really slippery on the surface. Let's see, and it's sort of a bit of a disco down here, I'm afraid. There's a lot of loud music, so I'll speak as loudly as I can. Let's have a quick word with Felipe Massa, the man who was on pole position in the first ever Grand Prix here. Felipe, intermediates or wets, what do you reckon?
Intermediates.
I agree with you.
Actually, in 2017 was my last race here. I decided to start on the extreme. It wasn't even more wet than now. I decided to start on the extreme. Wrong choice. So I think the intermediate will be the correct one.
Well, that's really good information. And it's pretty tricky down to the first corner here, isn't it? As we saw in 2017.
Yeah, pretty tricky in the first corner. Pretty tricky driving the wet here. The wall is there waiting for you. Whatever little mistake, you're there.
And we see this locking up of the wheels so much. You know, you've got to commit to the corner, but then you're in the wall.
And especially a new asphalt that they resurfaced in the last sector. Everyone was struggling. So let's see how it's going to be the race.
Always a pleasure to talk to you. Will.i.am, Black Eyed Peas, good to see you on the grid. I didn't think we were going to make it tonight. Let's Get It Started would be one of your songs tracks that would be very relevant this evening. And here we are. Have you been speaking to Lewis?
No, I haven't spoken to Lewis, but I'm wishing him, rooting for him. He's an awesome guy, amazing race car driver, big heart, and yeah. I can't wait to see how he performs. Out of all the racers, he's the best racer in the rain. So
Well, he is certainly very good. Now, you've been on stage through the event last night, I think it was.
Last night and tonight.
Tonight as well out there, yeah? So must be a wonderful atmosphere in the middle of this place.
Well, we were performing when it was pouring down. So it was beautiful, though. It was really cool.
All right, so you're already finished out there, yeah?
Yeah, it was good.
Good. You can sit back and enjoy the race. Good to see you on the grid.
Yeah, thank you so much. See you, London. The Voice. Watch it on Saturday.
Okay. One of his many exploits, of course, on TV. So let's have a carry on wandering down. See if we can find. We've spoken to Felipe with that great piece of information about 2017. Pierre, how's the track? Wets? Intermediates, I'm going to assume.
Yeah, intermediates, and it's going to be tricky, but for sure there's going to be a lot happening in the race, so we're going to see the finish line, and I'm sure they're going to be a good opportunity.
Heavy standing water anywhere?
A little bit, but not so bad.
Have a good one. Right. Let's see. He's gone zooming forward, so is he going off the track? He's not going yet. We're not near the national anthem. So the driver's obviously preloading heavily here with fluid because of the humidity, because of the perspiration, and they're limited. They're limited on exactly how many what leads they can get on. Fernando, 350th Grand Prix, congratulations.
Thank you.
You're getting the hang of it now, so you must know what to do this evening.
Yeah, I mean, we've been through this kind of stars and stress. Looking at 2017, it was half of the race wet, and then we switched to dry tires. I think it's going to be similar today.
Extra nervous or golden opportunity for you?
Opportunity, for sure.
Good luck. Have a good race. And, well, we just keep heading back into the middle with our net out and see who we can get. So I'm surprised I've got to chat to any drivers, to be honest. I fully expected to be as welcome as an insurance salesman with his foot in the door, to be honest, or something like a dental appointment on a very wet Monday morning. And we'll see who else we can find. I think we've got a reasonable amount of information about the track as well. And let's see if we can. Can I walk with you, Mick? Walk with you. What's your opinion on the track? It's obviously we're ready to go racing.
Yeah, looks done.
And where did you find standing water? Any particular problems?
Probably around turn 17.
It's going to be a hard evening.
Yeah, it will be a fun one.
Good. He's happy, isn't he? It was interesting because Fernando was intense, almost. He put his hand on my shoulder and it's almost shaking a little bit, and that's why I asked him the question about, opportunity or nervous. But he was like kind of in the zone actually. But his instant response, of course, was opportunity. Right. Who else can we find while we're out here? And yeah, that's. Okay, let's see if we can find out. Adrian, a little bit. I hear there's some work going on Max's car. Any problems?
No. When the sudden stop we had to do yesterday, we got the front calipers a bit hot, so it's just a precautionary brake bleed.
Okay, yeah, so we had to come in really hot off the end of that lap. I see, got it, all right, so standard procedure. And, well, you love this kind of racing, don't you?
Sorry, I didn't hear a word of it.
No, it's pretty noisy. You love this kind of race, don't you? It's just full of golden opportunity.
It'd be nice. We had both cars up a bit further up front, but we'll see what happens.
Do you reckon Max can still win it from there?
No, I think around here that's extremely difficult.
Okay, all right, good to talk to you. Thanks for your time. Right, I've lost track of time. Let's see what else we can find down here, and see if anybody else is wandering back this way. If not, we'll go to the front of the grid, and yeah, we're suddenly getting to that calm phase. We're suddenly getting now, it was wait, and then look at that beautiful Ferrari sitting there, just minding its own business. So the leaf blowers cooling it down, the umbilical cord here in the side, keeping the engine and box alive with pressure, and inside the cockpit there, you can see air neutral, of course, on the steering wheel. and the myriad of buttons. I don't know how the drivers drive around tracks like this and start going through sub-menus on the steering wheel. And let's see if we can grab a word with Toto while we're at it on the way through. And we got 30 seconds left, Toto. Lewis is flying. George has got a lot of work to do. What would you be satisfied with tonight?
If you feel the slipperiness of the floor, I think this is about who's gonna stay on track at the beginning, and a matter of survival with potential safety cars.
And do you think George can recover anything sensible from right back there in the pit lane?
Yeah, I think with a clever strategy, he hopefully can clear the midfield, and then a late safety car could bring him all the back up to the front guys.
Right, I need to go. So we've got a few seconds to the national anthem, and that's it from me. Checking out on the grid, going to the commentary box.
Cita-cita kita yang mulia berjaya Singapura. Marilah kita bersatu dengan semangat yang baru. Semua kita berseru, majulah Singapura, majulah Singapura. Marilah kita bersatu dengan semangat yang baru. Semua kita berseru, majulah Singapura.
The Singapore national anthem all going out in the background. Let's go down to Sky.
Norris at the front here. See what he thinks of things. Lando, can we grab you for 5 seconds? Left, right. Tell us what it's like out there from your initial inspections of the track.
It's similar-ish to yesterday. Probably a little bit wetter than when we started quali yesterday. So we're going to be getting into the slick tyre phase at some point, similar to qualifying. So it's going to be an interesting race. I think everyone's expecting it. So the timing, all of this is very important.
An opportunity you would have wanted with the weather. Does it bring you into the game?
I mean, I wouldn't have minded just a dry, boring race, because I probably could have kept a good position, but this gives us still an opportunity to go even further forward. So I'm up for it. I love these conditions, so we'll have fun.
Lando, when we caught up a couple of weeks ago, you told me that this track is incredible to drive at under the lights. How much more are you looking forward to driving this track in these conditions for the first time?
Only a certain amount. It gets a bit scary at times, so it'll be exciting. Difficult with visibility probably in the beginning with some of the spray, but then especially when it gets to the slick tyres, wet track, especially all the new tarmac around the circuit just doesn't dry very quickly. So yeah, slick tyres on a wet track, it's not nice, but it's part of it. So.
Good luck, Lando. Best luck, thanks. Appreciate it. Let's hear from Max Verstappen talking to Natalie Pinkham.
What are your thoughts going into the race?
Well, I mean, this might help me a little bit to try and clear a few cars, and it will be a bit tricky, of course, to see what we have to do when to switch to slick tires.
Good luck, thank you.
Well, that's always the thing, Ted.
Thing that Max Verstappen has to think about. All the tyres I can see on the ground. These are the laps to the grid. They're intermediates, but everybody else has got intermediates fitted. But just feeling the surface, it does feel very, very slippery. In fact, there's more grip on this yellow line at which they start, which indicates this, your foot sort of goes slippy, 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 and then it stops. There's more grip on the yellow line where Max Verstappen likes to start than there is actually on the normal tarmac. So this is the end of the brake bleed that we heard Christian Horner, Adrian Newey talking about. It's quite an involved procedure. Of course, they wouldn't have seen that in the garage. It was only something once Max Verstappen hit the track for the first time since that fateful time he came in at the end of qualifying, had to abandon his lap, that he felt that the brakes are not giving him the bite that he needs. So they've just finished it. So a little bit of calm now on the grid. It's been very busy. His engineer, GP Lambiase, there is always calm. And I can just see, can you see there, just Pete, just by the H of Hard Rock on the inside. Little flash of green, Simon. That's a bit of a giveaway. I'm not seeing any blue down here. Blue would mean full wet tyres. I'm seeing lots of green, which would mean intermediates. Is the track slippy enough? Is it dry enough for intermediates? We're going to find out, aren't we?
We certainly are, and it's not going to be that long to wait now, as it's 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's go down to listen to Sergio.
Yeah, it's pretty much a lot of standing water out there. Yeah, question mark how much it will dry up from now till the race starts. So, yeah, yesterday it took a while to dry up, so we'll see.
Good luck.
And Sergio Perez, I think, as well, Josh, is going to be hoping that this rain sort of does and doesn't dry up at the same time, because it is once again anybody's guess who could win this Grand Prix. And I'm loving this factor.
Yeah, so am I. And I've got a feeling that tonight's going to be a good night.
Oh, I'll tell you what, we need that beat, don't we, as well? I'm going to introduce the show like that when we get into the session as well. Tweet deck open as well. Ferrari on pole position. If you can remember the grid, don't worry, because we've got it coming up for you with a brand new procedure as well here in Singapore. 10 minutes and 25 seconds then, so we've got about another 5 minutes or so until we come in. Let's take a look then. First time in my lifetime that there's been a race on my birthday, by the way. Of course, happy birthday, Ed, a key member of the broadcast team, not only here on YouTube for the Formula E as well, but across EERC as well, leading the commentary team. Happy birthday, Ed. Hope you've had a fantastic day so far.
Happy birthday.
And it's going to be a good race for you as well. Brandon says that over there. Hi, Brandon, as well, says that he's synced up with the broadcast. So let's go as well, which is fantastic. When the lights go out, we will have the lights out as well. Russell has starting from the back of the grid due to a new power unit system as well. So we believe he will be starting at the back. Let's hear from Toto.
He's really in top form. Singapore is his circuit. And... let's see what he's capable to do. Or did you speak about George?
No, I was talking about Lewis, you're right.
In a sense of where George is starting, though, does it make it a bit easier that you've only got to concentrate on Lewis to try and capitalise on the guys around you?
I believe that if the race is crazy with some safety cars and we're on a different strategy with George, it may well end in a situation that he's right on top of the front guys, whether a podium is possible. That's a different question.
No tyres. I was thinking they're making a late change on Lewis's car, just having a
we are going
look
full
down there.
risk slicks.
I was going to say, looks like Inter's all the way. Thanks, Toto. Appreciate it. Let's just talk.
Slick tyres, I think he's all having us on as well. There's 0.000 chance that this race will start on slick tyres. It's going to be intermediates and then maybe a crossover point as well. At the moment, the lap counter is stuck, and hopefully it will be fixed shortly, but the lap counter is wrong, just to let you know. So we should fix that up shortly as well up here in the comments box too. But Megan Birch walks into the side of the commentary box as well. What do you need me for? Dad says Verstappen went down the escape road because his brakes needed bleeding. Oh, thank you. We could just put a headset and told us that as well. So that's what's going on then with Verstappen. Do the starts at 5 past the hour? Yes, they do. And now, joining the broadcast 2 hours and 13 minutes later, or technically an hour and 3 minutes later for when she was due to be in anyway, Megan Birch joins the commentary box now as well.
Eating chocolate as always.
As always. Megs, what a mess. I mean,
dear.
I know. Delay with the broadcast for Formula One. Delay with MotoGP earlier. Now delay with Formula One. It's just, we're not having luck with the rain today.
WC was the only one that hasn't been delayed at all today.
It didn't, no. WC has got off. And I was thinking to myself...
WC's broadcasted today, by the way.
Yeah, we commentated on it. Were you not awake?
No, I mean on like TV.
Yes.
No, I
we
wasn't
watched it.
awake. Yeah. I wasn't
right.
awake.
I thought maybe not, but no. So everything's got going. But anyway, back to the point. Yeah, so W Series was the only one. I thought, oh no, Megan's going to be the only one who's called 5 red lights out today. But no, you're not going to get away with that easily. We will have a start procedure here today as well. Apparently, there is...
I'm going to go grab my hoodie. actually, because it's cold for me.
Well, I'll just it'll heat up shortly in a second. Don't you worry.
If it gets cold during the race, so
Well, we have got a
hoodie.
heater, but it's not on yet as well. So.
Oh, is that why?
Yes, the heater's
Okay,
not
then
on
I don't
yet.
think I'll need my hoodie then.
Precisely, because I thought turn it off for the first couple of laps because we're going to be standing up, shouting, talking, and all that lot.
I
And the
basically live in that
last
hoodie.
thing I need is overheat. And by the way, I've now got a full glass of Coke and a full glass of water. So let's see how long those two drinks last throughout this broadcast as
hour.
well. Around about an hour. We've got 6 minutes 45 seconds to go then as well. We will be on air at with 5 minutes to go when we'll hear the F1 music as well, and we'll talk through the start procedures and all the permutations that we need to as well. But finally, we've been on air now for 2 hours and 15 minutes. The start procedure has been delayed for over an hour. It's time to get the party started. For the first time since 2019, we are back at the Marina Bay Street Circuit. It's time for the Singapore Grand Prix. In the commentary box, it's Joshua Birch and Megan Birch, and at Race Controls commentary box, it's Josh Plays. Stand back and enjoy what's going to be the race of the year.
The Lion City. Max Verstappen is the Dutch Lion. Brilliant drive. Car is a rocket ship. Max Verstappen comes to the line. The fireworks go off. Was that a good race or was that a good race?
The Singapore Grand Prix is live now as well on everyone's Sky Sports on Premier League. It's Manchester City versus Manchester United for
That never
Derby
ends
Day.
well.
Yeah, it's Derby Day over there, but that's not what the focus is here. It's time for the Singapore Grand Prix, where the lights are definitely on for the lights out. Well, we've had to wait for it for over an hour, but finally we can return. What's 3 years between friends? What another hour? It's been a long, long time, but we're back. For the first time since 2019, Formula One's original night race is about to hit action. The streets of Singapore are illuminated. The Marina Bay Street Circuit as well, a former fishing port, now turned into a world-class stage. 61 laps ahead of us, 3.14 miles around a 5.063 kilometre track, 330 kilometres an hour top speed or 205 miles an hour, 23 corners. It's flat, 5.3 metre elevation, which means today it's going to be even worse with wet weather. Action zones. Well, at the start, Vettel versus Gasly as well was something to watch out for. Gasly held it right round the outside at turn 7. Vettel, however, just forced him off the track. Then further on down as well, at turn 14, Ricciardo versus Kvyat. Ricciardo diving up the inside of the AlphaTauri in a spectacular move as well. The Force India of Lance Stroll then went round the outside. And a little bit better memory as well. Sainz versus Ricciardo later on in that race. Sainz slipping up the inside of the Renault driver. Then swap places, of course, a couple of years later. In terms of the tyre compounds that we've got here today, well, scrape away the C5 red, the C4 medium, and the C3 hard, because it's all about green intermediate and blue wet weather tyres. That is basically what we're going to be focusing on throughout the entirety of today. And just in case you needed to know, this is the starting grid procedure. From back to front on the grid as well. It is row 10 starting. George Russell is 20th on the grid, starting from the pit lane due to a new power unit and a new combustion charger. Nicholas Latifi is 19th on the grid. Then it's row 9. Alexander Albon starts 18th on the grid, back after respiratory failure just 3 weeks ago. He's alongside Esteban Ocon. Row 8 sees Daniel Ricciardo start 16th and Valtteri Bottas starting 15th. Row 7 sees Joe Guanyu 14th and Sebastian Vettel starting 13th. Row 6 sees Mick Schumacher in 12th and Lance Stroll starting 11th. Then into the top 10 and the first 5 rows of the grid as well. It's Yuki Tsunoda starting in 10th with Kevin Magnussen starting in 9th. Row 4 sees Max Verstappen bolted his qualifying lap due to not having enough fuel. He starts in 8th position. Alongside him is Pierre Gasly. The third row of the grid sees Lando Norris start in 6th position with Fernando Alonso in 5th. And then the front 2 rows of the grid, Carlos Sainz starts 4th, Lewis Hamilton starts 3rd. And the front row of the grid as well, it's 2nd for Sergio Perez, and starting on pole position, once again, it is Charles Leclerc. Well, Megan, the atmosphere is certainly tense and it's all looking good here. Good afternoon to you.
Do you know that 2019 Vettel thing with going off the track? That's basically what happened today with Jamie Chadwick.
At the
except
W
she
Series.
crashed.
So who crashed?
She crashed.
Oh, I thought you said he crashed then.
No, he said she crashed.
She crashed. She did crash, yeah, in that as well.
Not that hard.
Let's go over then to the commentary box and introduce Josh Plays. Afternoon, Josh. We've had to wait a long time for this, and it's always a race that goes to 2 hours. We are in for a right old pickle today, aren't we?
Yes, we really are. It's going to go through 2 hours, as you said, just 35 seconds until the formation lap. There's Sergio Perez starting 2nd. Everyone starting on the intermediate tyres, according to my data screens.
Imagine if this was a one race where it didn't reach the 2 hour mark.
Not in
that
history.
Would be insane.
No, not because of it finishing early, but because it gets called off.
If that happens, I will be amazed, considering that it's been so long since we've started to try this as well. We're just getting a backup timing tower because at the moment it's saying it's lap 21 of 26 and clearly it's not. So
the iPad's acting up.
The iPad's acting up and everything's acting up, Josh. It seems that we've had to wait, but finally, green light and away we go. Formation lap is go. And listen to the applause.
It feels weird.
Go on, Josh.
Yeah, it feels weird seeing the clock tick to 5 past, not at the top of the hour.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. We have cars on the track for the formation lap. Way not as bad as I thought.
It was a great start for Max.
Yeah, that's crucial. He went
further
off.
downfield. Actually, both Red Bulls had a great start because I saw further downfield Max had a great start. I also saw further up the field Perez did too.
So we've got a little bit of a problem with the lap counter. It was fine, then all of a sudden it just glitched. Hopefully it will repair itself shortly, to which it usually does. Starting tyres, I think everybody's out there on intermediates, Josh. What can you tell?
Yeah, everyone out on intermediates, but apparently Tsunoda and Gasly are on used intermediate.
So used into Zen for the 2 Alpha Tauris, probably for the best in case they needed it as well. Cars are circulating out there as well. This is not lap 21. I must point out that lap counter is driving me up the wall as well.
And everyone's not on like softs, trust me.
Yes, no one is on softs. We've changed the lap counter now as well for it as well. So we've switched off the lap counter until it starts working again, and we've introduced the normal clock procedure as well. There we go. Go on,
2.09 seconds is apparently the fastest pit stop of the season by Red Bull. That is not right.
I wonder why it was by Red Bull as well. I mean,
yeah, also, it's not correct.
It was a 1.9, wasn't it, we had recently?
No, it was even shorter.
Was it really?
It was a 1.6 and Red Bull didn't even set it. That was McLaren.
Okay, I'll take your word for it on that one. Okay,
I think it was Danny Rick.
Danny Rick did set it, yeah. Well, at the moment, the timing graphic hasn't worked, so we've introduced the counter. It'll be saying the timer will count down out of 61 laps, and that tells us how many laps it has to go. It's the best we can do until the normal system returns itself. I hope you don't mind, for those of you watching on YouTube. But looking at the formation lap, Megan, there's a lot of standing water in dangerous places. Turn 1 could be entertaining, just like it was in 2017.
I saw this track earlier on today, and it was a lot different. It's a lot different from now, and it's a bit more worrying now, actually, the fact that it's wet and you can see all the wetness because of all the lights, it being at night, which actually is a little bit of a positive thing that it's at night.
302,000 people here, Josh, as well, coming into it. Continue.
Yeah, one of the other negatives is that, and let's hear from Alonso.
350 Grand Prix starts for Fernando Alonso in that time as well.
Don't crash out.
He's won 32 races, had 22 poles, 23 fastest laps, 98 podiums as well. 2 World Championships in 2005 and 2006. Made his debut, of course, in Australia. 2001, first race win was Hungary. 2003, last race win was Spain back in 2013. Either way, it's time to begin. Let's count them in, because it's been a long time since the race started. They're lining up on the grid now, Megan, and the tensions are... Yeah, I've got butterflies. The nerves are shaking right now as Nicholas Latifi takes his grid slot.
Yeah, I've got a weird feeling about I've just got a weird feeling.
Well, it's been 2 hours, right down to the day. 3 years waiting. Let's get this party started. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. In Singapore, we have all 5 lights. Action at Marina Bay. It's a slow start from Max Verstappen. It's a good level start between Leclerc and Perez. Hamilton has been swamped already, and Perez leads into turn 1. Hamilton tries around the outside.
Hamilton off.
Verstappen's having to cut round the inside line. Verstappen had to cut turn 1. Hamilton's been passed by Carlos Sainz. They're all just tiptoeing through. They're all tiptoeing through as well, desperate to try and get through, and they've done it. Amazing start then as well on lap 1 of 61, and Perez leads. Leclerc second, Sainz is third, Hamilton fourth, Norris fifth. Into the wall of spray, and who's going to try and make a move down towards turn 7? We can't even see the drivers as well. Lando Norris trying to get in the slipstream as well. Pierre Gasly goes on the inside of Fernando Alonso. Alonso's on the outside line and just about holds it. This car's over into the barrier. It's one of the Williamses.
That's a Williams. I think it was Albon.
One of the Williamses, and I think it was Alexander Albon. He went off. I think he's gone going again.
Yep.
So he has got going again. Green flag is rescinded as well. We're back up to running speed as well.
Look, he went in backwards.
That's exactly what I was thinking as well. As up the inside, there's some more danger zones going on as well. They're not careful.
Seb's doing beautifully, may I just say.
And look at Max. Max on the inside with Magnussen around the outside. Then side by side into the Anderson Bridge section. Max is going to have to back out of that one. And he's nearly in the wall. Max nearly in the wall. And Danny Ricciardo goes around the outside onto the Anderson Bridge. Max has the inside line. They go very late on the brakes, and Max takes the position away. Drama on the opening lap of the Singapore Grand Prix.
He's going to be out for revenge, though, because Magnussen managed to get past him.
Out for revenge, out for absolutely everything at the moment. Lap 1 of 61. Perez leads, Leclerc second, Sainz is third, Hamilton fourth, Norris fifth, Alonso down into about 6th position then on the start of this race as well. And it's just all grey mist further back as they try and find the positions back through.
First of all, we're not even finished lap 1 yet. That's how crazy this is. Second of all, Sainz pushed Hamilton off the track.
Yeah, he did, definitely as well. Sainz did push
Nearly
Hamilton down at turn 1, yeah. So, lap 1 now complete. What was the lap time? I wish we can tell you, but we don't even know. Basic systems up in the commentary box at the moment.
It's failing.
Perez leads, yeah.
I think it's updating, though.
Lap counter's back, hey!
It's updating. Just need to get past lap 1. Oh, I see what it's doing. It's still operating under qualifying time, so we won't see lap 1 results.
Ah, I see. Good idea. Anyway, there's the lap counter. Verstappen radio.
Magnussen has out, Lewis.
Oh, that's nice.
Understood.
It's not the first.
And Max is going to the inside line. Max trying to get out the spray as well as it all kicks up around the outside. Yeah, Magnussen does have an end plate loose on the front right-hand side of his car.
That's nice of him to warn him then.
Yeah, just keeping it up and
just
keeping the warning.
Oh, you should know this.
Yeah, a little bit of danger possibility in your way as Verstappen has passed him and he's going to try and pass Lance Stroll now as well on the inside line to turn 7. Max is a big mover, but on the crypto position gain, Vettel's up 5, Ricciardo's up 3, Ocon's up 2.
Like I said, Seb's doing beautifully today.
And listen to the cheers, because Verstappen's actually lost places from where he started, because he started 8th, he's now down to 10th position.
Yeah, he went down in 4 places at the start.
Yeah, he did. Well, that was because of Magnussen, and he had to cut the inside line, as Josh said as well on the commentary. He had to cut the inside. Talk us to the start, Max.
Right, so everything starts off calm. So, okay, Hamilton got a really great start, though he got trouble from Sainz, who got an even better start, who clipped the back of his wing, then pushed him off, almost into a wall, let's face it. And Perez got the best start out of everyone, let's face it. Further down the field, it was a whole collection of cars just trying to get past, so they couldn't. quite make it. See there.
Sainz pushed him across in towards turn 1. Yeah, he
And
sort of came across it here. Oh, he actually did force him off the track.
He never gave him any room.
Great spot, Megs, as well. Well, I was looking further back at 4 wide. Let's have a listen to Max. Now, as Josh pointed out, 4 wide, Max bogged down. I said when
failure some sort.
Yeah, I said when the lights went out, Max was having a terrible start as well. He was so slow away, and he got... he had to take avoiding action because Vettel was there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would have been contact.
It's strange seeing Max actually drive sensibly for once.
For once as well. Well, I'm looking live on the track at the moment on the pit lane box, and it's Perez leading, but this is Perez's start. Oh, such a super smooth start from Perez. You can hear it. It was so crisp as well. Down to turn 1.
It was. Perez just seemed to have been just like, okay, just calm.
Yeah.
Max is way behind.
Turn 1 is involving Hamilton and Sainz reviewed. No further investigation for forcing another driver off the track. But
because that just doesn't get anything nowadays.
No, but I'll tell you something, Megan. Isn't it a bit blocky at the moment? What's happening out here?
Okay,
so Lewis has no grip on the inters, and look at the field.
So he wanted full wets.
Let's go over to the battle computer quickly as well.
All slow.
Yeah, let's just take look at the battle computer.
And packed.
Yeah. But look, there's the driver tracker. But look at the intervals. Look, 4 seconds between. What was it? 3 seconds between Leclerc and Sainz, and Verstappen's in the mix. But they're all separating so much. They're all struggling for traction out there. It's getting unbelievable.
Okay,
Hamilton again, wasn't it?
No, it was Max.
Oh, I see.
Taking advantage.
Yeah, so Max having a few problems.
He didn't have any advantage, let's face it.
Max is going to dive up the inside now, though, to get ahead of Yuki Tsunoda on the inside line down towards turn 14. Sweet move, Tedos.
I believe that decision from Lewis Hamilton was indeed, Crofty, to start on the full wet tyres. Do you remember we saw, and Simon said there was that shot of Hamilton with no tyres on when everybody else had all their race start tyres on. It was getting towards the point where they had to put them on. I believe Hamilton had wets fitted then, full wet, and I think the Mercedes engineers looked at everybody else and said, hang on, we'd be the only one on full wet.
He's the only one.
Hamilton, that was his choice, he wanted it, and it looks like the team went against him.
Cheers, Ted. This is Magnussen down at the Singapore Sling, trying to go around the... Oh, no, this is turn 7. Is this on the opening lap when he got forced wide by... Okay, so this is the opening lap, once again, that we were watching. And just a little cut on the inside line there as well.
Nearly got into the wall. Where's Schumacher? 14th. I just had some thought of Schumacher.
Where's Russell? He's got up to 18. So what happened to Zhou and Albon on the opening lap? We haven't actually seen yet.
I don't actually know. I know Albon went off somewhere, but I don't know what happened to Zhou.
And now we know, of course, what happened to Kevin Magnussen's end plate on the front there as well, and why he was having so much problem out there on the track, because this is Albon losing it going round, and he did whack the wall. Surprised Albon hasn't damaged the rear wing there. It was quite a hefty whack there.
Yeah, it was. Maybe Williams has just made the back stronger after experience.
Well, Josh, I don't know if you're looking at the weather forecast, but what did you think of that start? It was chaotic as well, and I like how now that we've got a driver tracker that actually works all the time, we can actually keep you on all the time for the lights out procedures. Why can't I hear Josh? That's why. Try again, Josh. Go on, Josh.
Yeah, other than the slight technical issues with mic, sound, and camera, we are now back. But yeah, I think the weather radar is looking good. But Verstappen dropping all the way down to 12th or 13th. Not a great start. Up in 9th now, and Vettel in front, but Alonso up in 6th.
Good start then for Alonso, only dropping 1 place and where he qualified. And I don't think, Megan, as well, DRS has been activated due to it. I just heard box from Russell. So are they pitting Russell for some different tyres?
What does he need boxing for? Why? Oh, not
slicks,
again.
Not slicks. It's nowhere near slicks.
Not again.
Perez sets the fastest lap of the race, 2:03.310.
Doing that thing again.
What, where it only shows you half this? Oh, no, is it?
No, it's showing everyone's on slicks.
So it is, yeah. The tyre graphic is wrong on our systems up here in the commentary box as well, so we'll have to rely on Josh to tell us. But
if people are on slicks, there'll be crashes every 5 seconds.
Yeah. Just a reminder that we do have a 100% record of a safety car in Singapore. So it's only a matter of time until that safety car comes out. We've in half the races here as well. We've had in half the races here. We've had 2 safety cars as well, and at least 2 virtual safety car periods. As everyone's still, this isn't a Grand Prix anymore. This is let's find out how much grip we can have before going over to slick tyres, because
it's an experiment.
Yeah, because look at this. The gap is just massive. It's been 5 laps, and it feels like 1 lap 40. There's nothing going on out there. And this is George Russell passing Nicholas Latifi into the Singapore sling.
We need 2 people to crash to bunch up the field again and make them go onto wet tyres.
Yeah, nice move from Russell up the inside there. Gained up a place, now to 17th as well. It was actually down at turn 14 as Max Verstappen now closing in on the back of Sebastian Vettel. Correct me if I'm wrong, aren't wet races supposed to be exciting?
Yeah, I'm kind of rooting for Bottas and Ocon to crash into each other.
Nobody can get the grip on the tyres, nobody can heat them up, and they're all just slipping and sliding out there. Max is actually dropped places, and for the first time this year on the opening lap, he's actually lost places than when he started.
Exactly. Max is just out there trying to survive.
Yeah, he really is, isn't he? And he's got, well, he could win the championship this weekend if he outscored Leclerc by 22 points and Perez by 12 points.
That's why he's driving sensibly.
Yeah, because it's going to be in Japan next week.
So bad.
Albon says that the grip is incredible. It's so bad. So Albon's even complaining about the level of grip out there today.
So that's Lewis and Alexander.
So what? Is it full wet tyres or is it intermediates? It's not damp enough out there because they're not kicking up spray, are they, on the inters? So it's not full wet.
Yeah, though it could
it's not
be
slicks.
the tyres soaking it up from the floor.
Yeah, because it's not slicks, is it? It's absolutely not slicks. So
and look at the pit lane entrance.
Yeah, that's
the exit.
That's massively wet because it's got the painted line on it as well. So it's I don't know. It's a weird situation right now. I can see dry patches starting to form, but it's wet. It's wetter in some parts than it is in others. This is the weird climate that Singapore has. Look at the exit turn 1, as you pointed out, Megan. Massive amounts of spray all the way going back. So it's intermediate in the first sector, but in the second sector, in the second sector, it's fine. It's a really weird situation going on right now. As Leclerc in second position, and the fastest first sector time is Lewis Hamilton, a 31.532. Norris Radio.
As you can tell, I'm not drying out very quick.
And Megan, most of the drivers, remember, used their intermediate tyres yesterday. They used, out of the 5 sets they got, 4 mandatory sets. They got given an extra set as well Max Verstappen having a big wiggle there. Nearly putting it in the wall, coming out of turn 6. But yeah, they got given an extra set of intermediate tyres for FP3. Now they used 3 sets in qualifying and 1, so some drivers only got 1 set of inters left, and they've started the race on it, so they have to go on to older inters as well. And Josh, with this, are we predicting pit stops around about lap 22, 26 in that range gap? Because it's just, can we see slicks? Do you think it's near slicks? I don't know. The field's too separated.
Maybe near the end of the race, but not at the first pit stop, I don't think. The only team to start on used inters were both of the Alpha Tauris. All of the other teams using, looks like, their only new intermediate set. Sergio Perez fastest lap 2:09.4. Battle for 7th, Gasly, Vettel and Verstappen.
And Max Verstappen is sliding massively on this track as well. He's just trying to find the right grip as well, but I can see dry lines starting to appear. I can see wetter lines forming as well.
Black and orange flag, Magnussen.
So Magnussen's been told he has to come into the pit lane then or face disqualification as well because he's got a dangerous part of the car.
Probably that end plate. I have 2 things to say. 1, I forget how well Perez does in wet weather.
Yeah.
And 2, how, in the name of sanity, is Albon 50 seconds behind and so is Latifi and Zhou?
Yeah, because Albon hit the wall, so how on earth...
It's 7 laps in!
Yeah, what's happened to Latifi and Zhou to put them back so much as well?
They're going to be half an hour behind by the end of this race.
You are right, though, that Perez does magnificently. Do you remember Monaco earlier in the year when we had a similar long delay period as well? And he did take that race win as well that day. And I think Red Bull... we got yellow. So who's gone off on the track somewhere? Can't tell.
Is it Latifi?
I think it is. It's Nicholas Latifi in the first
sector.
Latifi. Has he lost? Oh, there's 2 cars down there. Latifi and Zhou.
Oh, Zhou is there.
Zhou.
All 3 of them.
Yeah, Latifi and Zhou.
So have they come together?
Zhou stopped.
Zhou's out of the race. Now, is it? Well, we've gone green.
Why is it green?
Well, yellow, there we go. Is this going to cause a safety car? 100% record. Oh, and that's Latifi with a puncture. Latifi's got a rear left puncture.
That's why he was going slow.
Yeah, down the back straight. So presumably Latifi and Zhou have come together somewhere on the track.
I knew 2 cars would go off.
Yeah, so this could be a safety car, or at least a virtual. That might...
Never won.
Thing is, though, it's the wrong time of the race for a safety car. Because the tyres can't change because it's
give it another
winters.
20 laps.
Yeah. Zhou's out of the car, so he's out of it. No sign of a safety car coming up on the board just yet.
Is he close enough that it won't immediately cause a safety car when he gets out?
I think
he's right there, right on the outfit. You can push it in.
Virtual safety car instead of a full safety car, I think, would be the right procedure because Perez and Leclerc just going through.
Can't get in.
But if you snatch your brake coming out that part of the track, you could go straight in there as well. So if it happens to one car, it can happen to the other. Anybody can just pile in there. Talk us through it, Megs. This is on board with Zhou, and Latifi's ahead.
So, and that means that Alex is behind them.
Yeah.
Right, so...
Oh, Nick.
Oh, Nick just went... He cut over him.
Nick.
The guy just fully squeezed me into the wall, guys. I don't know what is he doing.
Coverage, I've seen it.
Well, Nicholas Latifi literally just...
Good Joe.
This would be a safety car then, because they can't easily get that car behind the wall.
Car out of the way.
I didn't see. I have a puncture.
You can push it.
Puncture for Latifi, and there's, according to Lewis Hamilton, a lot of debris out on the track, a lot of stops then, a new front wing for Magnussen, and new set of intermediate tyres as well.
You can use a jack and just wheel it through.
Yeah. Oh, it's a longer stop than was liked for Magnussen, even with the front wing change. Still, though, impressive, 11.4 seconds.
Yeah, and I suppose it doesn't really matter for Magnussen if he gets a slow stop. He's literally the last one.
Yeah, so if he needs safety car. There we go.
That's for Latifi.
Yeah, and the debris on the track as well. So the 100... What, is Latifi stopped too? No, Latifi's still going, but there's too much debris on the track.
Yeah, but he's causing loads of debris to go out.
Yeah, on the puncture. So the AMG safety car comes out, so we continue.
He's about to go into pit.
Yeah, we continue the 100% record of having a safety car here in Singapore. And there goes Bert Mylander in the AMG safety car as well. The Mercedes heading out there onto the circuit. And the pit exit, Megan, looks incredibly wet, doesn't it?
As the safety car comes out, Latifi goes in.
So this safety car is for the debris on the track and for the fact that they've got to bring a tractor to recover Zhou's car, even behind the barrier, because it's got a broken front right wheel because Latifi just came across him.
Oh, that's the worst type of puncture.
Yeah, as he damaged the floor. And with these aero cars as well, Latifi...
It's not the type of puncture that is just exploding. It's a type that
strips the bodywork,
does it.
Has he broken... No,
That's
it's
why
over.
there's debris.
It's over. He's broken the rear suspension. It's not just that. Look. Rear suspension's bust.
You can't get the tyre on.
Yeah, so Nicholas Latifi is out of the Grand Prix. So that's 2 retirements by lap 9.
I knew it would be 2.
Yeah, so you're correct, actually, with what you said in the comms box, Megs. So
I knew there would be 2 out. I got one team right. I knew it would involve an AlphaTauri.
Who's the safety car picked up here? That's not the race leader.
No, Alfa Romeo.
That's a much stronger lap.
That's Bottas then.
Prioritising exits, that's a good
But Bottas
pushing entry.
Is that Perez?
Yeah, it's Perez.
Oh, it is. It looked like an Alfa Romeo
It
on
did
board,
look
didn't
like
it,
an
Josh?
Alfa Romeo.
I was sure. Okay, so who's going to come into the pit lane then? Pit lane lost under the safety car.
I knew it would involve an Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, pit stop time under the safety car, it's 15 seconds you get lost, but it's too early in the Grand Prix to take it. Yes, Magnussen has, and stays on the lead lap as well, because he'll bunch up behind the safety car now.
He's 100 seconds behind.
Well, you know what they say, don't you, Magnussen as well. He can get back in there, but Latifi is officially out of the race with the broken rear suspension, and now the safety car will lead them in. And this is a problem because now intermediate tyres. Oh, look at the amount of debris, Megan. And actually, this. I don't
George, don't drive into it.
There's a lot of debris now on the entrance to turn 6, and that's before the fastest part of the track. So they need to clean that up big time because you don't want to have a puncture going down the kink down Raffles Boulevard.
Valtteri, don't tell me you drove through it.
Oh no! Oh, that's Russell going straight on and hitting Bottas.
Narrowly avoiding, all right.
Yeah, Russell.
Oh no, did hit.
Did hit. Broken wing for Bottas. Yeah. So that's Russell for the second time today, and he's been complaining all weekend about the brake pedal going long. We saw it in practice 1 and then again in practice 3. Didn't we, Josh? The brake pedal was just going too long for him, and he had it in qualifying as well.
It is.
This was on lap 7 apparently, so before the safety car, obviously.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think...
Go on, Max.
Okay. I am really curious to why, after George obviously spun, they thought, you know what, it's a good idea. I'll drive through the debris. Right through it.
I must admit, I am a bit curious as to why they've not got any marshals out there right now with some brooms. We can't see turn 4 on any pictures at the moment. All we know is that nobody's in that for sector of the track as well. Down at turns 4 and 5 where the debris is. The safety car is bringing them out the last corner now. So we should spend at least 2 or 3 laps behind this safety car, shouldn't we, just to sort of clean things up. But don't forget, the lap time here as well, we probably will go to the 2-hour distance at some point.
It's been 20 minutes and it's been 10 laps.
Yeah, so do the maths. Tell you what, though, I am going to take this opportunity as well to get the T-Feed timing graphic of the race clock prepared, just in case we need it. Because I did not think about that earlier on today in preparation for it. But
that's exactly 2 hours.
What is until?
It's around about 2 hours at the pace we're going.
So every lap behind the safety car does indeed matter.
Yeah.
Oh, blimey, this is going to be something fun then, isn't it?
It's going to reach its 2-hour mark. It's ending. Safety car
in this lap. Fab. So we will get this race finalised. Ted.
Long-term gain. So really, we have to do that. But why do you think Hamilton would have thought, well, look, it's fine. He would have clearly known that and thought, well, look, I will be able to live with the full wet tyre into the stint for as long as possible. So I keep sort of playing with it in my mind, thinking, well, who was right there? Lewis clearly annoyed about it, but he would have known that it was burnout quite quickly, Martin. What do you think about that?
Well, if you remember Felipe Massa, who started on pole here in 2017 in the rain, the only time we really had any wet running here much, said, I went full wet and it was a mistake, and it was much wetter than that. So, you know, different cars, mind you, dramatically different tyres in some respect. But
well, yeah, because back in 2017 there were 13-inch wheels. Here today they are 18.
Only when Magnus is going to catch up.
Yeah, like till the very beginning. It's like so many corners are still just completely wet. I'd probably say it's wetter than the beginning of quali still.
Wetter than the beginning of qualifying still. Now what does that tell you? In for a penny, in for a pound.
In for
out
a
here.
bucket more.
Yeah, safety car is coming in at the end of this lap then. So we are going to have a green flag procedure. Sergio Perez will lead them away as well when we head to the green.
The only way Kevin Magnussen is going to be able to catch up if he doesn't manage to catch up before the safety car ends fully is by a red or another safety car.
Yeah, well, he's just on the back. Let's hear from Hamilton.
Starts. Max haven't gone out yet, and he's explored a big gap.
Well, he hasn't now, Lewis. He's backed up. Stop complaining and get on with it. Green flag, green flag, green flag at Singapore. The race here is go again, and the safety car is in. Sergio Perez accelerates on a turn 22 and 23, takes the green flag, and the race is back on in Singapore. Perez leads, Leclerc second, Sainz third, Hamilton fourth, and already, Megan, there's a huge gap forming at the final corner as well. And it seems like that was too quick of a restart. Everyone still got separated by 28. Yeah, already in 3-second gaps. That was insane. Didn't seem to hold that much, did he?
Yeah, cut-off point seems to be Lando.
Yeah, down in fifth position, and that's meant that. I'll tell you what, Perez could have helped Max there by backing them up a bit much, and he hasn't really done it because now Max is behind.
It's changed to Gasly.
Okay, so Gasly's just caught up on that little gap, but Gasly's also getting caught by... Oh, guess who? Max. Max has passed Vettel. So Max is now been to P8 as Vettel tries to inside.
Again.
He nearly is back in as well. On the inside line, trying to find the best opportunities, and a big old slide coming as well around the outside there on the circuit. So pushing hard, continuing to hold the advantage. Perez leads 1 second already to Leclerc. I'll tell you what, this shows exactly how bad the new Formula of car is. Yeah, don't worry, we can drive. We don't need DRS anymore. We can follow each other way more easily. One race without DRS at Singapore, and all of a sudden the gap after one lap of safety car is Perez leads by a second.
Oh, Magnus is clever.
And Magnussen is, of course, yeah, Magnussen has gone up as Max sends it up the inside of turn 13 with a very sweet move. And you can hear the wheel sort of arching, couldn't you, to turn it around?
Gasly had to slow down.
Yeah, and he's under pressure now as well from Sebastian Vettel coming back. So Verstappen goes to 7th, Gasly's 8th, Vettel's 9th as well. And beautiful from Max Verstappen, who is slowly making his way up the field. Next victim, it's Fernando Alonso.
Gasly, you better watch out because Seb's having a really good day.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? Seb is flying out there. Let's take a look at this move, Megan, then at the Anderson Bridge.
Look, he literally had to slow down at this point.
Gasly just sort of jumped out the way there, didn't he? He saw Max coming and just sort of said, nope.
He was like, nope, I've seen this. I've saw this a year ago.
2, 3. Tell you what, though, your favourite driver is hunting down Lando Norris, a friend of mine's favourite driver as well. It's actually a question of who's going to win out on top here, because Alonso, even though he is 42 years old and is in his 350th Grand Prix.
But he was 41.
Well, nearly 42. His birthday is 29th of the 7th, 1981. So that's his 41, you're correct. So, yeah, Alonso's 41.
I know his birthday.
Well, he knows yours as well. Alonso is 41 years old and in his 350th Grand Prix. You'd think he's in his prime of his life, wouldn't you?
Out for revenge.
Yeah, he's closing down. Turn 5, incident involving Latifi and Zhou under investigation for causing a collision. Well, Josh...
It doesn't need to be under investigation.
Yeah,
we
Josh,
know.
presumably that will be a penalty post for next race for Latifi because he closed the gap.
Yeah, absolutely stupidity from Nicholas Latifi, and another reason why he's leaving Williams at the end of the season, lap 12 of 61. Fernando Alonso still chasing down Lando Norris. Perez, Leclerc, Sainz, Hamilton, Norris, Alonso, Verstappen, Gasly, Vettel and Tsunoda, the top 10.
Nice top 10 as well, it is for points. And for Yuki Tsunoda as well, I'll get to you in a second, Megan, because Tsunoda, it would be points in Bahrain, points in Emilia-Romagna, points in Spain, and he's been pointless since then. And also, Nicholas Latifi's pointless season continues with another DNF. He retired in Saudi Arabia. He had a retirement in Austria and France. So this is his 4th retirement of the season for Nicholas Latifi.
I have 4 words. They're losing time again.
1:59.5. Oh, no, hang on. Perez has just done it again. Oh, look at that from Leclerc. 1:59.328 as Perez did a 1:59.473.
Look at the back.
32 seconds between Perez and Magnussen. Yeah, so you're right. They are losing.
A lap ago, that was 26.
Yeah, they are losing a lot of time out there at the moment as well. I'll give you that one as we head down towards turn number 1 again. And Alonso is now having to defend from Max Verstappen. So the safety car did absolutely nothing to try and entertain us in this race.
The only thing it did was enable Magnussen to catch up.
Even the safety car, have they actually removed any of the debris? Because I just saw a load of offline into the last corner.
I don't think they have.
No, they haven't. I think they just cleared the car out the way, didn't they?
Yeah.
So maybe Lewis will get back on the radio. The last thing you want is a puncture down here going full speed, because it'll be an instant red flag because it's just too much.
Last thing you want is Lewis Hamilton complaining.
Yes, well, nothing changes there.
He won't stop all race.
Oh, Max was looking at the inside of Fernando Alonso on the inside line in towards turn number 7 and 8 as well.
Same if you get Yuki complaining.
Yeah, past Raffles Hotel,
And
onto
Stroll.
the back straight now as well. Into the Singapore sling.
It's always them 3. Have you noticed?
Say again?
It's always Lewis, Yuki, and
Yeah,
Stroll.
he's always stuck behind somebody, isn't it, at the moment as well,
Yeah.
going those 33s.
They're always having problems.
Grandad Stan had a photo on the Anderson Bridge during his time in Singapore during the Second World War.
Dad mentioned that.
Yes, I always like to mention that on the commentary as well, and I know Dad is going to...
Said he also stayed in a hotel.
Raffles Hotel, yeah, just alongside, yeah, and the Singapore Sling, of course, as well. Always like to mention that in Singapore, a bit of a family connection. And also, Ian Birch will be joining us in the commentary box if one of the two happens. 1, Max wins the championship, or 2, Lewis Hamilton wins the race. Or 3, he feels like it's been a good Grand Prix. So that's why he's not with us in Singapore, because it is too much for him to do. He will be with us, however, in Japan in a week's time, alongside Megan as well, when the championship will be won. But sadly, Josh won't be with us on camera, but he will be with us with voice, because he is out and about in a car journey, so I can share my pictures with him as well to see the race as well. So,
hopefully
yeah.
camera should work.
Fingers crossed. If not, though, don't worry about it. But still, lap 14 to 61. Can you tell we're filling? Because Max is closed up to the back of Fernando Alonso now to turn 1. And now Alonso's gone onto the defensive. 0.532 between them at the moment.
I'm assuming everything's safe out there because the two harbingers of safety haven't spoken up yet. Vettel and Norris.
Yeah, Vettel and Norris haven't said anything yet either.
Them two are really concerned with safety.
Are we getting over to the crossover point yet? Because Perez is now doing a 31.3. I mean, there's still 159s. But the lap record here is a 141 set by Magnussen a couple of years ago. So
they're not going to beat it, something tells me.
Yeah, 2-minute lap times. We've done 14 laps and we're half an hour into the race.
I'm going to check for weather.
Hang on a minute. We've done 14 laps. We've got 48 left, and we're half an hour into the race. So 14 plus another would be 36, correct, Megan?
Hold on.
Megan's just doing the calculations as to are we actually going to finish this race on time? Another, how long? 1 hour 30 exactly. It's 2 hours plus 1 lap, remember, so...
2 hours and 10 minutes, maybe 11.
So we are going to lose 10 minutes from this race at the current pace.
Oh yeah, we lost 10 minutes in 4 laps.
So that's 4 laps less than on the distance. So we're going to have about a 55 lap race then around Singapore.
If we're losing 10 minutes every single 4 laps,
yeah.
This race is going to go on for days.
Well, we have got a 1 hour. We've only got 1 hour 30 minutes left on the timer. Look, so that's how long the race can last. The 2 hour clock.
Yeah, it's not going to last that long.
The 2 hour clock inside the 3 hour window started at the formation lap. So now, isn't it, Josh? We're just waiting for the time to run out. But it's going to be another Monaco where we're not going to have the lap times completed. 15 laps in half an hour. I mean, it's just not good, is it? That's in an hour, 30 laps. In 2 hours, 60 laps plus 1. We might just get it, actually. Thinking about it, we might just have it.
I'm going to look at the
and of course, as the track dries out, we'll be getting faster and faster and faster so I can see the full distance.
One more safety car though won't help anything as well. We've had the safety car. Let's just keep going to the end now to get full points. We need to get over 75% distance for this race to be declared a full result. Remember, in Monaco, we very rarely nearly didn't get to that distance as well. Lap 1, turn 7, involving Verstappen and Magnussen. No further action for causing a collision. And interestingly, they were looking at Verstappen there, Megan. What a surprise, it's no further action.
What a surprise. You don't happen to have Marina Bay weather on your phone, do you?
No, but I know Josh does as well.
Can you check what it is for the next hour?
Yeah,
then?
Josh, check what the weather forecast is for the next hour.
I can't find it.
Yeah. So, we're at Marina Bay.
Well, I did find it. I just don't trust it completely.
Josh, you'll check the weather for us as well, which is always handy having somebody who can move around the commentary a lot quicker as well. Just taking a quick look at the action as well. Let's have a word with Anthony Davidson.
Right front seems to be wearing pretty quickly now. He was concerned about that even before the safety car, and Leclerc has just been told to start hunting for the wetter parts on the track in the straights to try and cool their tyres down.
Science Radio.
I saw Danny Ricciardo doing that about 5 laps ago.
Take wet punches to cool the tyres down if you can.
And not
now, Science is being told to cool it down as well out there.
Also, commentators there not speak over the radio.
I was just thinking, Crofty was got that bang on, didn't he? And it was very nearly a situation where he didn't get it bang on. I hope our graphics are actually working correctly tonight as well. It seems to be a little bit of a pop in, pop out moment as well. But either way, across the board then as well, Perez leads. It's a 1:59.018. Here comes Max Verstappen, just crossing the line down towards turn number 1. The camera cuts in 3, 2, 1 now. To an extreme close-up as well. Now, the graphics just popped up here saying Alonso, Sector 1, Verstappen's quicker, but Verstappen just had a slide there coming out turn 1. Sector 2 and 3, Alonso's faster. So overall, on the last lap, it pretty much stayed the same, 18 thousandths of a difference.
They're pretty much even.
Yeah, and that's interesting that a world champion, Max Verstappen, can't pass 2-time world champion Fernando Alonso in a worse car, arguably, to become a 2-time champion.
Fate has a funny way of slapping you in the face.
Well, of course, Fernando Alonso stopped Michael Schumacher becoming an 8-time champion as well. Let's go now to Ted and London Radio.
So the goal is to make these inters last longer than everyone else's.
Ted.
Yep.
That's for sure. That's not what's happening with Carlos Sainz at the moment. He's dropped to second in a couple of laps. So we'll see what's going on there, whether he's just looking after them or whether he still has pace in those intermediate tyres. A couple of brake issues as well. Alex Albon in the Williams saying these brakes on his car are the worst he's ever had. They're just really struggling with them. And George Russell's been on the radio saying, how are my brake temperatures? And they said that the front left is a bit high, but otherwise they're okay. But still behind Valtteri Bottas is George Russell. And Bottas and Russell in wet conditions, Crofty. These two have history, don't they? Remember the little, the massive crash at Tamburello in Imola a couple of years ago, and the afters they had afterwards.
They did indeed, and it was only last year, Ted, as well, the massive crash.
I hate it when... It annoys me when people do that. It's like, oh, it was this long ago. Just like, when everyone knows it was not that long ago.
I want to go back on board with Max. I think he's having gearbox problems.
He keeps sliding, and I'm not sure that track is giant.
Let's hear from Lando.
3 years back. Tires becoming more slick, quickly in the dry areas, becoming more and more slippery in the wet areas.
What areas is he looking at?
Don't know, but we've lost track sound as well through turn number 1. That's weird. Comes back to us now as well.
Why does that look burnt?
It does, doesn't it, as well? That part of the track, it's part of the heat haze. It's drying out in Singapore, that's why. It's got a glisten over it, but now it's drying out. Alonso's having to go defensive. Verstappen's going to try and swing into him, but they're just trying to get the damp parts of the track, aren't they, Max? They're just literally trying to cool these tyres down. They've done 17 laps on these, and it's just not paying off.
Look, everything around there, I would consider that to be damp. I don't know where Lando's looking.
Lando's driving the car, though, so I'm slightly more inclined to think Lando's got something here, but...
I think he's just staying to the dry parts.
Yeah, stick to the dry part and see what's going to happen, as well as Leclerc.
If someone goes wide.
I think there's going to be another safety car shortly, you know. I've just got a feeling. They're still on damp parts of the track, but Lando said that the tyres are going... Yeah, the tyres are going to go slick. He said they're going slick. So the track is still damp in areas. So someone's going to go on the damp part.
Like there, that puddle.
Yeah, someone's going to go on the damp part and the exit there as well, and just loop it round. Look, it's very damp.
There.
Yeah, it's very damp offline there.
See, that's what I'm concerned about.
And Charles Leclerc nearly went in the wall there as well, coming through turn 18. So Leclerc nearly put it away as well. But
speaking of,
yeah, one more with him now on driver's eye. But just one small mistake, and it'll loop back round on itself as well. And it's just they're so hard to control, these new generation of Formula One cars as well. As we come in.
You can't really rely on past cars.
Yeah.
And races.
And we have never had a full wet race here. This is the first one. 2017 started damp.
It dried?
Yeah, it dried out pretty quickly. This is the first fully wet race we've had in Singapore properly ever.
Ferrari are discussing something. Get ready for a mistake. I always get so worried when Ferrari discuss things because it usually means that they're planning a pit stop, and it also probably means that they're going to mess it up. Here we are, Sainz, not far from pits now.
That's what.
So, yeah, I would say they're planning a pit stop. I wonder who they're going to pit first. Probably Sainz, just to test it out. So I wouldn't count on anything good happening from that. Though, lap 18 of 61 right now. Perez is still in the lead. Not really that surprising, though I do think he needs to watch out because Leclerc is 3/10 faster than him.
I think Red Bull are also planning on something, aren't they, as well, with the pit stop situation as well coming through to try and see.
It worries me when they do.
It does, because if they both come in together...
It's like a battle.
Yeah, exactly. Now, we're in the pit lane. Red Bull are second in the pit lane. Ferrari are just ahead of them. Verstappen radio.
He has done all race.
What are your thoughts on conditions, Max?
Still too wet.
Okay, that does it. The world champion says it's still too wet. I wouldn't put it on as well.
Do you know, I swear, between Ferrari and Red Bull, the Battle of Hastings was more peaceful.
Certainly less people got involved in fights, didn't they?
Exactly.
And I tell you what, though, Josh, as Max is saying, it's still intermediate conditions out there. So knowing Ferrari, it's time for C4, C5 slick tyres. Why can't I hear Josh?
Onto the blue tyres.
Yeah, full wet weather tyres instead, yeah.
Yeah, but fastest lap for Perez, a 1 minute 58.905.
That's a remarkably good time as well. So...
It's catching up to Leclerc.
Yeah, action's coming. That was Sonoda saying something as well. We need to get that sorted.
Sonoda being Sonoda.
Yeah.
Those three have complained today. Well, Stroll hasn't.
Ferrari are just mopping the pit box now to make, because I think they're going to go to slicks, you know, eventually, as well.
I bet it's weird.
Josh, if you just turn your microphone down a little bit, I can put the fader up better because we're struggling to hear the pit radio today, and you're both coming through the same channel, and I don't want to lose you as well. So just say something. Try again.
Hello.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hello, and look at that shaking of Lando Norris's tyre.
That's way too wobbly.
Just down a little bit more, and we'll be perfect as well. So yeah, try again. As we see Verstappen on the back.
Yeah, Verstappen chasing down Alonso.
You've got louder. How's that possible?
Yeah, that is loud, especially when you're having one ear on.
Yeah. But anyway, Max is closing in on the back of Fernando Alonso, then down out of turn 7 as well. Try and have a go, Josh. Try again, Josh.
Yeah, pit stop, average time lost 28 seconds. The gap between Alonso and Verstappen, 7 tenths.
Yeah, you're still mega loud as well. But anyway, Megan, talk us through what the pit stops could be.
I hear people through my left ear. That's why I only have my left ear on, because I don't need my right one. And yeah, that's still a little bit too loud.
Half of my normal mic volume. That's weird.
Check Discord. Yeah. Turn your Discord down. That's probably it. Turn your Discord down.
It must be the Discord.
Discord must be bumping it up as well when you turn it down. Or the gain's wrong or something or other.
Yeah, that could be it.
Anyway, Perez leads this race on a 1:58.717 as well. Leclerc's second, 2.2 seconds back. Seems to me that they want Perez to maybe come into the pit lane shortly.
Oh. Look at 8 to 11. Goes AlphaTauri, Aston Martin, AlphaTauri, Aston Martin.
It does, yeah. Gasly, Vettel, Tsunoda, Stroll in that position, so they're all battling for contact at some point in the circuit. 1 hour, 19 minutes to go. Another 5 laps and down the board. I knew it! I knew it!
When you're making Martin.
I knew it. I knew there was a problem with Verstappen. I knew it. There was something wrong coming out of turn 21. I could hear it. It sounded like the car was chugging a lot. So Max is having a problem with a big slide of oversteer.
He's certainly sliding a lot today.
Yeah, Max has got problems, Josh.
Yeah, hopefully that's all right now.
Yeah, perfect.
Yep. My computer decided to turn it up to 95 from 87.
Oh,
but Verstappen sounds like he has problems. Still trying to chase down Fernando Alonso in 6th.
So
20 of 61.
So the action still forming up here as well.
Up one, down one, up one, down one, up one, down one, up down, up one, down one.
The top 8, Megan, as Josh has said, they're just playing leapfrog with each other.
They really are. Then we've got Tsunoda and Stroll just like, we don't want to play.
The front 4 rows of the grid have just swapped positions. That's it. That's all they've done. Alonso radio.
Any dry line because I cannot see any on the car.
There is.
Thermometer slowly appearing, but not very clear from our side either.
Yeah, it can take a while for the sleep to be honest.
Yeah, cover that.
Interesting, isn't it?
And the problem is, even though we're still near the equator, the humidity's high still, but the sun's got in. So there's nothing drying the track bar a few a few thousand light bulbs and 20 F1 cars. They may be the best hoovers in the world, but for drying the track, Josh, they're pretty useless, aren't they? They need the elements of the sun.
Yeah, they really are, because it's a night race. If it rains, the only things drying the track are the marshals and the cars going around the track.
And an engineer with a mop.
Yeah, engineers, mops all the way around as well, as we see. Perez a 1:58.519. Again, still the fastest lap of the race so far. And I think they're all dropping as well. Can't see the first sector time. Yeah.
I could have sworn I saw a yellow.
I thought I saw yellow. I was looking at the timing boards thinking I thought I saw a yellow flag out there.
If you look back at it, you could probably see me go like...
Yeah, I looked at this one up here because I thought I saw it flash yellow at the top of the clock.
Yeah, for like a split second, but I thought maybe it was just a changing of the lap.
Yeah, I hope it was the changing of the lap down to lap 21 out of 61 as well. But still, a lot of anticipation in the air about whether or not this race will go full distance. We've done 21 of the 61 laps. We've got 41 laps to go, and we've done that in 45 minutes. So there is if we keep going at this pace...
Still making it.
Yeah, we might just get at least 60 laps in as well. But we need to pass 75% distance to get it. Got a yellow flag. I knew we saw something out there. Where is it on the track?
I knew that was foreboding.
It's down. I think it's... Where is it on the circuit?
Turn 9.
Alonso! It's not Fernando,
10.
is it?
Yes, it's Alonso.
Oh,
It's Alonso.
And Alonso stopped. Alonso just come to a stop. Fernando Alonso is out on his 350th Grand Prix. Engines died.
Did I not tell you not to crash? You just went the opposite. You just killed your engine.
Where's the safety car? It's on the track in the racing line. It needs to be safety car now. And it is virtual. Okay, we'll take that. Virtual safety car. And now it's pit stop galore. Oh, sorry, Megan. 350. I did tell you, anybody starts a record-breaking race, whether it's 100, 150,
I know,
whatever.
they crashed out, but this time, he didn't crash out. His engine just decided, you know what, you're not finishing this.
350 Grand Prix starts, ends out there. Yeah, it's okay, Megan.
Nothing's okay.
Virtual safety car is out. Let's take a look on board and let's listen as well. Well, it just died on him, didn't it? It completely shut down. Coming down to the Singapore Sling past Raffles Hotel. Well, at least his hotel's just there. So he can go back to his hotel because he is staying at Raffles.
Go have a drink.
Yeah. Singapore Sling, maybe?
Yeah.
I'm tired of that part of the track.
Go
as
eat
well.
at the buffet.
So Fernando Alonso is out. And this is Yuki Tsunoda. This is what was causing all the problems down here, because I think Tsunoda touched the wall. Oh, we just avoided it. Down at...
Someone avoided something.
Yeah, and that's why we were thinking, because there was a whole gaggle of cars there, and he actually stalled it.
He's in the racing line.
He went to anti-stall. Russell pits, but interestingly enough, the leaders haven't. They've continued on for another lap, so...
Well, they're idiots right now.
Yeah, 15... Well, it was the perfect chance for a pit stop, so now we're going to see some green flag pit stops, maybe. 15 seconds is lost under a safety car, or virtual safety car, and it's down to Ted Kravitz.
That's fighting for P16, so it's a good stop.
Slick tyres,
It is slick tyres, the mediums, the yellow mediums on there. I didn't think it would matter about what compounds we're talking. So many races, Crofty, we talk about softs and mediums and hards. I didn't think we'd have to bother with that, but they are the mediums for those who like to keep that going. Okay, George, good luck with this. Let's see how he goes. But they had to do something because he was going nowhere, stuck behind Bottas.
Let's see if George Russell has got the British talent that Jenson Button did as well of getting these tyres up to temperature. Russell's leading! Whoa! George boy, wow! Hey there, Georgie boy. You got a bit slidey out of turn 3.
Why is he on mediums? Why have you gone on mediums, you idiot?
Let's take a look if he's any quicker.
Yeah, so Russell has just pitted for a medium tyre. Oh, obviously won't know anything until it gets going.
Yeah, that's brave at the moment.
It is indeed.
It is brave, but if I know George Russell, he is brave. Well, I think we know who's causing the next safety car, don't we? George Russell, who we're looking at right now on the screen.
He's already sliding.
And this is under virtual safety car speeds, not even full speeds. And this is the part of the track where it's really wet, and he's struggling
And sliding
for grip.
again. You are an idiot, right? Today, George Russell, you are an idiot. Let's face it, all day.
Hang on.
No, he's been doing idiotic things all day.
Hang on.
I've said this all day.
Okay, well, that's your opinion, but my opinion is I remember 2010 Australia when it was a wet race and it was a really, really, really bad weather storm. The track was on the cusp of changing over to dry tyres.
Virtual safety car vending.
Yeah, we're going back to green. So Russell on the radio. No grip, but we're racing again, so he's stuck with it. We're back to green flag running, so the race is back. But yeah, I do remember Jenson Button putting on slicks, everyone saying that's way too early, then to have it founded by the fact he went off at turn 3 into the gravel trap. What happened to Jenson Button? The tyres switched on, everyone else came into the pit lane, he went on to win the Grand Prix.
I don't think that's the same situation now.
Well, to be fair, Button was 17th and Russell 17th. Yes, it was Australia to Singapore.
There's no gravel trap.
Yeah, but he did have a slide and he's struggling for grip. I think, and it was a street circuit in Albert Park. So there are similarities. I think that's a brave call from Russell if he can stick it out and not burn the tyres out when it's time for the cutover. I think that'd be great. Verstappen, though, on the Inters, 31.265, fastest first sector. Russell's first sector is a 60.1. So, but I don't think he's Russell's just starting a lap time now on the board. Can we access his timing graphic, actually? Where is he? Here he is.
Leclerc purple sector 2.
Yeah, 45.833.
And do you think George Russell is listening to a bit of Jason Derulo right now with his new song?
Could be possible. There you go. We've highlighted, possible actually, yeah. We've highlighted George Russell's lap time then on the timing graphic just to see if it's going to work, because Hamilton is catching up to Carlos Sainz, both on very used intermediates right now. Okay, first sector for George isn't good, but actually, it's a 34.343 for Russell. Perez's first sector, a 36.861.
He's on a slow lap, though.
I think this is actually decent from George. This could be very tactical for George Russell right now. We'll keep his lap highlighted to see what it is with the rest of the driver tracker working as Hamilton is closing down on Carlos Sainz into turn 1. That's a great camera angle in the first corner.
This lap is now going to change from one Red Bull to another. Verstappen has a fastest lap of a 1:58.377. And guess what? He's on intermediates.
Russell. Oh
no. Russell's first sector.
Please let it be spitting.
Negative. It's just spray. So it's,
please let it be actually spitting.
It's just spray. It's not spitting. Could you imagine if that was a brilliant tactical decision? And it took, what's his second sector? 49.6.
Oh, that cheered me up.
He's only a second off the pace of Albon. So, okay, this is actually good from Russell. But he's now into the wettest part of the track. We've kept him highlighted on the... Look, it's yellow, so it's been slow all sector. But we are just taking... And look, Megan, there's Fernando Alonso. He sat down with the marshals to watch... He sat down with the marshals to watch the rest of the race, and he's going to be there for another hour and 10 minutes. If we get someone on the...
He always does something.
SHT, are you listening to our broadcast? Nip down to Raffles and get you on your mobile. We want an interview with Fernando Alonso. I think Megan would have a heart attack if she spoke to Fernando Alonso. So get down there and see what happens. Because it's only you're at that part of the track actually. Because you said yesterday you were at the Singapore Sling, and that's there. So get there. Get over there and see what's happening. And look at that.
Rain, please.
No rain forecast for the rest of the race. Yeah, that's in the next half an hour though. So no rain in the next half hour. Megan, Russell's quick in the first sector on his timing graphic. Russell is quicker.
Down.
Russell's quick. The tyres are 32.666 first sector. This is starting to come to George Russell. Honestly, this is going to be Russell as Hamilton comes through. Right, let's take off Russell's lap time then and return to the normal graphic.
I want to be proved right, so I hope he hits a wet patch.
You're mean. I want George to get a victory as well. I want to hear the British national anthem.
You can get one in Japan.
And unlikely. Japan, it'll be Red Bull, and it'll be Max Verstappen winning the race to take the championship. You've heard it here first. Come on.
Both Red Bulls could crash out.
Oh, come on.
Russell's
it's not 1989.
flying in the second sector.
He is flying as well. Russell is really quick. We need to open up that timing graphic once again. Is it purple? It's green, Megan. It's dries. It's time for dry tyres now, and George Russell might have just done
47.692.
Oh, what was that?
A bit of debris being kicked up, but this is... I was going, whoa, because this is fantastic for Russell. This is it then. Russell's time is faster than anybody's. He has been so clever right now as well. Mercedes doing it well. What's the gap between him and the rest of the field? 97 seconds. That's a full lap. So Russell should just take the lead of this race away from Perez if they all dive into the pit lane in the next couple of laps. Russell needs to have a clear run and not get held up with traffic. But Perez is closing him down at the moment. You can see on the driver tracker where Russell is compared to Perez.
Perez is quicker.
This is going to be fun. Yeah, second sector for Perez, 45.718.
If he gets that, I'm going in for a drink.
Well, guess what?
Milk.
Yeah.
Just to clarify.
I'm having a quick water myself. 2-hour broadcast. Go on, Josh.
Minute 5.338 for Russell. Yeah, 2 minute 5.338 for George Russell on that lap. 44.980.
Yellow flag.
And there's a yellow.
Where is it on the track? It's not Russell because he's still circulating. It's Albon.
Albon.
It's Albon.
It's Albon.
Albon,
Turn 8.
Down at turn 8. Look at the driver tracker, and he's in the wall. This will be a safety car. Actually, he's in the concrete wall, Albon. Now, this is
fine, though.
That's where Russell's race ended in 2019. Oh, he's fine reverse,
bye-bye
but the
front wing.
front wing's gone as well. And if it, he's got it going again. Well done, Albon. But there's now a debris front wing, and we've gone green for some reason.
Luckily, it's all in one.
yellow again.
Yellow again.
Well, this will have to be a virtual safety car
Like
to
the
recover it.
debris.
Yeah.
Luckily, he crashed right next to a place where the marshals can quickly just pop out.
Precisely, and but there's so many people coming through, they'll have to throw the virtual safety car. As the wing's damaged, isn't it?
There's no big gap for them to run out.
Oh, I wasn't looking at the wing, Josh.
Again, the track is...
This is bad news for Russell.
Quicker and quicker driver. Still a little bit risky, but...
That's Russell being lapped.
Wires.
Yeah, it's the braking loom for the sensors that's on the front wing. Oh, he's got a puncture as well.
Yellow wire.
He's got a puncture as well on the front. Let's just see. He's going to turn in, hit the wet patch, isn't he? Yep, and go straight on into the wall. A nice little whack there. And he's also got a front left puncture, has Alexander Albon, and virtual safety car deployed.
I think it's an earth wire. So I saw yellow.
Yeah, virtual safety car deployed again as Albon turns in and whack. It's just the sensor for the front wing. And it's also nose cam sometimes.
Technically, that's the third.
Yeah, third safety car of the day. Second virtual safety car.
And if you add virtual safety cars together, technically that's two.
Yeah, that is actually two safety car period. So are they going to box? Where are they? Russell, actually, if he's not happy on these tyres, can now change over. But on the last lap, it was still 2:05. So if Russell wants to come in again, he can. But this virtual safety...
Yellow's at turn 8. We believe there's a front wing on track.
You believe there is?
This virtual safety car is not going to last too much longer, is it? So if they want to box, they've got to box now.
Who was that?
That's Perez and...
Red Bull, what a surprise. We believe there's a front wing on the track, yeah. Yeah, I think the car without a wing kind of gave that away. I mean, he did just pass him. So.
Here comes Albon down pit lane.
And he's passing you. Yeah, I definitely think there's a front wing out there.
Just out the corner of my eye. I can't actually see it. Oh, no, I think the engine's off. No, the car's been dropped down. No, he's still got a red light. I think there's too much damage. No, they're giving the cut sign. Oh, dear,
suspension.
Poor Alex Albon. 2 weeks ago, while everybody else was doing the Italian Grand Prix, this guy was on a ventilator. Remember, after an appendectomy led to some complications. And they couldn't resuscitate him, had to artificially ventilate him. He was on a ventilator, and he's done so well to get back into this weekend.
Why are we green? Why are we green? There's marshals on the track. Why are we green? The race has restarted, and there's still marshals on the track. Why have we gone green? What on earth's going on?
It's literally stuck, and you've got marshals out there.
Oh my God! And we've got people going down to that part of the track. Why? There's marshals still on the track, and Eduardo Freitas, the race director, has gone to virtual safety, gone to green flag. There's no virtual, and there's still marshals on the track recovering it.
Oh my God!
What was Eduardo Freitas thinking?
That's idiotic. It's today a day for idiots or something.
Thank God they've gone. They have gone. They've managed to get off the circuit, but what was he thinking?
Worse was the fact that the wing was stuck inside the wall.
Yeah.
So they were pulling it out.
Pulling it out.
Imagine if a car was coming and one of them fell while pulling it.
I'm taking a photo of that on the pit lane channel. The two marshals, they managed to get off and drag it away. Well done. 3 marshals were in the firing zone as the race restarted. Eduardo Freitas, have you taken your eye off the ball or something? That's a very rare mistake from an experienced race director.
That is bad.
Yeah. We've had that a couple of times here in Singapore when the race has restarted and we've had marshals on the track. But, wow. That's absolutely insane, Josh.
What on earth? I'm going on to F1 Twitter right now.
Your mic's turned up again. Hamilton Radio.
Just losing so much time behind this guy.
He's behind Sainz at the moment as well. That's who he's complaining about as well, saying that it's so slow out there. There's on board with Max Verstappen, 6th fastest at the moment, but Marshall's on track in Singapore. What a surprise. And the race director didn't even accept it was even happening. He just sort of still went green, didn't even make an attempt to put a yellow flag out. As we've got another yellow flag, Josh. Someone else is off, and it's the other one. It's Ocon. Ocon's on fire.
They will come in, yes, but I'm 5 seconds off the pace.
Oh, look at the engine for Ocon.
Turn 13.
Now, has he just locked up and gone straight on and can't find reverse? But the engine's starting to smoke, so it's starting to catch fire. So is this going to be... Oh, look at that. It's properly on fire now. Brakes are on fire. Engine's on fire. It's smoking and steaming, but it's going to catch alight soon. So they've got to decide whether or not to throw the safety car or a virtual safety car quite quickly. A double DNF, it looks like, for Alpine, the same as it's a double DNF for Williams as well. And Zhou thrown into the mix, and the car's rolling backwards. Josh, surely this is a safety car procedure. The car's in neutral, it's dead. So they're going to have to throw the safety car. I don't see a way around this one.
Well, failure. Yeah. Guys. Yeah, sorry guys, that was 3 laps, there was a weird sound, but...
For 3 laps, there was a weird sound. Well, Ocon's drifting it backwards, but he's right in the firing line. And there's still nothing from Eduardo Freitas. Well... This isn't world endurance, Eduardo. We've got to have to throw the safety car. So, this is insane. I know there's a worry about completing the race on time, but we've got cars in the firing line, and that's a very high-speed part of the track. As Sainz and Hamilton keep battling. Let's listen. Let's listen to On Board with Ocon as the virtual safety car's out. Oh, turbo failure. Yeah, so the turbos died. So virtual safety car's out, and now this is the pit stop time. Perez will come in, as will Leclerc, as will Sainz. Ferrari, look, they're going to double stack, and well, they're going for inters? What? They've gone round again. They've gone round again, as Russell's now been caught by Perez. And is this for Sainz to come in? Where's Sainz on the wall? Is he diving into the pit lane? I can't quite tell at the moment. Or Ferrari, no. Sainz has gone round, so's Hamilton. So Ferrari just gambling, but why do they have intermediates, Josh? Surely it's dries at the moment still.
Yeah, no idea what... no idea what Ferrari are going on about, but Ferrari is Ferrari.
Your mic,
as
your
a
mic,
minute, as
your mic,
an hour.
Your mic. There you go. Sorry, you were peaking everything. We couldn't hear you because you'd gone off. As well, the safety car's out, but there's no crane, so these marshals are incredibly brave.
All the time he is dropping down. Yes, the safety car will close that out, but he's now, is it 20 seconds he is behind Sergio Perez? Perez the leader, Sainz third, 21 seconds behind.
Yeah,
I think it is. 27 seconds.
27
sorry,
seconds
he's 21
behind
seconds behind Leclerc. So yeah, so it's just nothing's working for Carlos Sainz.
Oh, it went bang! Ocon's engine went bang.
Slicks decided against it. Had a thought about new inters, decided against that as well.
Thanks, Ted. Ocon's engine, Josh, went complete bang bang as well.
Yes, it did, and I'm being told that was a replay when the green flag went out.
So you've got really quiet now, so you sort of need to be in between that. So it was a replay, what we were seeing when we went back to green. So it was not marshals on the track, it was a replay. Where have you seen that?
Chris Medland on Twitter as well, and tons of other journalists.
Okay, marshals sitting on the track and race went green again. Okay, I've just seen that image on Twitter now as well. As the virtual safety car continues out. So lap 29 to 61, 58 minutes to go with 33 left on the clock. It looks like unless we get to dry tyres, this race will end with a cut-off as Hamilton is still so tight behind him as well. Hamilton's right up there. I'm surprised no one's coming to the pit lane as well. So the FIA say it was a replay being shown on the world feed. Okay, virtual safety car is out again. Esteban Ocon blowing up on the Anderson Bridge. Fire is out there as well. So Ocon is out of the race, and yet another virtual safety car as Megan Birch rejoins the team.
I want to see that.
Well,
somehow.
Maybe look at the pit lane channel. That might show it again. Hopefully we might get a replay.
So what exactly happened?
Car was stood there for about 2 minutes until Eduardo Freitas decided to throw a virtual safety car instead of the full safety car.
Oh my god. What is up with him today?
I know. Apparently, though, the marshals on track was a replay. The FIA said it was not live footage we were seeing. So
it would have said replay. Somebody tells me about us covering that.
I think the same thing, but as well. But I'm taking their word on it as Hamilton goes side by side with Sainz down the start-finish straight. But no one's coming to the pit lane yet. We've done 30 laps now. We're halfway in the Singapore Grand Prix with 57 minutes left of this race. It looks like we're going to go to a time as well, unless we get quicker. Megan, what did you say? 4 safety car, yeah.
He just brake tested me.
Oh. It was his favourite word. Brake tested me. He brake tested me, man. He brake tested me. Did he actually brake test him? Let's side by side.
What?
No, I think.
How can you brake test someone if you're not behind them?
Oh, actually, I think I don't know if his side's trying to stay to the delta, Josh, rather than brake testing him. Virtual safety car's ending. We're back to green.
So.
Green, 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 green. That's Verstappen almost launched behind Lando Norris as we went to green flag conditions. He's locked up his tyres. What was Verstappen thinking on that restart? He almost flew over Lando Norris. That was insane in the mini box camera. Wow. You see that, Josh?
Yeah, that was insane. Jumped the gun a little bit too early, it looked like. Hamilton still chasing down Sainz, and he brake tested me. Well, what a shame. Here's a replay in
Watch
full
this.
job.
So, is it... Wait, it's not green yet. It's not green yet. Max is accelerating. Max is accelerating. It's not green yet, Max. And he just runs right past Lando Norris and locks up again. That's Max's error, not Lando's. Let's listen to Lando's engine.
Yeah. It was very dangerous.
Yes, it was. That was Max making an error, not Lando. But these two are great mates as well, so I doubt there'll be any hostilities towards either of them. But that was definitely a fault there of the world champion from 2021 and the world champion in waiting for 2022, Max Verstappen as well. 1 hour down, 1 to go. Singapore's always a crazy one, isn't it? But now, this is Verstappen trying to get past Lando once again. And which one of the Dutch is supporting? Is it Max, Max, Super, Super, Max? Or is it Let's Go Lando, Lando is the best? Which one is it?
I think it's a mix.
Something tells me that their friendship could end very badly if there's a crash here. Max was angry yesterday when his team didn't put enough fuel in the car to complete qualifying. Can you imagine if his best mate takes him out of the race in a strange situation as well? I don't think he'll be able to live with himself. As the racing continues on here. Lap 31 of 61, Megs. Do we go to the end of this race or will we have a timed? No, time definitely as well. Max has got so much more speed compared to Lando in the braking zone now. Into the inside line at turn 7. I thought he was going to make a move there, but he didn't. Are you warm, by the way? Can I turn that heater off yet?
Yeah.
Lovely. It's too warm up in this commentary box now. We go through stages of being either way. Oh, Verstappen's in the wall! Verstappen's grazed against the wall coming out of turn 8. I bend down, come back up, and there's Verstappen grazing the wall.
He likes to keep you. He likes you to keep your eyes on him.
We're on board with him now. Let's take another look at it.
Yeah, it's good info, mate.
So we're on board. We were on board with Max Verstappen, and we just literally come up and he was scraping the wall where the debris was for Alexander Albon as well. I'm taking another look at it now on the pit lane channel. We've got up here in the commentary box as well. While I want to replay as we look at Sainz and Hamilton's battle still. Let's take a look then. So Verstappen onto the inside line, just got on the wet patch and almost went to the wall and just scrapes it. Wow. Leclerc, fastest lap of the race, a 156.259.
Oh yeah, there's a top 3.
Yeah, there is a top 3. Top 4 even, but it's a top 2 battle between Perez and Leclerc. But that's everywhere by 3 seconds on that last restart.
I honestly just don't take notice of the top 3 anymore in the race.
Russell's gone a lap down, by the way, just to let you know. Russell is now officially a lap down.
Yeah, he ain't having a great day. And also, that just proves my point.
What's your point?
The fact that going onto mediums was stupid.
Yes. Oh, Lando had a big twitch there. Coming out of the last corner, you can hear his radio message, can't you? As well, just sort of saying...
He was saying the same thing as you.
Yeah, what are you doing? What are you doing out there? Josh, can Max actually get past Lando? Because he seems to be struggling out there on these inters. Nobody's stopped yet, of course, and we're past half distance on inters.
Yeah, no one has stopped. Yeah, and let's hear from Perez.
Russell still struggling. Is he improving a bit? Is getting any better? Russell certainly not quick.
It's like a stubborn dad driving.
It is. Russell's struggling in the final sector. That's where he's losing most of the time on those slick compound tyres.
It's wet.
Yeah, that's where it's most wet, in the third sector. Perez is just on the fastest first sector of anybody at 31.085, but he was slow massively in that second sector. And according to the driver tracker, at least, Leclerc is slowly starting to close up to him. So Leclerc's going to find some time still as we ride with Max Verstappen trying to close up to Lando Norris.
He must be so far behind now.
That's Russell.
It only takes one safety car to get back into the game.
Russell says we must be so far behind now, but it only takes one safety car to get back in the game. Well, if we accept that we're not going to the 61 laps and it'll be a timed race, then okay. As Max locks up again, coming into turn 15 and nearly runs deep into the wall, just avoids it again. But the inters are starting to fade massively, and the track's not wet enough for new sets of intermediates as either. Go on, Josh.
Yeah, Russell, a personal best sector 2, 45.519.
Let's see how long that lasts.
Yeah, this is getting the track is still damp to not work for slick tyres, but the track also
It's too dry.
It's too dry for intermediates. So we need a slick intermediate like they had, where it's half intermediate tyre, half slick tyre. Like that's what we need, the slick intermediates.
I know something that will work, but you can't use the cars for it.
What?
Bouncy balls.
Yeah,
You've just got to be worried about Danny Rick throwing it in your face.
That's a fair point.
Well,
There's space hoppers. Space hoppers over. Josh, what you got for us?
Russell doing overrule.
Oh no, here we go again. Someone's off in the wall. Oh, it's Hamilton!
It's Hamilton!
Hamilton's off! Hamilton has crashed! They're trying to get behind Carlos Sainz!
Come on, Lewis, you can do it, you can do
got
it.
straight on him!
He looks okay.
It's a turn 7, he hasn't broken the front wing and he gets going again, he gets away with it
He
so
looks
often.
okay.
He gets away with it, and he's right in the battle with Max Verstappen, he closes off on Verstappen and he runs into the back of him! It's almost 2021 all over again! Hamilton shuts the door, but he's got damage to plate front wing, but he's lost a position to Lewis, and the tyre's gone as well! Wow! Lando's up to 4th, and Max Verstappen is closing down, but look at the damage to the front wing, and he gets away with it so often, Megan.
How did you manage that? Everyone else, slightest touch to the wall, out of a race. Lewis smashes into it.
We're getting there.
And no damage.
It's like, I'm fine, trust me.
Leclerc.
Opposite Red Bull.
Box opposite Red Bull, but Lewis Hamilton's wing, Josh, looks completely damaged, and now were they thinking of a pit stop to slicks? Because that's what Ferrari are thinking, but there's no safety car, so they come back in again because Hamilton's backed out of turn 7, so he's got going again.
157.392 for George Russell on mediums.
That's it, that's the time. This is the time to cross over now. It's now faster. The car looks intact as Hamilton, but if I was Hamilton, I'd box now, change the front wing, go on to softer compound tyres and go for it. No, the front wing's damaged completely, so he needs to get going again, but this is the opportunity now for Lewis to get back in this Grand Prix, and it could be an opportunity for Russell to get back in, but no one's taken the option to pit yet. Verstappen on the radio.
Yeah, the head plate is completely loose, mate. Like Magnus said, it's dangerous, it's going to fly off.
Yeah, it's going to fly off that front wing if they're not careful, right into the path of Max Verstappen as well. Hamilton continuing on, defending from Verstappen, like the wing's not even damaged. And who's into the pit lane, Josh?
Pierre Gasly in 8th, now down to 9th.
And now it's time for the fastest part of the track, and Max has got to clear Lewis now, otherwise he has damage, but Max was too slow coming down Raffles Boulevard as well. He pulls the inside. Look at the sparks.
Can you blame him?
Look at the sparks under the downforce from Hamilton as well. Verstappen's going to be really angry.
Sonoda pits there.
And the front wing is falling off. Go on, Josh.
Yes, Sonoda pits as well. They're double stacking Gasly to mediums. Bottas, Magnussen. Also into the pit lane. So 11th through 14th down in the pit lane.
And Russell setting personal best sector times.
Fastest lap.
Fastest lap overall. Who said it was a stupid decision? And here
Earlier on in the race.
And that's Hamilton turned in, locked up and hit the wall, but he hit it so square on, he actually did minimal damage.
It was still wet out there when he made that decision. Now I kind of see why you make the decision now. He should have made it later in the race.
Yeah, he should have. I do agree, but at least he's the guinea pig out there.
Bottas on softs and Leclerc is into the pit lane to put mediums on.
So box opposite Red Bull, so medium tyres are going on then.
156.177.
So yeah, Russell's now the fastest driver on the track as Charles Leclerc dives into the pit lane. Needs to be super smooth from the Ferraris as well. It's a slow start, they can't get the tyres off at the front. When was it, a 3.2? It's a 5.3. That's a mega bad stop for Ferrari. They couldn't get those intermediate tyres off, and that's cost him big time. Now, Sainz takes second position, but Norris is just coming around the last corner with Hamilton and Verstappen, and Hamilton dives into the pit lane. Right decision, if you ask me, to get that wing change, because it was going to be too much, and he would have got the meatball flag like Magnussen earlier on.
Russell's
Hamilton in the pit.
flying.
Russell
30.626 first sector.
Russell is flying. He's going absolutely crazy. Here comes Lewis Hamilton then. Let's hope it's not a race ender as well. We had him for a Grand Prix win. We didn't expect him to do that. He got stuck behind Sainz throughout the most of the race. More cars coming into the pit lane as well. Of Vettel as well. So wing goes on. Slick goes on for Hamilton. Away he goes. 11 seconds. It's 13.8. Blimey. Good stuff. Oh, and Vettel's going to come out right in the path as well of Hamilton. Does he get out ahead of him?
3.5.
Who's leaving the pit lane first? That's what I need to see. Yeah, look at that. Vettel got out ahead of Hamilton in the pit lane. So it's Vettel 8th, Hamilton 9th, still in the points.
Oh, flashbacks.
Now, don't make a mess of it out of the pit lane. And now, everyone out there on slick tyres, this is the crossover point, and this is when everybody just holds their marbles because anybody could put it into the wall and cause the next safety car. This is Leclerc's stop, Megan. Look at that. Oh, he's locked up and went on the jacks. So that's why it took so long, because they weren't in the right position. So Leclerc made the error.
I think he just broke a jack.
I think it is. Red Bull coming in for the race leader. Race leader pits. So box, Josh, what tyres for?
Let's see here, Perez. Oh, Leclerc's wide.
Leclerc went mega wide. He just about holds it in as well. But he's on slicks, remember, as well. I think it's medium tyres for Perez.
Yes.
Sainz,
box as well. Leclerc's still slipping and sliding at 154.795 for George Russell.
Russell is the fastest driver on the track, and he's got his lap back now as well, so he's no longer a lap down. Sainz dives into the pit lane. Perez leaves the pit lane now, and Sainz is going to fall down to third.
Someone move that cover.
Yeah, Sainz, he's got in okay, but it's 60 kilometres in the pit lane. Looks so slow.
This is front wing 2.
Box opposite Norris.
Verstappen's being told, box opposite Norris, 3.5 for Carlos Sainz. It's still not great pit stops, only a one stopper then. Here comes Max Verstappen into the lane, yellow flag. Who's binned in the wall then? Who's done it? I can't see it. It's Tsunoda at the Singapore sling. It's Tsunoda, the Singapore sling, and Bottas, Magnussen and Russell are going in there too. They're all going to get through.
They managed to get past him.
He's in the wall.
Well,
Racing line.
This will be a red flag then, because the Tech Pro will be damaged.
Didn't Jamie do that earlier on?
Yes.
Or just lighter?
Yes. So this will be a red flag because the Tech Pro's damaged.
Switch off, engine off.
And this is brilliant.
Race leader coming up.
This is brilliant news for George Russell, because this is going to deploy the full safety car. There's no doubt about it. In fact, this will deploy a red flag because of the tyre barrier.
Getting out in front of race leader.
And the safety car is deployed, and this benefits everybody who hasn't stopped yet. Who hasn't stopped yet, Josh? Who's got the best option? Unless the red flag.
Hasn't stopped yet? It's Norris and Ricciardo, both to McLaren's advantage.
Yes, unless the red flag comes out, which I think it might need to. But I would box now. If I was the McLarens, I would box right now and do a double stack under this virtual safety car, because Leclerc is, well, Norris is just behind Leclerc. Let's take a look. So presumably he's going to turn in, Megan, and just lock up and go straight into the wall.
I'm assuming that's what he's going to do. Did he hit a wet patch?
Turning into the brake. Oh, he locks up, and this will be a heavy stop. Bang. Is the Tech Pro damaged that much? It needs a red flag. Yes. I think
it's bent. Kind of.
I don't know.
It maybe just needs realigning and maybe a couple new ones.
If the Tech Pro's punctured, it will need to be a red flag.
It doesn't look punctured.
26 reasons. And look, Russell pits for new mediums. Perfect. That's perfect. 2.4 second stop as well. So Russell gets his lap back and will be on much fresher tyres than everybody else. So Russell gets his race back. But is Lando and Ricciardo need to pit now under this safety car to maximise their advantage. They'll only drop a couple of places back. So it would be McLaren 4-5. Ricciardo doesn't lose a place.
Sergio did pit at the right time.
He did, yeah. And I think McLaren's have now got an advantage from some great points as well now, because it's 15 seconds lost in the pit lane only, so they've got brilliant time. Unless the race needs to be stopped for the Tech Pro. We won't know until they get the car out there.
I don't think it does need to be.
I'm not too sure. They're very fussy with that Tech Pro as well.
I'm not sure it has been punctured.
I don't think it has, but we thought that in Formula 2 with Logan Sargent back in the Netherlands, and they had to red flag the race because of the Tech Pro. So that's why I'm saying it's going to be a red flag procedure, because otherwise we're going to lose the rest of the race behind the safety car. So Norris does a 3.3 second stop. He comes out in fourth. Ricciardo does pit now.
He'll come out behind Verstappen.
I don't think he will, look, because Verstappen's just come around the last corner now, and Ricciardo's already leaving the pit lane, I think.
Do you think he'll come out behind Stroll?
I think this is good. Ted.
For Daniel Ricciardo, very gingerly into the pit box. That's a nice stop by McLaren. Oh, what great luck for them. They must have seen something. It's just no Daniel Ricciardo feels that he's happier on the soft tires compared to the mediums we've seen for everybody else. But what a game. On a day when Alpine, their dread rivals in the Constructors' Championship, are going to score no points, McLaren at the moment look like they're going to score a backfall.
Bang on, Ted, bang on, and it's soft tyres for Danny Ricciardo and mediums for Norris. So this is a perfect restart opportunity for Danny Ricciardo here.
It is, and he's got both Aston Martins right behind him.
Yeah, and they only lost a position to Vettel, so to Verstappen. Hamilton's got a problem.
Sorry about that, guys.
Don't sweat it, Lewis. We're still in it, mate.
Lewis, you've got the perfect... Lewis is okay, by the way. Lewis, you've got the perfect redemption, my friend, because you only lost a couple of positions, but now, dry tyres, drying track. This is where Hamilton excels in these conditions. He's not out of it just yet, and this is how he did it, Megan, once again in the braking zone.
Yeah, I think just locked up.
And went bang in the wall, yeah.
Quite similar to Tsunoda, actually.
So the safety car has now caught Sergio Perez, as we need to wait to see if the race requires a red flag situation, if the Tech Pro barrier is damaged. That was Hamilton's damaged front wing on lap 33 of the race. I don't see the requirement for a red flag. I do agree with you, Megan. The Tech Pro didn't look punctured.
It didn't look punctured. It just looked moved.
Yeah, and if they can move it back by hand, brilliant. But
I think they can.
Yeah, let's take a look. Well, they've got Tsunoda's car out with the JCB, but we need to see the image down here. Is the Tech...
no, it's not punctured.
Let's take a look. I don't think it is. Is it punctured? I can't quite tell. Yes, it's punctured. This will be a red flag. Yeah, this will be, unless they can repair it quickly, I think this will be a red flag. But they've got 3 layers. They've got 1, 2, 3 safety layers, and then a layer of tyres just behind it. So there is another car in there.
It's annoying.
The Tech Pro should be fine.
It's
everyone
annoying.
now on slicks.
Because that Tech Pro's only damaged a little.
Yeah, but
everyone else on medium.
It's the same in MotoGP. If one air fence is broken, we have to red flag it. And
Because
if
it can affect every other reference.
Precisely, and if somebody else can go in there, the same thing. If the Tech Pro's damaged,
It could completely bust.
yeah, and the FIA are liable, so that's why we might.
And then it could get under the track.
I really hope we don't have to go red flag because there's 24 laps to go with 40 minutes left on the clock. So we currently might just see the end of this race, but the gut instinct in me is telling me that this race might get a red flag for 15 minutes to repair that Tech Pro, because we don't have 15 minutes to lose. Every second we spend under the safety car costs more time. So, and the field is so spread out now as well due to the pit stops that it might make more sense to red flag the race, get everyone back in the pit lane, line everybody back up again, and then go again for another start.
We've had 5.
Say again?
We've had 2 safety cars and 3 virtuals.
Yeah, it's been a long old day, hasn't it, already? So much for a quiet start to the race. This is Lando Norris.
And 6 out.
Oh, Lando's locked up and nearly went into the wall down at turn 14 as well on the medium compound tyre. And this is Sergio Perez under the safety car. What does he do? Does he get up close and personal with it? Oh, he says, go faster. He's gone alongside the safety car and is saying, could you go faster? We need to keep tyre temperature in. But Bert Mylander is going with the regulation speeds and not by that of Checo Perez. So we had that back in 94 with Senna getting angry at the safety car speed as well. And it's been a constant ever since.
It's difficult because we understand Bert having to go the speed limit, but also we understand Checo with wanting for him to go faster because it's still a drying track.
Yeah, and look, there's
making the tyres cold.
Those marshals.
It is.
Go on, Josh.
It is a 56-second Sector 1.
Oh, surely. Oh, look, the visor's up. That's a great angle there from that camera. Now that the visor's up, you see how dirty it is compared to normal as well when they lift it up as well. What do you think, Josh? I say red flag. Oh, we've gone to a timed race. We've gone to a timed race. 38 minutes will remain in this race. So the lap counter gets disconnected. We have gone to a timed race procedure now.
I knew it would go to that.
I did, unfortunately. It's kind of coming, wasn't it?
It always does when there's too many yellows. It always goes to timed.
Yeah, so where's that lap counter that we needed activating as well up here with the timing graphic? Here we go. So it's a 37-minute race now with the safety car out. Let's have a word with Christian Horner with Sky.
Yeah, you know, it's brought him into play. This safety car has brought him back into that lead group. It's just important to try and clear Lando, because I think we've got a bit more pace today. So, but you can see just how difficult it is to overtake around here. I mean, the DRS I think we're ready for DRS. To be honest with you, I don't understand why it's not been open. I think there was a bit of concern of being a bit wet offline, but I think we're ready for it now, so let's see what happens.
And Max just hit anti-stall, did he, or something on the grid, Christian?
I think so. I think it was just one of those horrible starts that got an anti-stall and just didn't get going. So then he did well to avoid getting clobbered at the first couple of turns, and then has picked his way through, you know, quite neatly. He's benefited, unfortunately, from Fernando's demise, but you know, he's still very much in this race, and Checo, you know, out front, so everything to play for.
Yeah, Checo, Sergio has been very calm, hasn't he? He doesn't seem flustered out there.
He's been fantastic so far. So let's see. You know, let's see after the safety car. It's in this lap, so go racing again.
Thanks ever so much, Christian.
Christian Horner there, just talking as well. Meg's on the pit wall, so the safety car's coming in this lap, and I'm desperately trying to get this graphic sorted. So
Yuki does not look happy. He looks kind of disappointed in himself, actually.
Well,
no, it's not his fault.
Wouldn't you be as well if you had that problem?
Safety car is ending.
Perfect news then that they don't need to red flag the race. I was genuinely convinced we might have to have a stoppage, but remarkable teamwork by everybody at race control to make sure that this race will go to the end and continue. Now, I'm just getting the graphics all sorted up here in the comms box at the moment as well, so that we can see the end of it. Go on, Megs.
36 minutes left to go now, due to it now being a timed race, which honestly, I agree with it going to a time race, because you would not have had enough time to complete all those laps in the time.
It's lap 30, it's lap 39 of 53, of 53? Of 53? Of 53? Why is that saying that, I wonder? Has that been saying that the whole race?
I don't know.
Team Radio was up for someone
it was
there.
61.
Yeah, it's a 61 lap race. Okay, that was a bit weird.
Wasn't it 53 laps at Monza?
Yeah, so I think it's gone back on itself. Every system's having a failure here today so far, isn't it? But the safety car's still out there at the moment. Okay,
Christian Horner.
Yeah, go on, Josh.
Said, I don't know why DRS has not been enabled. I think it's too early for DRS.
Yeah, it's way too early for DRS. Way
Just
too
don't
early.
have it
Yeah.
today.
Now, for those
He's just saying it so they.
Yeah.
Because he wants Verstappen to get up there.
Now, for those of you watching, unless there's anything Verstappen.
Sitting in the cockpit trying to drive.
Can you check the right rear temperature with the brake? I see a tear of it hanging in there.
Yeah, understood.
So we've got.
With a bump.
We've gone to a timed race, and we've got the laps remaining, as well as the out of 61. So the safety car is in. So we've got 23 laps to go out of the 61 as well. It's time to go again. Boogity, boogity, boogity. As Perez warms up the tyres, green flags again. Leclerc's right behind him down towards turn number 1. And it's now everybody warming the tyres, but they've restarted the race. And once again, Megan, half the field aren't even out the last corner yet. It's such a weird restart from Sergio Perez once again.
Why are the back lot bunched together so much?
Oh, Max trying to pass Lando immediately and failing out of turn number 1. But Max is so much faster than Ricciardo. Didn't really get a jump on there, did he, with those soft tyre compounds? So that hasn't really worked. 31-0. Red sector times everywhere. Here comes Max Verstappen down Raffles Boulevard to the inside line. Locks up big time. He's gone straight on. Max has gone straight on. I don't believe it. And he's lost it. Max Verstappen. Has he kept the clutch in? Of course he has. He gets away with it once again. But his tyres are so gone, and crucially, Megan, flat spotted.
Hamilton's behind him.
Goes down to 8th, and Hamilton is right behind him. Max again.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Maxie, baby.
Ricardo off 11.
Yeah, what? Say again? Say again,
Ricardo is up 11.
And look at Hamilton trying to grab the outside as well. It's all getting messy. It's just place your bets. Everybody, place your bets. Who's going to be quicker? Who's going to be faster? And who's going to be luckier here?
I think
Perez is noted.
Why? Perez.
Safety car infringement.
Oh, Perez might get a drive-through. Perez has been noted for a safety car infringement, as Josh said, on lap 40 of this race. So that's even worse.
Verstappen.
I need the pit.
Needs the pit.
Need some front tyres on that.
Yeah, front tyres need to be sorted.
He's going to lose time. He's going to go back.
Yeah, you think you might need to pit Max? It wasn't exactly the greatest thing that just happened.
God.
Take
He's
a
going to
look
be
at
last.
it. Max is not going to be the champion today, is he?
No.
22 laps to go.
He's certainly not going to be champion.
Pull to the inside line, double lock up. You're right, the brakes were just so gone, and Red Bull might not have a double Dutch treat tonight.
I completely bottomed out.
Yeah.
The car bottomed out then, so he was hitting it, and Verstappen pits. Incident involving Perez noted for safety car infringement. So
at least it's only a note, it's not an investigation.
To Ferrari want a 1-2. A Ferrari sensing a 1-2. Their first win since Silverstone, or was it since Austria? When did Leclerc last win a race? I'm trying to have a look on the board. Austria. So their first win, Ferrari's first win since Austria. And it could be a 1-2.
Purple, Sector 1, 30.143.
And he's a second behind Sergio Perez as well. And that's George Russell with a puncture. Russell's got a rear right puncture.
How did that happen?
I think he's touched something around the track. And George Russell, his day goes from bad to worse. And a puncture puts him out of contention for the Singapore Grand Prix. And you just have to feel for the lads. Wow.
I knew he wasn't going to do well today.
Can he get it back to the pits? That's a question. Or is it going to be yet another yellow?
Very slowly.
Oh,
I mean, he's around at
he might just
6 now.
Max thinks
it's a very long way.
Yeah, Max sees it as well and wants to pounce, and will pounce quite easily.
There's nothing to pounce on. Don't waste your energy, Max.
And look at that from Charles Leclerc. He's closing round the back of Sergio Perez. The gap is 0.6. Mick Schumacher goes defensive. Don't tell me that Schumacher hits Russell into turn 1. Oh! No!
Russell hit Schumacher.
Russell locked up and hit Schumacher in the braking zone. They sort of just turned in towards each other, and Russell came off worse.
What's the radio?
You turn right into
Yeah, you turn right, George. It was. I think it was your fault, as Martin said.
Did he mean to turn left or something?
Not sure, but look at this. As soon as we get to dry compound tyres, do you now see Leclerc? He's caught right back up. Fastest lap of the race then for Charles Leclerc, a 1:53.302, and he's right behind Perez by 0.7 of a second, but there's no DRS still. So it's a question of how long this is actually going to last before Leclerc can take the lead of the Grand Prix. 30 minutes left at this race. No matter what happens, we've still got another half an hour of Grand Prix action.
I want Perez to win because he deserves it. He's put up such a fight.
What's happened to Verstappen? Why is Verstappen behind Russell?
Because he pitted.
Is that timing screen not working correctly anyway?
No, it's correct. He pitted.
Yes, but Russell has a puncture.
Yeah, still.
Timing screens haven't updated.
Mode punk mix.
They're updating now.
That's Mick. Mick's not happy. Turn 1 is involving Russell and Schumacher has been noted. And Mick's got problems. Mick Schumacher is crawling in as well. Mick Schumacher.
And that's right at the start of the lap as well.
Where is he? He's in, at the end of the lap. This is where these guys are coming as well as Leclerc's closing in behind Perez and Leclerc. Oh, Leclerc gets a big oversteer moment as well. Perez fastest second sector, Leclerc fastest sector 1.
He's lost it for full.
Schumacher boxes. He's out of the race. Russell's out of the race too. Unless it's a puncture for Schumacher. I heard something over the radio, but I couldn't make it out. Go on, Josh.
Could we have it where every single driver that finishes gets a point?
Could be, as Perez nearly put it in the wall, where Piquet put it in the wall, and Leclerc nearly whacks into him as well as Schumacher comes into the pit lane. Russell does too, so they're both in. Whether or not they get going again, if Schumacher gets going, it's a puncture for sure. Presumably, maybe he punctured both of them. I'm not entirely too sure.
I think if one of them got a puncture, the other one has still had one.
Can I just point out, we've still got another half an hour of this race to go. We've done a normal Grand Prix over 90 minutes, but now we've still got another half an hour. Race Singapore always goes so, and look, it was a puncture for them for Schumacher as he comes out behind the leading two once again, and Russell's out the pit lane too. 5.4 seconds stop for him. So they both rejoined, but in 13th and 14th and lapped. Got a headache.
I'll just stay in.
My stomach's starting to rumble. Let's hear from Perez.
I'm having issue with the engine.
Oh, you think it can't get any worse for Red Bull today? Perez is having issues with the engine, and Ferrari are sensing the ability to take another 1-2 in Singapore after they did it again in 2019. But his first sector time, Megan, is perfect for Perez.
No.
You're just denying
Perez wins.
Okay.
That's what I want.
Megan decrees that Perez wins, so in about 3 laps' time, his engine will explode.
Why say that? Why?
19 laps to go. And red flag. Okay, we've gone green again. Don't know what's happening there with the. Okay, the timing screens have glitched.
Perez.
Now they'll come back again.
Under braking or on traction?
DRS active. We haven't seen that message, but look, DRS is active. Leclerc's got the DRS. That's the first one.
DRS enabled.
First time. There we go. So the stewards have activated DRS as well.
People are having problems.
Yeah, the timing screen hasn't actually fixed itself. There we go. 19 laps to go out of the 61. We're on lap 43 of this race so far as well, and this is the crunch point now, and everyone's starting to run into problems, Megan, at the crunch point of this Grand Prix.
If
and
Perez
now,
doesn't win, I want Norris to win.
well, Norris is fourth. Leclerc's closing. He's going to have the DRS as well down the start-finish straight. 3 DRS zones. One zone down the start-finish straight. I don't think Leclerc might need it. Leclerc's got a great slipstream. He's got the DRS. Leclerc's going for it. He opens up the DRS down towards turn number 1. Can he have a little look on the inside into turn 1? He looks about it on the inside line. Perez nicely defends the job as well. Can't find a way through. How is the transition to slicks? Beautiful is the transition to slicks. It's a 1:51.724. Fastest lap of the race so far for Sir Charles Leclerc, and he's chasing down Sergio Perez. He's under investigation, remember, for a safety car infringement, and he's also having a drivability issue with the car because he's having engine problems.
Race control message.
Go on, Josh.
Normal grip conditions.
Right, fight on then. Right.
Unless you go wide.
Dry track then. And look at this. Norris is closing in on Sainz for third. Day of the underdogs, anybody?
6/10 away.
This is getting close. This is getting tense, and this is getting in the sweet spot that we like to see here in Formula One. Fast at Max Verstappen now. 1:51.370.
He won't get the point though.
No, he's in 12th place, so nobody gets the bonus point. That's the rule. You have to be inside the top 10 to get the fast lap bonus point. And if the fast lap isn't set inside the top 10, nobody gets it.
I kind
So
of want
yeah.
4 people to go out just so that everyone gets a point. Just like Josh said.
Yeah, it's a possibility, I suppose, but
I want that.
Lando's got DRS on Carlos Sainz down into turn 14. Is he going to go for it? No, he's too far back. So now we've got a waiting game going on. Unless Perez and Leclerc take each other out, then Sainz and Norris want each other for the win.
I'm going to say something that I feel like hasn't been said enough today.
Go on.
How Stroll and Vettel, the Aston Martins, are doing really well.
They are. Stroll 6th, Vettel 7th, and remember, they've only got 25 points in the Constructors' Championship after point-scoring finishes in Emilia-Romagna, Miami, and then they went on a run between Monaco, Azerbaijan, Canada and Silverstone, and then nothing in Austria, then another point between Austria, France, 4 points, 4 points as well in Hungary, and 1 point in the Netherlands. But if I'm looking at my stats right, they've only had a double points finish once this year in Italy, in Emilia-Romagna.
Be a second time. Fastest lap goes to Perez with a 1:51.355.
And Charles Leclerc's got the DRS. He's 5/10 away into the braking zone for turn number 7, and he still can't find a way through. So even the most drivable cars in Formula One history, the most closely competitive, they still can't pass at Singapore.
I could have sworn I saw it go green then. I thought for a second it might have been a yellow.
I thought it went a little bit green and yellow as well, but it looks okay to me. Lap 45 of the race as well. 24 laps to go. 24 minutes to go. 17 laps remain, but we're not going to get there as well. Who's that slowing, Megan? Down the back straight away, getting out of the way of the two of Vettel and Hamilton in the braking zone. Right, Bottas.
Yeah, I thought it was Bottas.
Yeah, Bottas is a lap down as well on the race pace as well. And look at Perez, he's having to defend. Leclerc might fancy a move on the inside line. Oh, he's going close. Oh, and look, Leclerc locks up into 14 and controls the slide to the exit beautifully as well.
It's difficult to tell in that area because they're pack racing there.
They really are. It's all pack racing, isn't it? It's literally just slidey, keeping up and well, and we all practice keepy-ups anyway. But look at that. Hamilton's directly behind Vettel now. Two of the most influential people in the Formula One paddock are racing together. And Vettel might just have to give way to Hamilton because Hamilton looks a lot faster. But the battle for the lead is where we're watching. Boy, this Singapore Grand Prix is livened up as well to an exciting one. It's taken a while, but like a good stew, it takes a long time to boil, but it's worth it in the end because it's delicious.
Do you know what I love? How everyone is racing in like either pairs or pack racing. Meanwhile, we've got Ricciardo, Magnussen, and Verstappen just being like, we don't want drama. Let us stay.
Yes.
3 laps later.
What the is he doing?
What? 3 laps later.
That's Lance Stroll complaining about something or someone over the back straight. 3 laps since we said about Perez.
Complain.
Can Leclerc get on the traction towards turn 7? He's looking much faster. Leclerc's going to dive on the inside. It was his first chance to have a look down into turn 7. Perez had it covered though under braking. And Josh, there's a long document there from the stewards. What does it say?
Yeah, turn 1 incident involving Russell and Schumacher reviewed no further investigation for causing a collision.
They just don't get investigated properly these days, do they?
It seems not.
It's like, oh, this person purposely pushed this person off the track. I don't think any investigation is necessary. Just like, I'm sorry, I must have stumbled into the past.
I know what you mean.
Is this the 90s?
I know exactly what you mean. It is a bit of a weird situation at the moment with these factors being involved as well. Fingers crossed this could be a little bit of an easier...
Lock up.
Oh, no,
Perez.
no. Perez having a lock up again, and Leclerc's
Only
going all over the
slide.
back of him. Leclerc's going all over the back of him as well, trying to find the position. Not going to work out this time.
4/10 gap.
It's getting close and tense, isn't it? This is nice.
8th now.
Just like in Monaco, we're going to go down to the end of the race with timed runs, and Perez won there after being hounded by the Ferraris. So Perez certainly knows how to win in mixed conditions. If that does happen, that's 2 identical races in 2 different series. Leclerc's a big twitch coming out turn 21 because MotoGP, massive rain before the start procedure delayed, just like in Indonesia when Miguel Oliveira won, and Miguel Oliveira won again today. And then again in Formula 1, just like in Monaco, massive rain before the start, had a delay to it. Perez took the lead, Perez won, and Perez at the moment leading the way here. I thought we were hearing Ted there as well, but it's Crofty in our ears at the moment. But Charles got another run. We're on lap 47, 15 laps to go, but there's only 21 minutes left on the clock, so we're in a timed race procedure. So literally time is not on Charles Leclerc's side at the moment. He needs to get past Sergio Perez with urgency as Verstappen is on the back of Kevin Magnussen. I think he'll make the move with DRS quite easily into turn 1, but then again, catching is one thing, passing is quite another.
It really is. And it's right for driver of the day apparently has just come up coming round turn 10 right now. Now turn 11, and it's...
Oh, Verstappen having a lot of twitching there as well.
It's very tight corners these two, aren't they?
Yeah, and Leclerc's got DRS once again, and he's sliding.
That almost slid into the wall then.
Leclerc's literally just saying, like, I don't care, I'm going to drift everywhere you like. Oh, and round the outside, lock up from Perez, but keeps leading the race. Verstappen has passed Magnussen, went on the inside line down towards turn 7, so Verstappen takes it up to 11th position now, as well as the rest of the field continue. Go on, Josh, what have you found?
It would take around 28 minutes to complete this race full distance.
See, it looks unlikely now, doesn't it, that this race is going to actually go full distance. It looks like we're going to have the procedure just sort of going, okay, we'll have to wait, we'll have to slide. Josh, just check on YouTube, please, if we're still working, because I've lost TV pictures on my side. I'm trying to get them back as well quickly as we can, as Leclerc closing on down the inside towards turn number 1. Can't find the way. Good, all good, thank you. And it's just... slowly catchy monkey, or is Leclerc just going to go all out and say, no, I'm going to take it here, I want the victory as well. Leclerc only had he's only ever won from pole, Leclerc, as well, by the way, and he didn't have pole here today, did he? Yes, he did.
Yeah,
Leclerc.
You're good on my end, but you're not good on
Perez
GKP Tech's end.
Yeah, not good on my end as well. He's all gone off.
Wait, what?
So Perez is...
Where was he?
Perez is 0.6 behind. Did Leclerc had pole, didn't he, Josh? Yeah, he did. Leclerc had pole. So Leclerc's only ever won from pole position still.
I don't know.
Leclerc did have pole position. I can confirm that.
Why are Russell and Schumacher, I know they had a little bit of a moment and had to pit, but why are they 100 seconds behind Magnussen?
Black screen, no audio, just me. Well, I've got it, so I suggest refreshing your page, GKP Tech. Refresh. Josh, tell him to refresh as well. I've just seen that
I get that
up.
sometimes too.
Yeah, sometimes after a couple of hours it does that. And we have been broadcasting all day with the laptop, so but we're still streaming okay, and US Arena's still on, so I don't know what the problem is there. And Leclerc runs deep. Leclerc's locked up and run too deep, and that's cost him 1.4 seconds. That's the breathing room Perez needed, Megan.
Gasly 2.5 ahead. We need to get him.
Unbelievable.
The only one wondering why they're 100 seconds behind.
No, I'm also thinking that, as I've got a bit sweaty up here in the cars box as well. Go on, John. Go on.
What did they do to get so far behind?
We must have lost something on the track, because this is Charles Leclerc just look at that, locked up a little bit as well, and that went wide over the curb, and that just completely unsettled him. Perez does a 1:49.5. Fastest sector is now 1.5 seconds clear. I think Leclerc's thrown away his only chance, you know. I fear that it has happened. So, yeah.
He can be champion next year.
Well, he's not going to be champion this year unless he can find a total of 100 and... How many points is it? 136 points. Unless he can find that.
I don't think he can.
Even with Verstappen not scoring today, that closes down the gap in the championship, but it's still not great. It's a lifeline for Perez and Leclerc in the championship, but it's by no means a necessity.
Have no hope.
Leclerc, the championship should be done now in Japan. If not Japan, in fact, I don't even think it will be done in Japan now. Josh, work it out. I don't think the championship can be decided in Japan. It has to go to America, doesn't it? 25 points.
So.
Yeah, which means the Doctor Who Centenary Special will be the World Championship decider. So literally stuck between a rock and a hard place, we all are.
Does that mean
No, you can watch Doctor Who when they come in for the championship deciding moment. I'm not that cruel.
You're being cruel to yourself.
Not that cruel.
World Championship, Doctor Who. It's Centenary Special. I know what you mean. Regeneration Special or World Championship? Hamilton says, I can't get the temperature in my tyres. Those are the wrong tyres. And he's on medium tyres as well. So, yeah.
Sophie's choice.
It is literally like Sophie's choice. So thank you very much, Singapore, for putting me in that position. All I can hope for now is that Doctor Who starts at 6 o'clock, 90 minutes special.
I hope it does.
Yeah, so it ends half an hour before the start of the race. Or a massive rainstorm that delays the start of Formula 1.
Yes.
That'll do me, as George Russell.
By an hour.
Yeah, yes, like today.
It's a race of his life.
All our American viewers as well, can you do me a favour? Just do some rain dances on the morning of the American Grand Prix. That'll help us a lot. Everyone on US Rain, get out there, do a rain dance. We're going to need it. Let's look at that. That is Schumacher trying to go around the outside of Russell, and Russell was struggling to get through on Schumacher again.
And at Schumacher, little tip: ignore Russell, because Russell has just said Schumacher is defending like it's a race of his life. Yeah, that's because it's a race, George.
Yeah. He's got to defend.
It's a race. It's not a practice session.
And it was for position as well. Look at the track. Russell 13th, Schumacher 14th.
Exactly. You do the same.
Yeah.
So leave him out of it. His dad is a world champion. He knows how to defend. He knows from experience from his father and his uncle and his cousins that you need to defend even if you're in 14th position.
Makes you peaking.
Learn to race.
And if everyone's still got eardrums left after Megan's usual rant in the commentary box.
George is annoying me today.
George is a bit of an annoyance today as well. Mercedes put him on the wrong strategy. We've got a big gaggle of cars now in the middle pack as well. Heating things out. Right, Adam says, Josh, see you on the call of the NASCAR Cup Series race at Talladega later today. Yes.
You left at the perfect time, Adam.
I'll be on Talladega's call on USON later on today. And I'll be in pit reporter mode, so I'll be taking Josh as well.
What does he think? He's just going to let him through?
Possibility.
He's a Schumacher.
No.
He doesn't let anyone through, even if he's in last.
I think we've got the situation now as Perez... As that's Verstappen. Passing Bottas for 10th position. Verstappen is into the points, everybody. 1 point. Needs to outscore Leclerc by 22. Needed to outscore Perez by 12. Has he done it?
Incident.
His only hope now is a massive accident.
It is.
9
Josh.
cars.
Oh, hello.
Incident involving Perez will be investigated after the race. Okay. Safety car infringement.
So if Perez...
Congratulations, Leclerc.
Yeah, if Perez... So, are we going to have to stay on here longer?
No, I have work to do. I am not staying.
Adam says, Megan, you go, girl. So just keep ranting. Fine. Verstappen's closing in.
Do not tell her that.
I enjoy a nice rant, especially when the drivers are acting like idiots.
Verstappen's right up behind Gasly now as well through turn number 1 as well. The gap 0.266 of a second as well. And I think Gasly will move over and let Verstappen through. AlphaTauri to Red Bull. I don't see a bigger fight here. There needs to be. Gasly pulls out. Verstappen goes to the inside and Rightly so, as well as it seems. Verstappen moves to 9th place and is let through by Gasly. Even when Gasly's not even at AlphaTauri, he's starting to play second fiddle to Verstappen. I want Gasly to go to Alpine alongside Ocon. I think that'll be a fantastic.
They'd work well together.
Well, they hate each other, but still, it'd be a fantastic rivalry.
They'd work well together. I didn't say they'd have to like each other.
That is true, you did say that, and I think it'd be good. I swear I just saw a yellow flag. I was having a little bit of a palpitation, but with the timing graphic is the same now, so if we see a yellow flag, you see a yellow flag on the YouTube stream, so it's the same one.
The reason why I think they work well together is because they bring a lot of drama.
They do, yeah, a lot of good drama.
Tell Megan that Alonso has had 4 pit stops today.
Alonso's out of the race, so
He's
that's
fine.
It was.
He's fine to have his... He can have 10 for all he likes.
Let's hear what Christian Horner has to say.
Formation laps and so on. So I really don't see it as an issue. We really don't understand why that's been raised.
So what will happen? You'll go after the race, and hopefully sometime before dawn tomorrow we'll get a decision, yeah?
Well, hopefully before that. I mean, we really don't understand why it's been even called in front of the stewards. So we'll go through it. First of all, we've got to get the job done on the track, and Checo's doing a wonderful job out there.
What was happening with his engine, struggling for drivability after the safety car restart?
I think it's just a settings thing. I mean, it's pretty humid around here. The engines don't like those kind of humidity, so just getting that sorted out. But I mean, he's driving a great race, and just needs to keep Charles behind him, obviously.
Yeah, he's built himself a bit of breathing space. He can calm down, focus on the track, hasn't he? He doesn't have to look at his mirrors.
Yeah, Charles had one wobble, which broke the DRS, and that's just given Checo that little bit of breathing space, so he's not having to drive in his mirrors. He can look down the road and try and, he's found a nice rhythm. He just needs to keep that running.
Thanks ever so much, Christian.
And Leclerc just had another wobble coming out the back half of the track as well.
Can I have a go now?
Perez. Perez.
They were under investigation for safety car infringement. For what? Safety car infringement. Investigation after the race.
You seem shocked.
Hugh Bird is right.
You seem shocked, Checo. Also, Christian Horner, it's Charles. Not Charles.
Because
Charles.
Go on, Josh.
You pulled Ross side by side with the safety car. If the safety car had braked for turn 1, you would have overtaken the safety car.
Yeah, it's broken that, and he did. So this
seem
Rant
surprised.
over. And I have had Sky F1 on for so long that my Skybox is threatening to turn off.
Oh my God, is that going to do the same to us, or did we turn that off? I can't remember. No, I think we did, because we did Le Mans. We'll be fine. This is Charles Leclerc's moment again, losing it, nearly going in the wall. So Leclerc's now 3.2 seconds back to Perez. So it's game over once again as we lose TV pictures on YouTube for another time out there today. Hopefully it's going to reconnect itself. An error has occurred. Are they going to do some pit stops, Megan, down there as well? It looks like for Mercedes. Who could they possibly pit? Because I wouldn't pit Hamilton because he's in a battle with Vettel. So
Pit Russell, he seems to be far enough behind, 107 seconds. I mean, it doesn't really matter where he comes.
Fair point. Maybe this one get some practice in as well. We've got 9 laps to go and 9 minutes. But we're not going to have... Oh, is this a retirement for Russell? No.
I said he's pitting. And you'll be in.
Brand new set of soft tyres going on then for Russell. So pretty much a standardised part there that he had to go through as he leaves the pit lane.
You would be in.
And I think Josh, that was simply just a get through that as quickly as possible.
Yeah, maybe this is possibly, I don't know. I don't know why they would want to steal the fastest lap away from Perez, because Mercedes are out of it.
And it would have to be Hamilton to do that as well.
Pettiness?
So,
I don't know.
Verstappen's caught the back of Hamilton. So here he is now as
Perez
has done it again. 1:48.578, and he's now 3 seconds clear of Leclerc. Try saying that when you're drunk as well. But I think the race belongs to Perez, and I think it always has done since the lights out. As soon as he got the lead, he's led every single lap officially on the board.
And I have believed in him.
Yeah, I think we've got that, but it's not over yet. Yes, there's 8 laps to go. It's lap 54 of 61, but we're not going to get to the last lap because the timer says it's not going to work. But if Perez keeps pushing out, we might actually get to lap 61. Say again, Josh.
It would have to be 1 lap a minute to get every...
Well, you say that, but it is 2 hours plus 1 lap. So add another lap onto that.
No.
It's plus 1 lap on the last lap. It's the same rule as in Formula E. It's plus 1 lap at the end. So it's 2 hours plus 1 lap. So that's how we're going to work it out. So
Lewis just complaining that someone was passing someone.
Lewis was complaining about not being able to pass Vettel, and now he's got Verstappen all over the back of him. Verstappen
It's a race, Lewis. You're not meant to get past him until he makes a mistake.
Verstappen's got the DRS on Lewis Hamilton down Raffles Boulevard again now to the inside line. Can he get through? Well, he's thinking about a move, but he's decided against it, so not going to work out there. 7 minutes remain.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Say again, Josh? 8.
Yeah, it would go over by 5 minutes.
And the last laps are 2 minutes per lap. So, yeah, max, we're going to lose 3 laps in the Grand Prix. Due to the 2 safety cars and the virtuals, we're going to lose a couple more laps on the Grand Prix. 7 to go, actually, as Perez comes across the line now with 6:40 to go, plus the 1 lap rule. No, this isn't going the way, is it? So, yeah, it's definitely done the system there as well for everybody else as they come back through. As we're on board with Max Verstappen, just throttling the engine there a little bit, actually, and getting super close to the back of Lewis Hamilton. It's like a magnet drawing him in.
Not the first time.
Yes,
not going to be the last.
GKP Tech says Charles needs to pit just to make sure they keep up the good form of strategy decisions. Absolutely. And
pit him! And Sainz too.
Yeah, and give McLaren a 2-3 on the podium as well to Perez. I think that's something. I'll tell you what, though, Hamilton is going to be a thorn in Max Verstappen's side once again this season.
I think Revenge is the title of this.
Yeah, Singapore, Revenge of the Lewis. Go on, Josh.
That would mean, if Perez gets a penalty, that would be a McLaren 1-2.
Yes, if they run into yes, I see what you mean. Yeah, if Leclerc and Sainz come into the pit lane,
which means Norris,
Norris will get his first win via a disqualification of Perez, but that's not happening because it'll be a Leclerc win with Sainz second and Norris on the podium in third. If Perez gets disqualified, I doubt it. I think it'll be a fine and penalty points though for breach of safety car infringement. So
they can only hope for a big crash.
I definitely think Perez is going to win this race, but don't say never. Never say never. Races here in Singapore usually end with a little bit more disaster as well. And there's still a lot of possibility. As Hamilton looks to the inside again, Vettel's just ahead of him, shutting the door, but Max is closing in behind him. And this is... How would you rate the race, Megs? It started off a bit dull, got interesting, and then got brilliant at the end.
7?
7 out of 10. Josh, how would you rate the race today?
Yeah, 6, 7 out of 10.
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement with you. It could have certainly been better. I think the decision to delay the start so much that the track wasn't exactly great still was a bit of a weird
this
one.
is difficult, so entry to 6 is good. Exit, you need to be a bit to the right. Whatever you did that was good.
Just getting told some more.
I'm doing the same thing every lap. Just
Oh.
making me do the hokey pokey. I understand. It's something weird. Whatever you did this lap was good to do it.
That's Lando Norris being having a go at his race engineer because
Lando have a mouth on you.
Yeah, he's being told that you're making me do the hokey pokey.
Okay, just if he
Hokey cokey, not the hokey pokey.
Okay.
How much my mind's going today.
Okay, Lando.
I mentioned that earlier on in the broadcast. Has Lando been watching our watch along before the race started?
Not sure. So, Lando, when you engineers and people
Might
around
turn
you
down, maybe.
tell you, oh, I would suggest you staying to the right and it's a previously wet track. Don't swear at them. That is not how you race. Don't turn into Yuki. Just get on with the race and actually do your job. You're in 4th. You're not going out of 4th. Unless Danny Rick decides to suddenly patch you. Though since he's 25 seconds behind, I think you're good.
I'm not worried about me next weekend in Japan early in the morning being loud. I'm worried about you early in the morning being loud as Hamilton closing in behind Sebastian Vettel again. Max is right there. So 3 world champions all in a line, actually. Could be from wrong.
146, 1458.
Do you know, I was just thinking to myself, if Lewis Hamilton retired, Max Verstappen would be the only world champion on the grid. I completely forgot about Fernando Alonso being a world champion on the grid. And the fact that he was back.
He's retired, though. From this race.
For the race, not overall, yeah. Well, Alonso's retired twice previously and still come back, so...
Because everyone keeps just winning the same people keep winning the world championships. It's kind of hard to beat them.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't hold it against him in the future as well. Yellow flag, and now it's gone green again. I swear I saw that yellow come out. I'm not even. You just get yellow and then it flashes up as well. You're so used to reacting to the systems, yeah. Because it flashes, so we see it up in the commentary box as well. And there's numerous other monitors that we can see if the flag comes out. But we've got 2:34 to go, plus 1 lap here at the Singapore Grand Prix.
I think the drivers are tired because they're starting to get really, really brave with their words.
Well, remember, all the F1 drivers train to complete Singapore. They all train to say, this is the race. If I can survive Singapore, I can survive anywhere in the world in terms of level of fitness.
I don't think about, how many is that? 6 of them? I don't think they can survive.
Yeah. I mean, this race is the only one of the season that always goes to 2 hours distance. Is that a fan on the back there? A bit alarming. Slightly alarming.
Should you be there without a barrier covering you?
Yeah, didn't really like the look at that, to be fair, as well. But yeah.
Were you in gear? No, you weren't. I saw you wearing shorts.
Hamilton's got the run with the DRS. He pulls to the outside line. Sebastian Vettel into turn 7. Vettel shuts the door on him. Can't get through there. Tries on the cutback, now gets on the inside line to turn 8, but can't get there, locks out, goes straight on, and Verstappen goes through. Lewis tried to make the manoeuvre, he got on the damp part of the track and went straight on. Vettel goes up into 7th, and Verstappen goes up into 8th, and Hamilton down into 9th position. Well, that was a bit of a false move there for Lewis, wasn't it?
Really, Lewis, you had to hit the wet part, didn't you?
Talk us through it.
For some reason, Lewis decides, you know what? I'm going to go right into the middle of this wet patch and try to overtake, even though it's a really bad overtaking zone.
And just,
And then just completely lose a place and a lot of time and a lot of...
I'm just waiting.
Yeah. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for Verstappen to radio through going, thanks, mate.
Yeah, something like that. I tell you, we might do that to Sebastian Vettel now as well, because look, Max is right on the back. 40 seconds to go in this Grand Prix. Where is Perez? I don't think this will be the last lap, but we're on the penultimate lap of the Grand Prix. That's all I can tell you. So we lose 2 laps in total.
Not bad.
Not bad, actually. Well done. Max
could have gone full race distance if the FIA decided to do, for once, a wet to intermediate to soft or slicks race.
Yeah. Taking Occon's car off when they needed to.
Yeah, that's a possibility as well. So 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the checkered flag is out. The session is over. The race is over. We will have a +1 lap, and so Perez will come out the last couple of corners to take the lead again, as Verstappen on the soft compound tyres now desperately trying to get past Sebastian Vettel, trying to find positions on the inside line as well. Just goes behind a tree into turn 7 as well, into turn 8. Verstappen's having a little bit of oversteer as well, but where is Sergio Perez as he comes out the last corner with George Russell just ahead of him a lap down? Perez is now on to the last lap of the race, and it will be a full points awarded race. So Perez will have 25, Leclerc 18, Sainz on 15, and so on. But now this is the last lap of the Singapore Grand Prix in 2022. Perez is on course to win it as well. Why we're seeing this Max Verstappen battle and not the race leader, I don't know. But Perez has passed Russell again, and this is the last. Yeah, this is the last lap officially. So this is the final lap.
Wrong Red Bull.
Yeah, it's lap. By the way, it's lap 59. So we only lose 2 laps in total, which I think is very good.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. Is this the leader? Yes, it is. Sergio Perez on course for yet another win. Radio.
This race. 6.3. Bring it home.
Bring it home.
Okay. Mate, I know. We're just trying to get it under control. Yeah, I know.
Go on, Josh.
If it's a 5-second time penalty for Perez, he'll still lead the race.
Yeah, I think it was crucial, wasn't it? He got that 5 seconds to Leclerc, so he's been pushing really, really hard as well. But he's open Max Verstappen as well, trying to get past on Sebastian Vettel as they start lap 59 and the last lap of the race. Sergio Perez, though, took his first ever race win at Shakir in Bahrain on the oval outer circuit as well. He won that day in very interesting conditions as well. Let's hear from Perez.
Push to the line.
He's been told to push to the line as Verstappen pushes past Vettel for 7th. Great job then for Verstappen, and makes the corner as well. But there's been no doubt who has been the diamond in the rough today. For the third time, now the fourth time, Sergio Perez crosses the line and wins the Singapore Grand Prix. It's fireworks and it's Mexico delight for Checo. Charles Leclerc finishes second. Carlos Sainz will come home in third place. And it will be McLaren to take fourth and fifth, which will be mega in their constructors' battle with Alpine, who failed to score today. Viva la Mexico! It is Checo Perez who wins for the fourth time in his career and for the second time this season. Alongside Shakir, Azerbaijan and Monaco, he can add the streets once again of Singapore. Something tells me he's a street circuit specialist.
He really is.
What a race, Megs.
He's driver of the day too, with 22% of the vote.
For a guy who, I remind you, didn't have a drive in 2020, he's taken it.
Vamos, Checo. Unbelievable. What a drive. What an incredible drive. Monaco and Singapore. Incredible. Well done, mate.
This is how we do it, man. We shut our mouth and we work hard. This is the Mexican way. Well done, guys.
That is your best ever drive, mate. That was sensational.
That was awesome. That was awesome.
Well done, man. What a race. Woohoo! So happy. It's been a while, mate.
It was hot up here. Don't know how it was for you.
Unthinkable, I think. Josh, what do you make of that one? And this is Verstappen's move again. Sorry, Josh. Talk us through it, Megs. Verstappen's move on Vettel.
Right, so Verstappen goes round the outside and just beautifully overtakes him. Luckily and surprisingly, he doesn't go over the curbs.
Yeah, he took a wide line through and completely chopped him off, didn't he? That was beautiful as well. Okay, well, we've got more time to talk with Josh in a second as the fireworks show begins here in Singapore. Megan, quickly from you, because I know you need to leave the commentary box because you have been delayed a lot today.
Yeah, I have. I've had a lot of work to do.
The championship can't be settled here. It can be settled in Japan, but it's a long way round.
I think it will be settled in America.
Yeah, let's hear from Leclerc.
During all. So P2, and we don't know what the penalty will be, if there will be a penalty for Perez. Potentially 2 5-second penalty, potentially. We've done a good job.
Yeah, good job.
So just in case, Charles Leclerc wins the Singapore Grand Prix. But Ferrari think 2 5-second penalties. How long would it just be Perez wins?
That's just a 10-second time penalty.
Fireworks all around Singapore.
I can feel it.
I know, you can hear it bumbling around. Thanks, Megs. See you in 7 days in Japan.
See ya. Get prepared for a very groggy Megan, though. Luckily, hopefully, we'll have our lattes.
Coffees and lattes all the way around.
If you thought this weekend was bad with Megan ranting, wait for next weekend.
Yeah, home in Japan.
Josh, I'm surprised Joshua doesn't go crazy living with me.
I do, all the time.
Yeah, but you don't see me.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Megan's now leaving the comms box as well and walks out. Thanks to you, Megan. See you later. Josh, your thoughts on this race quickly as well before we finish up again here today. What was your take on it?
What a race. Checo takes the checkered flag first and wins the Singapore Grand Prix. You see what I did there?
Yep.
And wheeled on to the podium, under the podium of the car stand.
Yeah, Martin Brundle's going to be talking with the top three shortly. I hope you know, by the way, because of all this, we will be on for the Grand Prix review straight after this broadcast. But I'm going to let Josh dive off as well to get through it. And I'm just going to run through what happened very, very, very quickly as well, due to the delay we've had here today of having an hour extra. So the Grand Prix review is coming straight after this broadcast. But it will be done extremely quickly, just running through the race and then giving you the coverage details for Japan.
If you blink,
yes.
It'll be gone.
Yeah, it'll be a quick post-show because I've got to go. But I'd like to point out that if anything changes with the race result, we will come back. Although, could we delay it? I don't know how long until we know it. I could delay until later on tonight, and then I can talk about it as soon as I finish NASCAR. But I don't know how long we'll be in NASCAR for. So
NASCAR is scheduled to the program is finished scheduled to finish at 11 p.m.
Do they have lights at Talladega?
Yes.
Adam, if you're still watching, do they have lights at Talladega? I think we need to know that. Because if so, we might push it to 11:30, the broadcast of the Grand Prix review, just so we know in case there's any rule changes for Perez or Leclerc. And I'll grab Megan in to talk about them as well, because I think Josh will be knackered after that as well. I know I said it.
I can come in at 11:30.
Oh, cool. Okay. Okay, we'll push it back to then, just in case there's anything from the penalties. So
Because I'm going to be watching NASCAR because I absolutely love Talladega.
I do. That's why I've asked to be on the commentary, but in a pit reporter role. Max Verstappen walking in then. He's finished 7th in today's race. Okay, for some, I suppose.
That's a weird-looking wheel.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Inside there. To come forwards. Okay, so the Grand Prix review then. I'll edit that now actually and change it to 11:30.
Yeah, sorry guys.
And even go on, Josh.
I was going to say, and if you're wondering where the Grand Prix review is, it's not happening in half an hour when the notification comes out.
Yeah, it's not happening because of that red flag delay. So we'll reschedule that for later.
Can you tell me?
Go on.
When the last time an F1 race started on wet tyres, then went to intermediate tyres, then went to slick tyres, without the FIA interrupting it.
Let's have a think.
You have to think about that, don't you?
Yeah, let's listen to Paul Di Resta and I'll have a think about it. Down to you,
He's
Paul.
got the mic in his hand. Let's hear from the drivers.
Carlos, obviously on the podium today, third, looked a pretty tough race. How was it for you?
Yeah, very tough out there. Never really got into a rhythm in the wet. And then, couldn't challenge with the top two guys because I was always struggling a bit more with the rear, with the car. So in the end, in these conditions, when you don't have that extra bit of confidence, I had to settle a bit for P3. The good thing is I didn't do any mistakes. I could bring the car home and I could be quick towards the end of the race when I managed to build a bit of confidence. But good result for the team, for the Constructors' Championship. A shame that we couldn't get the win.
Like you say, you take it. Were you surprised how long it took to dry? I know yesterday we saw that similar conditions in qualifying, but you would have thought in the race it would have went a bit quicker.
Yeah, it's crazy how long it takes here to dry. I don't know, but we keep doing laps and you keep looking at the track and it doesn't. The dry line never appears in some places and it keeps sliding a lot. But it's definitely something to keep in mind for the future because this track is it's pretty unique on that.
Thank you, Carlos. All the best. Charles, that's going to be a frustrating afternoon. Obviously lining up in pole position, following Checo the whole race. But you have to say you pushed all the way to the end. It just wasn't quite enough, was it?
Yeah, I pushed all the way. I mean, the bad start puts us on the back foot, and after that it was a really difficult race after that.
What happened at the start? Where did you lose the momentum? Because it looked like you made initially a good start, but then lost out at the second phase.
I had a little bit of wheel spin and lost the performance there.
And physically, how was the race?
Difficult. Yeah. Difficult now. A good night's sleep and we get ready for Japan.
Thank you, Charles.
That's Charles Leclerc there as well. Did we actually hear from Checo? I can't actually remember on the board.
No, here comes Checo
here
for
comes
the
Checo.
interview.
Yeah.
And when was it, Joss?
Germany 2019.
So it's been that long. That just shows how long it has been.
Charles all the way through that to keep the car on the track at the end in those drying conditions.
Yeah, it was certainly, I think, my best performance. I controlled the race, although the warm-up was pretty difficult.
Turkey 21.
The last few laps was so intense. I didn't feel it that much in the car, but when I got out of it, I felt it. You know, I pushed. I gave everything for the win today.
You're under investigation for a safety car infringement. Are you aware of what happened? I know the team told you to make sure you extended the gap, but do you know anything you did wrong?
No, I have no idea what's going on. They just told me that I was under investigation, so increase the gap, and is what we did.
And obviously keeping the championship alive. Obviously with Max where he finished, you take it into Japan, but momentum on your side.
I think, obviously. I think it's nicer for Max to get it in Japan, and for the team will be very special for Honda. So, all in all, a fantastic day.
Enjoy your evening.
Okay, so that does
so,
confirm
Perez,
it.
you went alongside the safety car. If the safety car had braked, you would have overtaken the safety car, meaning you would have broken the FIA rules.
And that is what he just didn't think of completely, obviously, and you could tell.
And it was going down towards a braking zone in the name of turn 1.
It just gets worse and worse, doesn't it, to be fair?
Back over.
Got some radio. Okay.
Good job, good pace. Yeah, we're unlucky because just after we pitted, the safety car came out, so Ricciardo finished 5th because he boxed under the safety car.
Ricciardo.
People, some of them call him
there.
Yeah, P6 was on the card.
I just call him Ricciardo as a joke.
Yeah.
And that's how that's when I'm doing like my paperwork, I go Ricciardo because it's just easier to spell out.
Okay, so the championship is this. Verstappen on 341, Leclerc 237, Perez 235, Russell 203, and Leclerc 201. So Red Bull...
Latifi 21st in a 20-driver championship.
22nd as well. He's gone behind Hulkenberg now. So Red Bull can clinch the Constructors next time out and the Drivers' Championship next time out. So the championship could be decided in Japan in a week's time. So that's how it goes as Checo crosses the line.
And here's the winning moment. Fireworks.
Such a lovely moment there as well. So he's under investigation for the safety car infringement. That's what we've been told up here in the comms box.
So, let's get... Okay. This is the safety car.
Go on.
Right?
Oh, hang on, we can't see you. Hang on, we can't see you. Hang on, I'll press this button. Go on.
Right. This is the safety car. Perez was behind it. Went like that, side by side. If the safety car had braked, then would have gone
straight over the back. Yeah. You're on the wrong angle, by the way.
Yeah, I switched over because I thought we were done with the race control messages.
Boom,
hello.
That's P6, P6. Well done, well done. P6.
We were briefly, but back on the podium.
Out 4.
Wow, Singapore now floods.
That was unlucky.
Let's hear it from the drivers in the cool-down room.
Problem is, who says it?
Oh, something broke.
Many people.
Perez having a bath. He's poured water all over his head.
First. You had a good one or no? Good one, yeah. I think outside wasn't that bad. Oh. See you again. The last 15 laps? At the beginning, we were pushing like crazy. Then towards the end, I started to degrade myself. I pushed too much. And when you were pushing me, I think one more lap. Oh. Yeah, you was behind me. Did you have any moments? Yeah. Yeah. When I had one in the penultimate lap. What? What's the... What?
The Chicolo alongside there as well, as they just looking at Tsunoda going out. Full bottle of water's not gone in Perez's mouth, it's all gone over his head. This is Anthony Davis in the background there. There he is, Checo Perez. Oh, finally, the last bit, the last dribble of water, Josh, does go in to Checo's mouth, finally, as well. And I was convinced there'd be something there as well. Airtime for us is 1 p.m. Eastern. Somebody tell me when 1 p.m. Eastern is UK time. Is that 7? 1 p.m. Eastern to our time. That needs to be a converter. I'm going to have 2 hours for food and I'm back for another mega broadcast. Hey, that's how it goes. Anyway, for Sergio Perez, it'll be loud. That's what. For Sergio Perez then, it will be, I'm just looking at my stats on the wall here. Victory number 4, podium number 22 of his Formula 1 career as well. But Carlos Sainz first out on the board for Ferrari. For Carlos Sainz, it's podium number 13 of his career. We're looking for some. And for Ferrari, it's podium 783 and 784. As Charles Leclerc comes out to the podium for his 21st podium in Formula 1. And as I said, for Sergio Perez, his 4th career win, his 22nd career podium. And for Red Bull, their 85th Grand Prix win and their 226th podium. And we'll only hear the Mexican national anthem for Sergio Perez. Viva la Mexico! And now the Austrian national anthem for Red Bull. A wonderful reception then out there on the podium for Red Bull and Checo Perez. Lawrence Wong, the Deputy Prime Minister, presents Sergio Perez with his 4th winner's trophy in Formula 1. A remarkable drive. The Gong Chun Fong as well, the Chief Executive Officer for Singapore Airlines, presents the Constructors' Trophy to Red Bull as well. As I said, their 85th career win and their first win again since Italy. So they've done 6 races in a row now. Isran as well, the Minister of Transport for Singapore, presents the trophy for 2nd place to Charles Leclerc as well. And 3rd place for Carlos Sainz from Wilson Au, the President for Motorsport Singapore, gets the 3rd place trophy. And now, you all know what it is. After a hot and sweaty night, it's party time in Singapore with champagne time! The fireworks go off in the background. Everybody gets drenched. It's a champagne shower for the top 3, especially for Sergio Perez, who dominates here in a very difficult Singapore Grand Prix. We had to wait for it, over an hour and 45 minutes wait, but when we got going, it was well worth it. Correct calls from the FIA today to get us a race. Questionable strategy, questionable safety cars, but one thing you can't deny, the championship fight may not be over just yet. 7th for Verstappen, a 1-2 for his main rivals here. Can they push the title down further? We'll see. Japan looks more and more likely when we will wrap up the 2022 World Championship Challenge. Josh, final thoughts from you on this race. What did you make of it today?
Safety car madness, like it always is.
Yes, absolutely. Well, thanks to you, Josh. See you later on. Go on. No, yeah, Verstappen looks out of it, doesn't he?
That is the Verstappen fist face, which will be all over Twitter.
Yeah. Looks a bit gormless at the moment out there. Probably very much exhausted. Anyway, that's it then. We'll be back 11:30 tonight. Hopefully as well. By then we'll have news on this Sergio Perez incident as well. Go on, Josh.
That will be sunrise in Singapore.
Yeah, summarising Singapore and the Grand Prix review later on tonight as well, and giving a quick roundup as well. Hopefully we'll have news on Checo Perez by then as well to give you. That's after the NASCAR race that I'm covering on USRN. 7 days' time, though. It's an early morning start. We do it all over again. For the first time since 2019, we are back to Suzuka. The Japanese Grand Prix is coming back, and it's going to be a classic. Will Max Verstappen be crowned the world champion at the home of Honda? Join us again in 7 days' time to find out. We're back for the Japanese Grand Prix. Here's your coverage times for us, though. If you live here in the UK next weekend for the Japanese Grand Prix, I don't think we're going to get them, which is really annoying as well. But it is really early starts as well, by the way, including live coverage of the drivers' press conference live.
5:50, 5:45.
Yeah, so it's a really early start as well for us here. So let's just give you those coverage details before we go off air, because I know many people leave us. For the Japanese Grand Prix, we're on air 3:45 and start time at 4 for practice 1. Practice 2 on air at 6:45 on air at race start. Practice 2 starts at 7. Same times on Saturday, 3:45 for practice 3. Gets underway at 4. Qualifying underway from 6:40. Underway for the session at 7 a.m. And the race, we're on air at 4:45 a.m. The lights out for that will be at 6 a.m. next week, British summer time. Early start, though, to get us up. Singapore made us wait for over 5 hours. My thanks to Megan Birch. My thanks to you, Josh, as well, for joining me in the comms box. And my thanks to all of you for watching here today. It's been a bit of a rain delay, hasn't it? From MotoGP to Singapore here as well. Thailand to F1. It's getting a bit tiresome now. Thanks for your company today. We'll see you later for the Grand Prix review and 7 days' time when the championship will probably be wrapped up. Thanks for your company. Good night to you all.